Sound is okay. Best. You have to say ready 1, 2, 3. Then best. Very good morning. Very good morning to all of you. The Acceleration 2023. This is Sanjeev here, host of yours, and the event is organized by the industry for the industry, celebrating the technology, innovation, synergy, collaboration, expansion, growth together at one place. If you all remember, Techceleration started 2 years back, and this is the 3rd edition, and it has really grown big. The big in the sense that started Techceleration, the small effort to bring all the industry players together. And what happened? When all the industry started playing together, the enterprises, the entrepreneurs, the academic institutions, the policymakers, everybody started talking about of how do we grow Hubballi-Belagavi-Dharwad cluster in the emerging tech clusters of Karnataka and showcase the power and capability of it. So what is Techceleration is all about? Techceleration is all about bringing these all great leaders together on one platform. A platform which can talk about of technology, which can talk about of initiatives, which can talk about of what's next to be done, and bring some of the important recommendations for all ecosystem players, and not the least, our own startup ecosystem players. Look at the stalls which has been here today. This shows the power of collaboration. This shows the power of enterprises, the power of all who want to look at Hubballi-Belagavi-Dharwad to grow together. The 3rd edition, ladies and gentlemen, has become really big. In fact, the last year we did a very big event where we had all the great leaders. Rishad Premji last year was there as one of the chief guests, and he actually delivered a keynote address last time. We are making it much more bigger every year-to-year basis. This year we have so many companies from Philips to Marvel to the Thai chapters all across coming together. And then we have our Honorable Minister, Shri Priyank Hagraji, who will be joining us in this event today. We have celebrations going on with multiple speakers coming in place from various domains. Mr. Parag Naik is here, Mr. Ari Patil is there, all the industry leaders of the Belgaum Hubballi-Dharwad is here. And the great cheers, say cheers to everybody and welcome to everybody. Cheers. Yeah, look at these enterprises who are there, entrepreneurs who are showcasing potential. Today, when you will look at the event today, we will be having multiple sessions, panel discussions on the areas of GCC, on the areas of innovation, on the areas how we can bring the capital to the cluster, and how do you put together a cluster on the Karnataka's C-suite of technology in the world. Give a clap for Hubballi-Belagavi-Dharwad, ladies and gentlemen. This is something very emerging and is very promising for all of us. We need to have more of these sessions coming up. And I was wanted to come on the stage with saying that this is not me, this is you. I'm representing all of you. Thank you so much. We will have our sessions on areas like, I said, GCC, the skilling and innovation. And first time we are also having a session about talking about how do we bring the capital to the clusters. And that's the reason that we are here today. With this, warmly welcome all of you. Have a wonderful day with full of energy, with a lot of synergies and collaborations. See if you can also look at my startups who are putting up their stalls here. Spend your time with them, and maybe you find some good bright light where your pocket can be diluted a little bit, or your products can be merged together with their solutions and ideas. With this, thank you so much. and look forward for a great energy today.
Thank you so much, sir, for that warm welcome. That is one way to make an entrance. I would now like to request our industry anchors and our chairman, Mr. BV Naidu, to come on stage to light the lamp and begin this auspicious event. Requesting the following industry anchors to join us on stage: Mr. Venkatesh Patil, Mr. Rajendra Belgamkar, Mr. Santosh Hurlikopi, Mr. Chaitanya Kulkarni, Mr. Anand Havanavar, Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, and Mr. BV Naidu.
May I request R.K. Patil from Vayava, Parag, to join for the auspicious lighting of the lamp. A woman entrepreneur from the region. Prajakta, how are you? Please come.
Requesting everyone to stand up for the Nada Geete.
जय भारत जननीय तनु जाते, जय हे कर्नाटक माते, जय सुंदर नदी वनಗಳ नाडे, जय हे रस ऋषिಗಳ बीडे, भूदेविಯ ಮಕುಟದ ನವಮಣಿಯೇ, ಗಂಧದ ಚಂದದ ಹೊನ್ನಿನ ಗಣಿಯೇ, तनु जाते, जय हे कर्नाटक माते, जननीय जोगुण वेदದ ಘೋಷ, ಜನನಿಗೆ ಜೀವವು ನಿನ್ನಾವೇಶ, ಹಸುರಿನ ಗಿರಿಗಳ ಸಾಲೆ, ನಿನ್ನಯ ಕೊರಳಿನ ಮಾಲೆ, ಕಪಿಲ ಪತಂಜಲ ಗೌತಮ ಜಿನನುತ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನು ಜಾತೆ, जय हे कर्नाटक माते, शंकर रमनुज विद्यारण्य बसवेश्वर मध्वर दिव्यारण्य, रंग षडक्षरि पन्ना, पंपल कुमिपति
Thank you so much, dignitaries, for lighting the lamp and commencing this event with an auspicious glow. Ellarigu Namaskara from KDM. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, and tech enthusiasts, a very warm welcome to Techceleration here at Hotel Fairfield by Marriott. Today, we are embarking on a journey that promises to put the Hubballi-Dharwad-Belagavi region on the global tech map, and I, Aparna Rajesh from KDM, will be your host for the day. Before we begin the sessions for today, we kindly request that you put your mobile phones on silent mode to ensure an uninterrupted and focused gathering. We encourage you to stay connected and share your insights by tagging us on LinkedIn and Twitter. We have 20 startup showcases outside, so please do feel free to take a stroll, engage, and network. Feel free to reach out to anyone from our team for any help that you might require throughout the day. To keep things running smoothly today, please remain seated during session changes. This will help us make the most of this opportunity to learn, share, and engage with each other. Now, for the opening address, I'm about to call onto the stage someone without whom me and several other people wouldn't be here. To say he's just an entrepreneur or a mentor or a facilitator would still fail to cover the kind of work Sir has done. With over 30 years of experience in entrepreneurship, Sir has played a seminal role for the growth of the IT industry of India in his capacity as the Director of Software Technology Parks of India, STPI, during the years 1991 to 2007. Sir has facilitated the growth of the software exports from less than $8 billion with 13 companies in 1991 to $12 billion from more than 1,800 companies in Bangalore by 2007. A recipient of the prestigious Karnataka Rajyotsava Award, Sir is one of the most prominent industry leaders in India and the chairman of Karnataka Digital Economy Mission. I am humbled to call on stage to deliver the opening address, Mr. BV Naidu. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our leaders from HDB cluster, Mr. Parag, Mr. Patil, Mr. Venkatesh Patil, and Santosh Arlikopi, and of course my colleague Sanjeev, and all the KDM team, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, all the entrepreneurs from this region. Like Sanjeev has mentioned, he is always very innovative in thoughts, Suddenly he appeared on the digital screen without personally available. So he wanted to bring in some innovation even during conducting an event, So he entered physically, and of course, this is the third edition. And we always wanted this event should grow year on. That is what has happened last 2 years of that effort, the KDM and the government of Karnataka together could able to bring in some value in terms of these clusters. Maybe Sanjeev will sometime will give you the progress what we achieved the last couple of years. Most importantly, the Techceleration, the name as it stands, we wanted to accelerate the technology growth in this region. That is the reason this event has been named as a Techceleration. And also, I wanted to bring in a little bit global, the image to this cluster. Because all of you know that things have started in a small way in Bangalore and has grown multifold. Even in Bangalore, when we did this small BangalorIT.com in 1998, it's a small gathering of this kind, It grown many more folds and culminated into one of the largest tech event in the country, in the world, as a BTS. Likewise, we wanted this event should bring in a lot of pride to this cluster. Reason is why. Belgaum and Hubballi-Dharwad has some unique features. Unique in the sense, it is traditionally quite a large academic institutions are there. That way it has produced a lot of professionals. And traditionally it is a place where the manufacturing has started and became the second largest manufacturers, exports in the state. And then suddenly we found some startups coming up in this region, and they are successful companies like, what Mr. Patil and Parag has done that, they also exited those companies. That means there is something here. And it is a unique place. It has a more, the economy is growing pretty large in the country, and the rural economy is going to play a major role. And this is the place where there is a shift towards happening, the economy is shifting towards the manufacturing, and the Belgaum can play a role, being a manufacturing, one of the largest manufacturing hub. And that brings in a lot of ideas, lot of thoughts to the entrepreneurs to come up here. So we need to have an ecosystem together. What is that ecosystem? We have an industry leaders here, we have KDM here with you, we have the government of Karnataka with you, and we have the TIE, which is also an organization which is driving the entrepreneurship and nurturing the entrepreneurship. And in fact, that Hubli TIE chapter of the Santosh is here. It has done very well. The other day, the chapter president and everybody were there in Singapore. And they are going to play a very active role in the coming global forum of the TIE. So this is an ecosystem that should play. And my request to all of you is, gone are the days people needs to migrate and go to the US for the green pastures. Everything is here in the country, and particularly you can create your own enterprises sitting here in your own cluster. And this cluster, we always believe that if this can become a second largest exporter and this can become a second largest manufacturing in the state, it can become a second largest software cluster in the state. That is the spirit that you all need to work together. We are, of course, from the KDM and Government of Karnataka, we are promoting the Mysore, Mangalore and Hubballi-Dharwad-Belagavi, and we wanted all of you to come together and make Belgaum proud and create a lot of entrepreneurs here. And Sanjeev was saying there are 15, 20 companies coming forward to launch their products here today. So that is the spirit. Please do continue on the spirit, and we will be here till evening, and I'll talk to you a little later. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting the journey of the HDB region. Sir said there is something here, and I believe the something here in HDB is the hunger to keep building, to keep creating and winning. In the year 2015, Karnataka was one of the first states in our nation to have a startup policy. In the following years, the Karnataka government's to enabling the startup ecosystem has only multiplied, with Karnataka state serving as the forerunner in terms of policy and scheme benefits for startups. So it's only fitting that our next session on government startup synergy for citizens' good focuses on this and highlights the importance of government and startups working hand in hand for the larger good of the nation. Firstly, I'd like to call on to the stage the moderator for this session, Mr. Karthik Bapanad. Mr. Karthik is the center head of CySec, the KTech Center of Excellence in Cybersecurity. With more than 2 decades of IT experience, with the last 7 years in cybersecurity, Sir has managed end-to-end cybersecurity programs across various domains like cyber monitoring, identity and access management, cyber risk assessments, and many more. A recipient of the prestigious Chevening Awards, Sir is passionate about public policy and policy analysis. Joining us in this conversation are Mr. Swapnil Patnekar, founder of Shrestha IT, and Mr. Nandi Dharmakishore, founder and CEO of Ashtaksha Labs. Requesting the members to come on stage. Over to you, sir.
Elrigu Namaskara. Good morning to everyone. So I have the privilege of talking to two founders of not just tech but cybersecurity focused startups. I'll start with a quick introduction of both the panelists here. Mr. Nandi Dharmakishore is the founder and CEO of Ashtaksha Labs based in Bangalore. Nandi brings 2 decades of expertise in cybersecurity research boasting. Okay, let me do a quick check here. How many here have a patent in their name? I see one hand going up, two hands going up. Great, so Nandi has patents granted in US, South Korea, and India in malware research. So one more round of applause for Nandi. Founded in March 2023, Ashtaksha combines subject matter experts from both academia and industry, offering top-notch cybersecurity services with optimal efficiency, quality, and affordability, under the ethos that service to the nation is paramount. Ashtaksha's work comprises of research and development, security training, and security services. Welcome, Nandi, to the discussion. We have Swapnil as well. Swapnil is the CEO of Shrestha, a threat intelligence company based in Belagavi. So one more round of applause to a startup, based here in this city. He has 14 years of experience in information security. He has delivered technical workshops to law enforcement on countering cybercrime. Swapnil is a liaison member of FIRST. FIRST stands for Forum of Incident Response and Security Teams, and he also co-chairs the DNS Abuse Special Interest Group at FIRST. He is a prolific speaker and has recently presented at numerous international security and privacy conferences. He is an APNIC community trainer and has delivered workshops in Bhutan, Myanmar, Papua New Guinea, Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and he was telling me earlier today that next month he's delivering workshops in Latvia and Japan as well. So a classic example of a startup based in Belagavi, training the world. Welcome, Swapnil. So the event is called Techceleration. It's a tech-focused event. I would like to put it this way. We today are living in times which are unprecedented in the history of humankind. Why am I saying that? The kind of technology that we used to have, let's say, if you take, say, 500, 600 years back, whatever technology one generation used to use, the subsequent generation would use pretty much the same technology. Minor tinkering, minor changes in efficiency, but pretty much the same. Even if you take 50, 60 years back, when technology was already starting to make a presence, the technology changes from generation to generation was still quite minimal. However, today, forget a generation, even within a few years, technology is changing, and the way technology is impacting the society is changing. So what that means is government also needs to be on the forefront of this technology adoption. It's a double-edged sword for the government, right? So while technology changes are helping in making the economy efficient, making the economy more productive, it also brings in technology risks and also brings in the challenges on how government can adopt these technologies. So in this context, startups are, of course, the place where they are most agile. They are very, very welcoming of new changes in technologies, adopting new technologies. So the topic of the session being leveraging synergy between government and startup for citizen good. So I'll start with a question to both of you. Maybe Swapnil, you can start. What are some of the solutions that you at Shrestha have that could be beneficial to the government as well as for wider public?
So firstly, Karthik, thank you for the introduction and thanks for having me. So I see a lot of familiar faces being from Belgaum, but just for others, just a quick intro into what we do. So we work in the domain of threat intelligence, and what that implies is that is information about the latest cyber threats impacting India, impacting Indian citizens, and a few other regions in APAC as well. So we provide this as a service, as a data. Then we also have a product, and this is something that is already being used by a lot of government agencies without taking any names within India, as well as enterprises in the private sector as well. Then we have a product called as Protective DNS, and I think probably we'll hear about it hopefully in the later part of the day. So this is a product which is, we are the probably very few companies in India at least, where this is a space which is blocking threats at a very initial level. So security is all about defense in depth. So this is one layer of security per se. And we have customers like subset of Indian Railways using this. We have agencies under Ministry of Electronics using it. And enterprises like Chitra Dairy, say for example, or even Vishwesharaya Technological University, university here in Belgaum again, using it. So that's the second product what we have. And the third one is a product for law enforcement. We call it as the Watchtower. So countering cybercrime is at scale is extremely important, not only from a law enforcement perspective for detection, but also for attribution as well. Because unless and until you take down the threat actor or the attacker, it's not going to put a dent on the cybercrime economy per se. So this product typically enables law enforcement agencies to investigate and uncover. So our tagline of the company is uncovering badness. So this enables law enforcement agencies to uncover badness, map the attacker's infrastructure so that they can take it down. And so we have a few CERTs. CERT is basically the Computer Emergency Response Team of various regions using this product. We have law enforcement as well using this. So this is the area pretty much under which we operate.
Thank you, Swapnil. Nandi?
Ellarigu namaskara. Thank you very much, Karthik, for the wonderful introduction. As well as I think Swapnil has covered most of the parts in the cybersecurity from a product perspective. Astaksha Labs was incorporated in March 2023. It's a very new startup. But that being said, we punch way above our weight. Right? We are collaborating with central government, some of the state governments. It's in pipeline. Very shortly it will be published. So we are into research and development. That is our pedigree. Because without proper research, we can't come up with optimal solutions or products and services. So with the research background into cyber threat alliance, cyber threat intelligence, vulnerability research, app research, we are providing some of the services like VAPT, red teaming, digital forensics, malware analysis, that is my core area, and SOC, right? Now, after understanding yes, we have cybersecurity products, we have cybersecurity services, but there is a lot of gap between academia and industry, as well as a lot of awareness program has to be set up for the benefit of citizens. I think the question was how can startups can influence the government as well as citizens for the better good. So our company is very much focused in training, not only on job, but also for academicians. We have faculty development programs for professors. Also some of the job-oriented trainings for the students. With that, I would like to, take the privilege of announcing we are already collaborated with Dayanand Sagar Institute in Bangalore. We are not only stopping there, we also collaborated with Vidyavartaka Engineering College in Mysore and Geetam University in Dodballapur. And there are a couple of them in pipeline from Tumkur, Mangalore, and of course, HBD, right? So from the startup, we are very much flexible. So that gives us the privilege to easily collaborate with the government bodies as well as industry.
Yeah, thank you, Nandi. I think that's interesting because with this in this ever evolving technology landscape, this collaboration between industry and academia becomes extremely important when it comes to skilling as well, right? industry will be able to bring in the kind of expertise that will be required to train the students on the latest in technology, which otherwise will be difficult to manage within academia. I'll ask another question now, because since we're talking about synergies between startup and government, what are the challenges that you see as a startup in collaborating with government? So, Swapnil, if I can ask you this question first.
So I think that's a very interesting question. So I think my first one probably is going to be sort of need creation, right? In the context that, especially if you have a product or service which is creating a new market itself, like in this case for us was protective DNS. Threat intelligence is something that is known for a very long time, but protective DNS is extremely new, especially for, or was especially new for people when we spoke to in the government sector, right? And the initial pushback is, why do we need this, right? So as a startup, as a small company, as an entrepreneur, you basically want to, showcase the value of it. And the real value is when you're able to do a POC, right? You're able to do a proof of concept. If you can reach that stage, then the product can speak for itself. And, if it adds value, then people hopefully will put money on the table, right? Not that easy. So the second one, which I think from a government perspective is a requirement, is abundant patience. Double quotes, underline, uppercase, lowercase, everything. Because, and this is also true, let me also tell you that this is also true in the case of private sector as well. So you might think that it's only government. No, we have experienced long life cycle to close, even in the best of best companies, right? So that's probably how the machinery functions, right? You cannot change that, but you can place your bets in a manner, or rather we place our bets in a manner where we are not just dependent on one particular vertical, right? So we do the private sector enterprises as well, and law enforcement as well. So it's not just dependent on government sector per se. So that, because cash flow is extremely critical when you're running a startup. And if you place all your bets on, say, 3 customers, 4 customers, and you get the order, by the time you get the payments, it might be that your startup might be extinct, right? So I think that would be another way to look at it. And this is also true for the private sector as well, right? And everything is about the opportunity cost. So if you go with target certain set of customers or verticals, then you're not going to be able to do that, because that's always going to be a challenge for a startup. But if you can gain that, if you can get out of that phase where you have built certain customers added to your list, I will not say that it's easy. It's still not easy for us, but it adds that credibility, right? That you have been there, you have done that, you have gone through that process, of the long cycle of conversion, right? So I think that would be, from my perspective, few of the challenges when you are dealing with governments.
Yeah, thanks, Swapnil. So basically, what you're saying is the appreciation of technology risk, technology requirements itself requires some technology expertise, right? And that needs to be built in the government sector, so that the government can understand what are the requirements, and then appreciate the value of these solutions that startups like you are able to bring in, and of course, cash flow issues that you mentioned. Big corporates can probably manage with delayed cash flows. Startups, it's not going to be so easy, so that needs to be smoothened out as well. Thanks. Nandi, if you can ask you the same question.
Adding to Swapnil, right? I approached a couple of governments, including central government. My first introduction, like, I'm so-and-so, founder and CEO of so-and-so. It's a startup and we would like to, cater our services. Yeah. You have 3 years of statutory audit? That was the first question, like. I mentioned like it's a startup company. The same question was asked by multiple state government. I'm not going to name them, but this is a major hurdle. Yes, there are some relaxation from the central government, and luckily we use that to penetrate into the central government. Shortly, like it will be in public, with whom we are collaborated as R&D partner in cybersecurity. But it wasn't an easy journey, right? Of course, like cash, budget is a major concern. I invested all my savings, right, to start up this company. Later, I came to know, like, KDM is having some funds for that. I'm not sure whether still I can avail that service, right? So, of course, like, give us the opportunity for the startups. Maybe like not on a large scale. As Swapnil mentioned, like, we will do the POCs. If our POCs are good enough to scale, expand, then you can consider, rather than, putting checks in places, telling like, give us 3 years of statutory audit. Yes, I know like there are some conditions and policies in the government because they will be held responsible if something fails. But at the same time, they can try, experiment with the startups on the POCs. Right? And of course, visibility, right? I'm really honored that KDM is giving this platform to collaborate between industry, academia, and government. I think it's a wonderful platform. I thank KDM for that, because otherwise we won't get that this privilege, visibility in the market.
And probably also be more open to give reference case studies, right? If the government takes up the role of an early adopter of the solutions from startups and then talk to the wider community that, we have taken these solutions, that probably goes a long way in helping startups, build their traction as well. Okay, I'm just conscious of time. We have less than 10 minutes. So I'll probably close with one final question and then we can open it up for audience. So what are the evolving cybersecurity threats that you foresee in the mid to long term scenario?
Forget mid to long term, let's talk about now, right? So a month back, my threat intelligence team started tracking a threat actor which was launching a phishing campaign targeting HDFC Bank customers. So this is like 140 plus phishing websites, right? We have published a small part of the report on our blog. So if somebody's interested, you can go to shreshthit.com/blog. And what was striking was, and why I said emphasis on now, was this is the first one that we have seen wherein it's an exact replica, like it's art, right? So criminals are upping their game. It was so much so deceiving so that the threat intelligence team that I have, a small team, 80% of them got the wrong one. When we showed them both, saying that here is the legitimate, here is a fake, without showing them the URL, 80% got it wrong, right? So now you may say this is probably AI driven or not, I'm not sure, maybe it is. But the other angle which is going to be an extremely concerning technology is going to be deepfakes. I think it's already here, right? So deepfakes is going to be a major problem for critical sectors like telecom and maybe healthcare, government agencies as well, where, images or video specifically and audio is being generated with AI and full impersonation of a person, right? So validation, authentication using voice, authentication using a user's PII, personally identifiable information, I don't think it's just going to work. So unless and until companies, startups, and government agencies adopt something like an additional factor of verification, this is going to be a nightmare, right? And the second one, which is also getting influenced in a lot of ways, which we have seen in the past couple of years, is misinformation, right? So misinformation on multiple social media channels, anything on the internet. And so I joke with my better half, and I say her, the threat actors who are doing this not to spread misinformation. They are doing this to sow a doubt in everyone's mind, that everyone starts questioning what is real, right? So if you think about this in a very deeper way, misinformation is in my opinion, going to be extremely disruptive for anything that we use on using technology per se. Yeah, those would be my couple ones.
Thank you, Swapnil.
Yeah. In my journey in cybersecurity, right, when I started analyzing malware 2 decades back, it was like 4 to 5 malwares per day at McAfee. Now, like, it is more than 50 million new malware samples on a daily basis, right? There are a lot of technologies that are being included or incorporated in cyber threats. AI, as Swapnil mentioned, AI, machine learning, blockchains, and automotive security, as well as deep fake, right? There are a lot of things happening. It's not about mid and long. It is on a daily basis we are witnessing new and sophisticated TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures. So cybersecurity is ever evolving. It is not like mid or low or long-term basis. So we have to be updated every day. As a malware researcher, we used to laugh like when bad guys used to write our names, researchers' name in the malware binary, like F blah blah blah. We were surprised that how are these guys getting that intelligence? Right? The threat intelligence cut both the ways, and the AI cut both the ways. I believe like the Mission Impossible, that latest version, which talks about what happens if AI goes rogue. Right? I completely agree with Swapnil. Like, we need to have another method, not only based on the encryption and the triad of cybersecurity. We need to start looking at what happens if a quantum computer enters into our daily life, which will break all these encryption methods. So we need to focus on how can we live in the zero trust platform or world. There are a lot of challenges, and it keeps on evolving, but keep one thing in mind. In my experience, the weakest link in the chain is human beings. And they will, like, awareness programs, not only whether it is technical or non-technical, whether they are, upper management or the lowest in the node, they must be given that cybersecurity awareness programs. Cyber hygiene is one thing that can save, irrespective of, we have, I will like to quote one example, like we have provided multi-layered security for one of the well-known Indian healthcare vendor. Unfortunately, that IT admin, he did not provide the password for the cybersecurity product. It was compromised. Right. No matter like whatever the technology used for protection, prevention, detection, and remediation, if the human who is handling that is unable to do that, it will be a nightmare. And as Gartner is predicting by 2025, half of the cybersecurity incident will be either lack of talent or lack of awareness or humans. I think now we need to start building that cyber squad, and that is one of the reasons at Ashtaksha, like we are collaborating with, not only with the government bodies, entities, but also with academic institutions, as well as, prospect collaboration with our peers in cybersecurity, because I believe cybersecurity is collective responsibility rather than, okay, I leave the security part for the cybersecurity community. No, it doesn't work, right? Together we stand, divided we fall.
And if you start finding your name in the code written by a malware developer, that probably means you have arrived as a malware researcher, I guess. Right, so I think we have a couple of minutes, so we'll open up for any questions from the audience. If anyone has any question. I think somebody at the end, is there a mic that can be provided over there?
Check. Okay. Hello, sir. There was this word that you mentioned, cyber hygiene. Your name, please. My name is Atharva. I'm from KLE, a student. So you mentioned about cyber hygiene. Can you elaborate on like how? I've never really thought of it. Now it just suddenly popped up. So.
Very good question. Probably we can collaborate. Cyber hygiene is all about to know your device, to know your data, to know your network, and to know your cloud. Once you know your equipments, there are standard operating procedure given by the cybersecurity community. We call it as cyber security guidelines. Umpty number of times we say don't share your OTP. Umpty number of times we say don't share your passwords. Or, we say change your router password, change your device password. Right. These fall into cyber hygiene practices. Right. We all, prior to COVID, we never thought of wearing, mask on a daily basis. But when we came to know, we started, inculcating these hygiene programs in our daily basis, in our daily lives. Likewise, changing your password. How many of you are using the same password without changing for more than a year? Come on, I know. How many of you are using the same password for your Gmail, Facebook, blah, blah, blah? Wow, nice. If your one account is hacked, it will be a nightmare. And as Swapnil mentioned, PII, that is a gold mine for the attacker. Luckily, there is a act, DPDP Act, Digital Personal Data Protection Act. It all talks about, these are the hygiene practices. If you don't follow for the industry, we are going to penalize 50 to 250 crores. Right. All these programs from the state and the central, they are for the benefit of citizens. How many of you are riding bikes? And, be frank, how many times you will use your helmet? Right. The moment there is a cop over there who is going to fine for that, immediately you will wear it. The same thing applies here. So the answer to a question, cyber hygiene is nothing but follow the simple instructions. Know your device. And if there is an attack, please inform the government or the bodies. So we are setting up from Ashtaksha the local teams or squads, not only in the universities, where they can report the incidents. We never know whether this incident is targeted at an individual or the nation. We have witnessed, as part of, K7, when we were dissecting the malware, we saw the Kundankulam nuclear power plant malware, which was compromised. Luckily, it was only the administrative network that was compromised. But imagine like what happens if the critical infrastructure is compromised in the operational network. Don't ever think that it is only my device, my data that has been compromised, what big deal. You never know, like that could be part of the nation, nation-sponsored or state-sponsored attack on our nation. Right. I believe like I have answered your question, my dear.
Do we have time for one more question?
One more.
Okay, no, I think we have to wrap up. Aparna is saying we need to wrap up. So,
Maybe like we will be here. Please feel free to connect with us in person. We will be happy to address whatever the questions you have.
thanks to both of you for your insightful comments. Here's wishing for more fruitful, fulfilling collaboration between startups and government.
Definitely. Thank you, Swapnil and Karthik.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that insightful conversation, sir. With data technologies emerging at a faster pace than we could ever possibly catch up, there's a fear about our security online. So to hear from our speakers about the kind of work that is being done for cybersecurity by every stakeholder involved in this circuit has certainly left us more informed and empowered about how to live in this zero trust platform. This is also a gentle reminder for all of you folks to change your passwords. I now request our moderator, Mr. Karthik Bapanat, to present the speakers of the session with a small token of our gratitude. I also request Dr. Vivek Patil from TIE Hubballi to come on stage to present our moderator with a token of our gratitude.
The format we'll try to do is try to keep engaging with the audience. We don't have all the answers. We'll have some interesting conversations, and then you please jump in if you have any suggestions to make or points to make. We'll not keep the Q&A at the end. With much ado, I'll start off. I think Karthik, you had a very distinguished career. spanning multiple countries and regions. From the valley where you build chips for analog devices and others. Then in Bangalore, and now coming to the Hubballi-Dharwad region as the CEO of the Deshpande Foundations. Can you tell us about a little bit about your journey and also, what brought you to, in some sense you're a rank outsider to the Hubballi-Dharwad region, so you don't have, what attracts you to the region and what you think is, is the way forward?
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Parag. So quickly, my journey. I did my post-graduation in the US, came back to India in '95. I've been with setting up design centers for MNCs. I did a stint with Intel in the US and then came back, been with National Semiconductor and Analog Devices. At Analog, I spent about 18 years building products, semiconductor products, DSP processors and so on, and building entire products. After that, somewhere around 2017, after spending so many years in a multinational and large companies, I quit as a general manager of a global group in Analog, sitting in Bangalore, was running that. I figured out that, somewhere the startup bug, or you want to do something different. It was not initially a startup, it was something different. Did a startup, very outside semiconductor. And then last year I worked in another startup, a robotics startup in Bangalore. So I've been in the startup ecosystem since 2018, I would say, and very fascinated, the amount of innovation, the excitement that startups create kind of was addictive, okay? I was like addicted to that. And I'd been mentoring some startups from Bangalore and interesting ones from IIT Bombay, from local and so on. And I was thinking of venturing into my own when I got a call from Deshpande Foundation that they had an opening in Hubli to run their startups, their Deshpande startups. And I was, as I said, more addicted to startups. I thought, hey, there's a great opportunity. And it was a good time for me also. My kids are out of home, so it was easy for me to move to Hubli. So I've been here for about 6 months now. Met about 200 startups, founders, so it's been an exciting journey. And of course, at Deshpande Startups, we have a great environment to nurture, foster startups. And I'm looking forward to this panel and interacting with you. So it's been a great journey from Bangalore to Hubli for me.
So what actually, I'll make it a little bit more colorful, and I'll pull in RK also. I mean, doing ESDM and semiconductors is hard, right? It's much easier to make money by selling underwear and banyan on the internet, right? And pass off as technology companies. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think definitely doing electronics, that to hardware is even more difficult. But what fascinated me was thanks to the Karnataka government, Deshpande Startups had a ESDM lab facility, and which a lot of startups here had used it. So to me, one of the exciting things about moving to Hubli was there is a good ecosystem, Belgaum, Hubli, Dharwad, that of hardware, and there are a lot of companies leveraging that facilities, the ESDM facilities that we have. So that is exciting.
Thanks. So RK, I think KDM stole your limelight of the Beyond Bengaluru. I think you started YY in 2006, right? For one of the first Beyond Bengaluru schemes. So what brought you to Belgaum, and other than, of course, that you're a local boy, and what has been the challenges of running one of the first EDA companies, local EDA companies in India? By the way, for the uninitiated, EDA is electronic design automation. It's the software that gets into building chips and building systems as a product company.
Yeah, hi. So just to again clarify, Parag and my journeys as a professional as well as engineers have run parallelly, and a lot of the time crossed also. So we have known each other quite well and have been partners in crime, to call it. Okay, so unlike him, I didn't have to work too long for multinationals, but I was lucky enough to sell to multinationals. So that is one different aspect that I can say. And second, we have been, at least I've been in my what I call it as my partners, and this one has always been in the startup journeys. So built companies, and that's what probably excites, I can say that, okay? You get to learn a lot. Had anybody told that Parag made a quirky comment selling underwears on the internet, probably if somebody had told you would make much more money, I think so even I would have done that. I would have not known that. Okay, but for the love for subjects that we learned, and the company, again, I keep saying this, the number of company that you have, people you are surrounded by, you tend to go in that direction. And then that's how the electronics world and the computer science drew us. So I think so I'll answer very specifically to your question, what brought you back to Belgaum? We had done a startup in Bangalore, sold successfully, and everybody did a startup there, okay? Then this bug was there. What are you different? What you can do? So we said, okay, let's go and do something outside of Bangalore. And the natural choice was then either Mysore or Bangalore. Mysore, I can't say really outside, it's still Bangalore, extension of Bangalore. Bangalore was definitely an option. And then we thought, okay, when you can do in Bangalore, why not in your hometown? At least you know the turf very well. You have people to connect. You have your parents who are living in the same town. You can go back. You can connect back to your alma mater. So that's, I think, so what draw. And most important, my co-founders also agreed with this idea that, okay, let's go and do something in Belgaum. And it was in 2006, I think so. The idea of the startup, it did come through our usual discussions in coffee house in Bangalore, several meetings there. And then this whole idea of starting up a firm on one of the MG road, that coffee board house. And incidentally, that has played a crucial role in all our startups. All our ideas, germinations have always begun in coffee board house. So, so we decided there, and then we came and set it up. And frankly speaking, beyond Bangalore was not even there anywhere in those days, in 2006 and 2007. What was there was, okay, I knew another stalwart from Texas Instruments, Vivek Pawar, in 2005 and 2006, was scouting to do something away from Bangalore. And then he and Santosh had visited several of the educational institutes to see if they could set up their startup into the campus. And I remember having traveled along with him in some of the places. And luckily for him, Hubli became the choice. BV welcomed him with open arms. And then, unluckily for us, the educational institutes in Belgaum at that point of a time didn't feel the need of a startup under their campus. I think so that those things have changed a lot by now.
Yeah. So thanks, RK. Interesting. I just wanted to bring a perspective so that you know that for some of you here, we are recounting the journey so that if they can do it, you can also do it. I mean, that's the attitude that you want to foster, and this is something that one of our angel investors, Dr. Mahan Chetty, used to always say, right? If you can do it, I can do it as well. So coming back to the main topic of the discussion today, ESDM, fostering innovations in the ESDM sector. I mean, we traditionally India, right? I mean, everywhere I see the foundry cluster in Belgaum and Hubli and other places. They all end up doing services. So we are very good mercenaries. And maybe traditionally, historically, we've always been good at serving others than building our own armies and building our own product stuff. What do you think is the mindset change? Have things changed now? And what's it going to be in the future? Karthik and RK, you can.
Yeah, I think compared to the services mindset that we had about probably 20 years ago, I think now I do see a big difference. Today, the youngsters and the new founders, entrepreneurs, are very, very product focused. So you see a lot of products. Again, they could be, e-commerce or, or deep tech or hardware. And more interestingly, you can see outside as well, a lot of hardware companies are coming up. I want to give you one example of two students from a college in Mangalore, Sahyadri Engineering College. They came, they were audiophiles, interested in improving the audio quality of headphones, and they got an NID grant or something, and from there, just after graduation, they came to Hubli and set up their company, and they're today shipping their audio headphones, very high quality. They have some innovation, they have patented technology, so that you can feel the music. It's called Sonic Lamps, the brand, and they did a Kickstarter-like program. They sold about 600, and they are in their journey. But it's very interesting to see non-Bangalore, non-IIT students, two of them, coming to Hubli and doing an electronic startup. And it's not easy to do a headphone, right? And their headphone is slightly different. You can feel the music. So they've added some vibration component on the skin so that the low frequency of the audio is converted into vibration. So you feel the music. It's a very different, very innovative, patented product. And if that can be done, so I see that change. I see that change in the last 20 years. Now the startup hype has picked up. A lot of people are talking, but there are good startups which are deep tech, engineering, hardware. And that is what really excites me about being here and being in Hubli, in this region, where few of these are doing some very innovative products.
Okay, what do you think about...
I'll say something probably which may look very controversial, okay? 25 years back, the best way to make money was build services companies, large scale, profitable. You take the top listed 5 companies, I'll not name them, but anybody can do how their share market is doing and all. But I think so that has settled. What's the settlement? Okay, you know that they'll never make more than 30-40% of gross margin. Okay, so the money you will save, you pump into the bank, or you will grow at a certain rate is pretty much fixed. Okay, and many of us, probably even I'm also from that generation, emulated that model because you could make a quick, easy money. You are sure you will not fail. You will succeed, but how largely you succeed is very different. But I think so, of late, people have understood playing this 0 to 1, the digital. Agar mil gaya to chappad pad ke jaoge, nahi to you'll sink. But you'll go back, you'll try once again. But if you get that one thing big, I think so you will beat it so big that you will remember, you and the environment around you will remember forever. I think so that has enabled people to take some bold steps of doing products or hardware and other aspects.
So I think what you are effectively saying is that the social stigma of a startup is going off, and it has become glamorous. To me, I think it has become so glamorous that all kinds of guys are getting into it, which is good in some sense. I think during our times, I think just to have a personal note, we had if you're doing a startup, it was even difficult to find a spouse. You wouldn't get married, or if you're a computer science graduate and if you're not in the US, you wouldn't even get a spouse. So things have changed from then on, which is a nice thing. Yeah.
I just want to add one thing. Very good point here, but I think the social stigma of failure in startups has gone. 20 years ago, if you had failed, people would look down upon you. Today, it's very different. If you do a failure, as you said, 3 times you do and 1 time is very big.
Yeah.
The 2 failures, society has kind of understood that it's cool.
Okay.
Whether you start succeeds or fails, right. It's kind of cool.
So yeah, interestingly, that at the end of it, to the next logical point is, what are the incentives you think? See, at the end of the day, people. I read in this Freakonomics book a very interesting quote. It says that the morality is the way the world should behave, and economics is the way it behaves. Actually, right? At the end of the day, all of us, as a society, respond to incentives, right? So, what do you think are the incentives? I mean, there's right now, since 2019, thanks to the to all these DLI and PLI schemes, and the fact that we had this Galwan issue, and then suddenly everybody realized that you need semiconductors and systems to run all those stuff to sell stuff on internet. So what do you think are the incentives that are needed? And then the manufacturing thing, there's a lot of manufacturing thing coming. How do we go up from manufacturing to, to create system companies that we just discussed, or IP companies, so that we own the entire tech stack, end-to-end tech stack? And what are the incentives and what are the, challenges for that?
I think so. This is where agencies like a KDM and some of the government should come out with some very regular ways of incentivizing people. One thing I can say for sure is the past mentality of encouraging the industries, which used to be, okay, do you need a large bank loan or do you need a land? How much of a land you need? I think so. It is okay to apply that philosophy to manufacturing setup. Okay, the innovation part and this whole building up the tech stack or a product, modern age economy is very different. And it should be. For example, I'll again, what I say may not be very practical, but I think so. Unless somebody tries some foolishness, I don't think so. We are going to see a success or whether things work or not. Why not incentivize people who do a startup in tier 2? When I say incentivize, don't incentivize by giving them land. Okay, that's the last thing that any startup would need in our domain. Give them the special tax breaks, not for the company, even for the individuals, even for the people who join a startup, leaves their cushion jobs in a big cities because we want people to move away from Bangalore. Give them the tax breaks when they relocate here. I think so. Something like this has to be tried and tested. There are lacunas. There are ways which there would be opposition. I mean, you will face a lot of the part of the other society. Why are you giving this and all? But if there is an intention of doing this, I think so. Something like this must be tried, and that's a very strong opinion that I feel I have.
Karthik?
Yeah. So the last 2 years or whatever, there's been a lot of focus on manufacturing, on semiconductor manufacturing, ATMP, OSAT kind of companies. I feel that's all great. I'm not trying to say take it away. But I think for India to be at the peak, I think it should have electronic system companies. I think that's something, I don't know how the government will incentivize it. What other schemes? DLI is there, but DLI, if you look at it, how many companies have got it? But somehow, I think we need to build the Samsungs of the world. We need to build, I know it's a bad word, Huawei's of the world. But I think serious focus on electronic systems companies where we build products for India and the world. We've talked about it, but really to make it happen. Without that, all your manufacturing is based on that. If manufacturing happens and then we don't build systems, we'll be selling it outside. Or they will be assembling it here. But to me, we should own the IP. We should be building products, and ways to incentivize that to me is the key thing. And Tier 2 can play a role there, but I am kind of the view that this is the big piece. That how do we build? How do we start from skilling, the government programs, and how do we incentivize these kind of companies which are building electronic hardware? Again, you get a lot of investment if you're a software company, because a lot of VCs, moment you say hardware, out. So investment also is a little bit hard for these companies. So I know there are good programs from the government, from the DST and all that. They have Nidhi Prayas and all those schemes. But beyond that, how do you incentivize electronic systems?
Thanks, Karthik. Yeah, and I think, absolutely bang on, right? So, Sanjeev, anybody else has any points to make, suggestions to make? Yeah, Sanjeev, you had some.
Apart from the government,
Yeah.
the academic institution and industry by itself,
Yes.
can you define the role of those
Absolutely.
also to come forward?
Absolutely.
In terms of what their role should be now,
Yes.
and especially focusing on the, let's say, Belgaum or Hubli and Dharwad.
Absolutely.
Very clear. Some concrete recommendations that you can give together today.
So one of the things I have is basically the successful IT services founders have not invested back into the ecosystem, right, as much as they should have. So that actually helps. One of the things we are discussing is discovering mentors. So a lot of people don't have a go-to-market. So if we can create a database of, of all the guys who are willing to be mentors and engage with the startups in the local region, that's one. And like RK suggested, that clearly have tax incentives for people. See, in innovation-led businesses, the key ingredients are people, right? Land and all of that will come. I mean, the government is usually, very liberal, and they know how to, give land parcels because how to, value that. So if we can give tax breaks to people, or also I have recommendations that I can send you later on. That how do we, in our case, what is our collateral? Our collateral as IP companies is IPR or patents. How do we value them, and how do you use that as a financial instrument? Those are some of the things that the government can look at, and that can be, as Karnataka, we have always been forward-looking, right, ahead of the center also in some sense. So we could create those policies. We'll give you a separate note on that part on then. Gentleman here had another question. Yeah.
My question is to Dr. Karthik. You mentioned about Samsung. I was part of Samsung for some time in South Korea. I was in charge of smart TV security. I think now the hardware is getting a lot of traction because in cybersecurity, the root of trust lies in hardware. My question to you is, do you have any sort of platform for the security vendors so that they can come and test the chips, whether they have some malicious components in this? Because I believe like the central government, they are having these checks in places like if some of the components are made from so-called neighboring countries, then don't allow. And also like give importance to made in India, right? Keeping that in mind, do you have any facility where students or the cybersecurity community can come on?
Yeah, I'm not so knowledgeable about the particular question that you're asking on the security, but maybe others have. But I know that there are some, if you're asking the question about whether we have, no, I don't have anything on security particularly.
No. Can we collaborate? And
yeah, we should.
Yeah.
Do that.
Definitely.
Yeah, Swapnil.
So I think one of the things which I feel has been missed out is from a startup perspective, not just the finance, but also market access.
Absolutely.
Very good.
I think that is something that the government needs to be putting more emphasis on, because there are a lot of startups building products, but not the catalyst being the catalyst there, having the customer and the startup, right? Yeah. I think that will add a lot of value to the ecosystem.
So if I can answer that is exactly my point. Last 6 months I've met about 100 startups. Great ideas, great products, but really they don't have a clue how to take it to the market. No. So I feel it's not a government, I don't know, I cannot see a role of the government there, but I see that maybe we need to create for this region, let's say experienced guys who have kind of in the industry now want to give back, form a go-to-market. For example, in healthcare, I know one company which is called Go-to-Market for Health. So one veteran, he's been in the healthcare industry, focused on healthcare, and we refer our healthcare startups to that particular company. So maybe it is few of us here who are kind of want to give back and who have been in marketing roles, who understand this go-to-market strategy, maybe in consumer, maybe. So I feel particularly for electronic startups, this is a very concrete thing that KDM, all of us can work together, is create these small, it could be like, I can give one example. Sanjeev Keskar in Bangalore is doing it, but we need to connect them here, connect them to the startups, create these small, maybe there's just a consultancy firm of 3 people, experienced veterans from the industry who know exactly, moment you tell them it's a consumer product, they would exactly tell you, hey, these are the channels, and give those inputs, give those connects. So I feel, I totally agree with you, go to market, and that whole side of, it's not just the finance.
Karthik, I think his question was the other way around, not this. Yes, market access is more important than capital.
Exactly.
Because if you have market access, if I have a market, if I have a customer, I can raise money, right? That's
Absolutely.
a chicken and egg.
Yeah.
So
it was not the GTM.
No, it's still a problem in India. An Indian will not buy from an Indian. Okay? I'll tell you one of the reasons. Again, if you look at it, if you see all these big guys in the US are now Indians, right? We celebrate it. We should not be celebrating it. It's actually a failure of our system. If you see, do you see any Chinese CEO? Have you heard about any Chinese CEO? Because the Chinese will steal from the American, give it to the Chinese guys. Indian will steal from the Indian and give it to the American. That's why we are more loyal than the masters, and that's the reason we succeed there. That part, right, is slowly changing, however. And now there is this thing happening there that the Indian can build a product, and you will see in the next 5 years, and like you are part of the journey yourself, right? You are doing it yourself. You will see the next 5-10 years that we'll get comfortable with our skin and start buying from our own guys.
I think if we can flip it around, then that will be good for the ecosystem.
Absolutely, and this is something that we keep making representation time and again to the government. And then also what happens in India is, right, when you go to the government, both the state and the center, we have the problem that there are too many fly-by-night operators here who just, I call this the Delhi business model. People are there out just to take grants and not really deliver stuff. And Karthik talked about this open loop system, right, where grants are just given without a closed loop system. That we are actually a zero trust society, right? We don't trust each other. The zero trust that you apply in software architecture is applied on people here in India, right? So that has to change, and that will happen over the next few generations.
Thanks, Karthik. Thanks.
The last point, couple of points that I wanted to bring in is, as we talked about market access, I want to talk about access to capital, angel capital especially, right? In our times, we hardly had any angel and capital. By the way, all these suited, booted guys generally don't invest in R&D. They'll sit here and they'll talk all big things about, I invest in teams and people and all of that. Nothing of that side happens. At the end of the day, they are driven by Excel sheets. What actually, in fact, Micron was invested by a potato farmer. And Sankhya, most of our Sankhya investors came from villages around, around Belgaum, Kolhapur and Davangere. So that's why I call them in the NH4 angels. Has anything changed since then? What do you see, Karthik, right now?
Yeah, so I think you make a good point. A few days back, we had a VC from New York visiting us. And he was very surprised, I won't take any names, of a VC firm in the US, which is a very, very early stage seed fund. And the same VC firm in India is almost a late stage. They will do Series A. So he was questioning that, when we are talking about really early stage investing happening in India, that comparison was very stark. This company, a VC firm in the US, is a very early stage in the US. And the same guy in India is only doing Series A, Series B. This tells you something, right? So I think the early stage, I think is I don't again want to name. There was the angel group. Okay, there's a lot of angel groups in India.
There are more devils.
Yeah. So I recently got a message from one of them. I was trying to connect my startups to them, and he says, "Don't give me any startup which is pre-revenue." And this is an angel, by the way. Okay. So I think in India, I think we are less risk averse. I think the mindset is risk averse.
So I just want to ask you, RK, one question. Sam Altman says that we cannot build OpenAI in India. Do you agree with him?
No, definitely no.
I think I agree with him.
Yeah. We differ, but
the reason is not because we are not talented. It's because we don't put money where our mouths are.
So on that aspect, yes. So that again, that talks about the capital. Okay. So in fact, continuing my whole tirade. Okay. So we have this CSR. Okay. We force CSR. What is the CSR? CSR forces the companies part of the profit to be plowed back into the society. I think so. If our government is good enough to make something like this, okay, mark something as the tech or an innovation fund, and force these companies to invest in startups which are not in their own ecosystem outside. For example, I know for sure, okay, the guys like Zoho have invested in a router and an operating system company. That's the best example.
Yeah.
And And again, the top chart of our BSE index, 10 companies. And if they can be educated well enough, that rather than putting your money into the fixed deposits, which yield you or bonds, please part away with 10% of that money. I think so. We will excel.
And get tax breaks for that. That would help.
And give them a tax break.
So here's the follow-on question that I have. See, the problem that Swapnil also raised is we don't have market access, we don't have customers who buy it. The corporates in India, right, and all the BSE top 10, you would see them in public forums talk about doing a lot of lip service to innovation. But on the ground, they're all driven by Excel sheets and operational efficiencies. How do you incentivize? What do you think? How can we incentivize them to actually take these risks in funding innovation?
I'm not sure. Again, as I said, if they see a bigger multiplier than that money in bank or in other yields, probably they will.
Yeah, but the problem is that they want the rose without the thorns, right? That's the problem. How do you break that?
I don't know.
Karthik, any ideas?
Yeah, I think RK hinted at that. Maybe that same CSR, we take a percentage and say it's an innovation fund. So I think if India really values innovation and we're going to be the leader of innovation, maybe the 2% you take 0.5% and say it goes to an innovation fund which funds startups or innovation in anywhere.
Absolutely. And I think as a country, the entire country, some statistics, we spend less on R&D than just Samsung as an entire country. So you can see, so that's why what you incentivize is what you see, right, at the end of it. And what you incentivize now is what we'll see 10 years from now. One last question before we wrap up is, if you were in charge of KDM or the policy making, what is one thing that you would do? Sorry, I just want to...
BV sir and Sanjeev sir, probably this may not go well with you. Two things. I think so. I will boldly go and try out this tax mechanism. Okay. I'm serious on this. At the risk of anything, I'm going to go out and try out that.
Karthik?
Yeah, I'll give a more practical suggestion. I think there are enough. I'm looking only at ESDM. I think there are enough ESDM companies in Belgaum, Hubballi-Dharwad. I think a show like this, focusing only sector-specific show, meets where you bring in people from Bangalore, investors, companies, maybe some universities also. I think doing a sector-specific, maybe once in 6 months, a meet, or once a year for each sector, I think in each region would actually foster a lot of collaboration, innovation, and whatever we talked about. So that's very, I think it's doable in practice.
Yeah, with that, I think we have overshot our time. So they're already waiting for, we'll probably compile a list of, what we think should be done to foster innovation and maybe circulate maybe a paper or something around that. Happy to get any contributions. One last question from any audience before we wrap up? Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Pramod, representing KLE University. So we are into healthcare. So as we are talking about all this HBD region, so what is the initiative from these startups towards medtech or healthcare technology? Because we are looking for some diversification in this particular area.
I do not know much about healthcare. This is ESDM focused, so maybe
there are some, so at Deshpande Startups, we have a few startups who are electronics and healthcare. There's a company called Nautilus, I'm sure you've heard of it. Hearing aid, they do. So there are a few startups looking at medical. We can talk offline.
Thank you, thank you.
And at that, I think I will conclude the session. Thanks, RK. Thanks, Karthik. It was a pleasure talking to you guys. Thanks.
Thank you so much, panelists, for helping us understand how different ecosystem enablers can come together to build the ESDM sector, right from incentives and skilling by the government to successful IT mentors giving back to the local region and more. I'd like to conclude by borrowing Parag sir's words, in our business, people are the most important. I now request Mr. Parag Nayak to present the panelists with a token of our gratitude. I also request Mr. Sunil Deshpande from TCS to present our moderator, Mr. Parag, with a memento. Thank you so much, panelists. The world is moving away from the metros, and if today's Techceleration is any proof, out of metros and into Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities for their tech requirements. The next conversation on winds of change between two CEOs will delve deep into how exactly this movement is being facilitated and why it is necessary. The moderator for this session is Siddhartha Anand. Siddhartha Anand works on the inclusive and sustainable growth agenda with companies which view India as a potential market. He engages with multinational businesses, helping them to design business strategy, business models, and evaluate opportunities to leverage the Indian advantage. In his previous roles, he's worked with companies at leadership roles like Technova Consulting and Invest India. At Invest India, he led investment facilitation for Make in India initiative and executed projects such as the Project Monitoring Group for DPIIT and PMO, India Industrial Land Bank, Investment Facilitation Portal, and State Facilitation. In his current role at Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, he leads the Startups and Innovation vertical. Siddhartha's interests include startups, public policy, stakeholder management, and program management. Requesting Siddharth to come on stage. For this conversation, I call onto the stage Mr. Virendra Patil, founder of Zebu Animation Studios Private Limited, and Ms. Anupama Motadaka, Program Director for Minfi Technologies Private Limited. Over to you, speakers.
Thank you, Aparna. Thank you. Thank you. May I just start with saying that the previous panel, particularly the moderation by Paragji, was one of the best that I've seen in recent events. The fact that the panelists were often, they had to stop and think about few of the answers. And it was very well drafted, and the fact that there were few uncomfortable questions as well, and to the fact that there are times when you pose a question to the panelist and the panelists are bound to think about, okay, there's no right or wrong answer, but still you made them think. Congratulations, this was very well moderated, and the panelists were, the panel deserves one other round of applause, please. Now, I think this is going to be a shorter session, only 15 minutes long. Very close to what we do as an ecosystem enabler, KDIM. I think that consumes more than, 30 to 40% of our bandwidth. The Beyond Bangalore initiative, something that was coined by our chairman, Mr. BV Naidu. We actually live, eat, breathe everything for this initiative. All the needs for the ecosystem enablement, be it access to capital. You heard about how difficult it is to raise capital. They say that the startup ecosystem in smaller cities, they are over-mentored but less funded, right? So that's the challenge that we are facing. The idea is to also to ensure that we have equal access to easier mentorship. We facilitate easier mentorship and their access to market. I think one gentleman pointed out that, sometimes for startups, the access to market becomes far, far more important than the easier market, than the access to capital. Now, the fact that, whenever we pitch to the companies that we interact with, in nudging them to sort of explore, expanding into our emerging tech clusters. Many of you would know that we are trying to push a lot of investments, the pipeline, so as to say, to cities such as Mysuru, Mangalore, and the Tri-City of Hubballi-Dharwad-Belagavi. So they ask for reasons that why is that necessary? Why is KDM very passionate about ensuring that a few of these investments, they percolate into such emerging area? It's seldom only, it's never ever only about either CAPEX or OPEX. It's far more nuanced than that. And for that, to discuss this Winds of Change session, I have with me Viren. Viren is the CEO of Zebu Labs. He's an industry veteran, spent more than 2 decades in animation. He was earlier with Parika's animation studio, which is now known as Technicolor. And he raised it, and then he had a second stint in entrepreneurship with Zentric Solution. Now that's a team of, he helped to scale up to a team of more than 1,000 artists. Right now, he's the CEO and creative director of a Zebu animation studio. This stint of his is a little bit different. This is more focused towards creating original IPs. So that's a welcome change. I think I'll come separately to you, but I just want after I introduce Anupama, I just want both of you to actually focus on the kind of work that you are doing in clusters. And Anupama is another industry leader focused totally on quality assurance and quality control. She has had that leadership role in multiple organizations during her career. She's very passionate about ensuring that the enterprises that she's part of, they implement enterprise-level quality initiatives. She's right now the program director of Minfi Technologies Private Limited. I'll come first to you, Viren. Tell us about the kind of initiatives that you have in a city like Hubli and Belgaum, and what propelled you to choose Hubli as your destination?
Good morning, everyone. The primary motivation obviously was because I come from this part of the country, right? And that was the most obvious reason that created the motivation. I mean, it's been 4 years. It's been four years, 4 wonderful years, and we have been able to grow the team up to 40 people in Hubli. And what motivated us to come here was me coming from this region. What made it actually happen was opportunities that foundations like Deshpande Foundation that had an ecosystem, right? That had an ecosystem that's of global quality, both in terms of aesthetics and physical infrastructure, but also IT infrastructure, electrical, security, because we do have a lot of women staff and sometimes there are long working hours. There's a lot of things that make it happen, right? And that really is the primary reason why it started off personal, but the reason I'm staying is because of the ecosystem that is existing.
Sure, thanks. Anupama, would you like to answer the same question about you deciding to have a delivery center here in this region?
Yeah, definitely. The main motive of having to be is a part of this brand wagon. We have already had news that this is going to be an industrial hub. It has a bright future, and we wanted to be in the initiative formative years as well. And the main reason which we want to have our hub here as well is because of the talent pool we have. We have about 50 plus technical colleges. So the resource pool which we could have access to is massive. And we have been giving trainings to them and molding them to become the future leaders as well. So at this point of time, we have about 100 plus employees working for our global excellence centers, which we have opened in Hubli branch, and it is ever growing. And we have a strategy of having 20% increment year on year. And the strategy which we have is we are going to the colleges, doing campus recruitments, and having them on board, training them to become the future leaders as well. So about 70% of our workforce is women workforce. And another reason why we are established in Hubli is because of the ease of business. We want to thank our government representatives here with the policies and making it very seamless for us to get licenses, to start the business. And that's also one of the reasons why.
I think both your example actually reminds me of an example from a company from Mysore, which is called Logically. And we were in conversation, we've been helping them, Softline from UK, and this is a company which is primarily into fact checking, ensuring that the news that we get is sanitized, there's no bias towards it, there's no intentional bias towards the news. And I was talking to the founder and I said that, where is your core tech team based? Everybody is based out of Mysore. They have a team of more than 100 people and they're serving governments, they're serving municipal governments, they're serving provincial governments and sovereign governments from the small city of Mysore. And he's ramping up. He's ramping up at a staggering pace. And I said that, is it, and in the previous panel, it was that, most of the decisions are being taken on the basis of what value do you have in your Excel sheet, while deciding the OPEX or CAPEX. But this is not the case in you. Did you enjoy the usual CAPEX thing, or it was purely because of the human talent that the deserving candidate here or the workers here? Did you enjoy that, the reduced OPEX while working from here?
No. I mean, for us, our operations costs are nearly the same across all the 3 locations that we are. If you have to talk about just salaries, for example, right? It's the same. There's absolutely no disparity between Bangalore or Hubli or anywhere else. But if I may add a couple of more points, right?
Sure.
One of the most successful things that has happened is 80%. So the last project that we did was for Netflix. It was in the top 5 animated shows in the world, and it has about 20 million views. 80% of it is done from Hubli and from artists only from this region, right? So that is the beauty of what the team has been able to achieve. They worked on, right now we are working on a feature film for Universal. I mean, due to NDAs, we can't talk about the name. It should be out next year, next October. It should be out and it should be there in the theaters. And again, about 40% of it is being done from Hubli and another 35-40% being done from Bangalore.
Very nice. That demanded a clap from my CEO. Dorothy has clapped so hard that will become my part of.
Thank you.
I'll make sure that this gets covered in all our pitch documents. But I'll tell you what. So when we work together, when we sit across the table with companies which are looking at expanding there, so we always, I think Excel is non-negotiable when we bring home the point that there is a fiscal benefit also in terms of the institutional benefits that Government of Karnataka, for that matter, and this is not new, by the way. I think we have seen institutions such as MIDC or GIDC, they have been incentivizing newer enterprise to be set up in tier 2, tier 3 cities. But the kind of impetus that is given by the department across the Government of Karnataka and handholding given by our department is unparalleled. That I'll have to give. But we work with it, and this is for the audience also as an enabler. We work with all our fellow stakeholders. I think you would find that we would work with both private and government co-working spaces, for example. At any point of time, we would work with co-working spaces, ensuring that there is a cost benefit to startups. I think the senior leadership from KDM, they have been working very closely with large enterprises such as IBM also, nudging them to set up their operations in Mysore. So there is something that in form of institutional support that is given through KDM. We only have 5 minutes left, but when it comes to hiring of new things, there is one thing, and it's no-brainer that there would be stickiness towards there will be less attrition because people might be closer to their hometowns while working here. But what are the usual challenges related to HR, related to hiring the new captain? Is the talent pool readily available when it comes to new skill? Our pitch document from KDM, it says that the Bangalore ecosystem, and that's well validated by either human IT consulting reports such as Mercer or NASCOM, that the ecosystem in Bangalore is not only ready for the current skills but also for future skills. But when you are working in a setting like Hubli or Belgavi, right? Do you feel any such kind of difficulty when it comes to hiring people for newer skills?
Yes, I don't think that's actually a regional issue. I think it's generally the country issue where what the education is doing and what the industry is expecting, right? I look at it as all of our challenges and not just the Hubballi-Dharwad challenge, right? So from that perspective, I mean, I really believe that the industry has to become the last mile bridge between the education institutions and what the industry is and what the industry needs. So from that perspective, Siddharth, I was telling you earlier, I've started a non-profit school in Trivandrum with a partnership with the government of Kerala. And the idea is to make sure that the industry gives them the right training so that these kids can actually be placed in any companies that they wish to go to. So those are the kind of initiatives I think that will really make a lot of difference to what we are doing. And to answer your earlier question about the attitude and the aptitude of kids from here is absolutely amazing, right? The word I would use is tenacity. The kind of tenacity that we see is really what makes small startups like ours, you know, because everything is not going to be perfect. There are going to be so many operational challenges. And then when the citizens start bringing that attitude towards work and wanting to create a success, it's inevitable that, you know, makes my job easier, makes me look good. They make me look good.
And well, you actually mentioned backstage about need for academia to constantly catch up with the needs of industry. Could you please elaborate on that?
Yeah, what I wanted to elaborate upon is the requirement and the need for having the academia and the curriculum to be added with industry-oriented courses. For example, we are heavily into cloud migrations, managed services, which is focused on cloud. So it would have helped, and the candidates which we recruit from the campus would be ready to be inducted straight away, provided cloud technology-oriented courses, professional courses with hands-on laboratory experience would help us. So adding industry-ready curriculum, having those courses would definitely help them induct with ease.
Perfect.
They can be productive from day one.
So, just wanted to bring in another initiative that KDM runs, which is a horizontal rather than a vertical, is about talent accelerators. That's exactly what we do, but we make sure that the future needs of the industry is met through change of curriculum. And we work with Karnataka Steel Development Corporation and others to ensure that in the last 6 months, we've started our interaction with the industry to a larger extent. When we interact with corporates such as LinkedIn, and we say that, you know, and we benchmark the scalability to other ecosystems there. In fact, we have started an initiative, and this was during the TGS that happened in Singapore, and probably in few months of now, I think that's a talk going on to ensure that the talent from Karnataka that is available for the tech needs for Singapore and other economies. That's still WIP, but that's what that we've been doing in talent acceleration. We also wanted to capture, now that we have already crossed the time, but any specific ask that you have from the enabler ecosystem, from government, and then there'll be just one question if there is from the audience.
For us, the last 20 years of the animation industry in India is always, the emphasis has been on service, right? So all the training programs have been on how to use a software and how to follow an instruction that's been given to us. As our aspirations grow and we want to become the drivers of the content creators, our education needs to change from workers to thinkers. We need critical thinkers. We need to change their aptitudes and attitude towards solving a problem, right? There's no handbook anymore. We need to create that handbook. So the help that we need is the emphasis for us. The core value of our business is art and storytelling, writing, music, painting, drawing. We need to encourage that, but it should not be just so traditional that it makes no relevance to the industry. And that kind of, some kind of upskilling program that Karnataka has the number of Chitrakala parishads that exist, right? But the fantastic ecosystem for learning art, but they're so far away from what we need. They're so far away from what we need.
In fact, in AVGC space, and we've been talking, that's a priority sector for the current government, and we've been talking to funds that exclusively invest in AVGC space also. And they've been giving us, they've been kind enough in giving us benchmark work initiatives undertaken by different other state governments. And not only that, and how, for example, Barcelona is an amazing ecosystem when it comes to AVGC, animation and gaming. And I think in the last year we had some sort of exchange program where we took 8 or 9, we sent 8 or 9 startups, and the kind of learnings that they have. And there was obviously an intent of market entry as well. But the idea is to ensure that there is greater exchange of knowledge that keeps on happening. And state of Karnataka and its AVG ecosystem is at par to what the emerging ecosystems. Anything from you? And
I would like to add a bit. I wish there could be better improvements on the infrastructure side, especially the connectivity between the cities and the SEZs. If that can be improved with public transportation and something on those lines can be done, it will definitely help our industries.
Sure. Thank you. I think floor is open. Any question that you, yes, please, ma'am.
Hi, very engaging conversations here. And the question that I have for both of you is, we work, I'm the founder of Curata, and we work very closely with about 30-ish global VC firms, and we're working with about close to 100 plus funded startups globally. And we often, like you rightly said, have challenges with talent pools because they are restricted to the metro cities, right? And we're often looking at tapping into the tier 2, tier 3 cities to see if we can create talent pools there which we can tap into, because the models of hiring have changed as well. So we're looking at more freelance and more contract and those kind of engineers or designers or what have you. My question for both of you is, based on your setups here in the Hubballi-Belgaum region, the talent pools that you see, I can understand that it's an academic hub and the technical skills are there, right? But as roles evolve, as industries evolve, we do see certain exceptional industry-ready skills, soft skills, if I were to put it clearly, and maybe not so much for the QA or something that's behind the scenes in terms of design, but there still needs to be the communication skills, the influential skills that are required if you need to collaborate and if you need to grow. Do you see that as a challenge in this belt? And if you do, what have you done to sort of, change that or
You will
improve
take that?
I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Sorry,
between,
my question
Just
was-
one.
Yeah, I'll finish quickly. So that actually is one of the biggest challenges, because when we want to sit in a room with Hollywood executives, there needs to be self-assurance, and the timidness is usually interpreted as absence of knowledge, which is not true. So one of the things that we are doing at the school is, in fact, we are teaching them English, we are giving them social skills, we are teaching them how to use Zoom calls, that Zoom call etiquette, all these things we are doing. And not only these things, but we are also trying to make them do English courses. It's mandatory English speaking ecosystem. In our own small way, right? We are just a 150 people company, but that's what we try to do between ourselves, right? And that is one of the biggest challenges when an artist moves from being an artist to becoming some kind of a captain in his or her own role.
Yeah, so emphasis is more upon the internal trainings which we do. We take it very seriously and we try to empower and upskill our human resource workforce so that they are able to fit into the roles which we have carved from there. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Have a very good day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, speakers, for kind of providing us with a candid view as to how to navigate the winds that are changing from Tier 2 to Tier 3 cities. I now request Siddhartha Anand to present the speakers with a memento. Yeah. Thank you so much, speakers. We will now pause for a short break till 12 p.m., requesting the delegates to return to the hall by 12 p.m. when our session on HDB as the Engineering and Design Hub for the Globe with Mr. Ravi Guttal will commence. I also request the delegates to collect their badges if they haven't collected yet. Good afternoon. Requesting all the delegates to come back to the hall. We will be starting in a short while. Once again, requesting all the delegates to enter the hall.
Hello, hello. ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಹಲೋ ಚಿಕ್ ಹಲೋ
Good afternoon, one and all gathered here. I hope you guys are all rejuvenated from the break. So let's talk about HDB. If I had to talk about the HDB cluster, I could go on for hours. From the world-famous Kunda to the Yellowguard Fort, the Dharwad Peda, the HDB is full of wonders. But let me give you one interesting fact. The HDB cluster, the Hubballi-Dharwad-Belagavi cluster, is the second largest industrial cluster in Karnataka after Bengaluru. This region, which is considered as the education hub of North Karnataka, is home to more than 176 premier institutes, home to IIT, IIIT, KLE Tech, VTU, and many such prominent universities. HDB possesses both the talent and the resources to serve as the engineering and design hub for the globe. In our next special address, we have with us a global leader who's had his fair share of experiences, both from the industry and from academia. So it is with much pleasure that I call forth Dr. Ravi Guttal for his special address on HDB as the engineering and design hub for the globe. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm the person holding you back from lunch, so it's a tough task. I think you have all heard about how Hubballi-Dharwad-Belagavi cluster is leading in terms of manufacturing and education. But I want to connect the dots and put a picture in front of you how we are going to be a global hub for design, development, research, and manufacturing. So if I follow the value chain or the value map of how an idea becomes a product and pitch in how we can improve on the existing ecosystem or how we need to develop new ecosystems within this journey. So we all are aware ideas are plenty, especially the young minds in the colleges and entrepreneurs come up with very brilliant ideas. That's just a beginning of the whole thing. So a lot of our young people, entrepreneurs especially, fall in love with the idea. They don't do a due diligence on what it takes to convert that idea into a product which the customer is ready to pay his hard-earned money. So what we call idea generation is an event, right? But before we convert that into economically viable product, we have to do some research on that. We call it front end of innovation in ACUS. So just because you have that idea doesn't mean that several other people might have also thought of that idea. So we need to do a IP landscaping. That means we have to search for similar ideas and then come up with a unique idea. IP landscaping involves search of national, international patents, and then coming up with a unique idea. So this is the first step you have to do as soon as you get an idea. Economic viability. Is the customer ready to pay? Is the user desires this product or service? When I say, I'll keep interchanging between product and service. So that's what determines the economic viability. Then I caution all the entrepreneurs and idea innovators and that don't fall in love with the first idea you get. You won't do justice to yourself. You do due diligence on that. And what is the role of educational institutes in idea generation? See, as you get older, like me, I have a lot of battle scars. So I start thinking of the risk. As soon as I get an idea, I start thinking how it will fail, rather than how it can succeed. Young minds, students especially, have unconstrained minds, right? They can come up with out-of-box solutions. We need to encourage that within the academic institutes. They need to be given formal training in innovation methods, though it's a catch-22 kind of thing, that it's oxymoron statement. Innovation can be systematically developed. The thought process to innovate can be systematically developed. So this kind of thought process can be imbibed to our young minds, especially in the education. And I'll give an example. In the KLE Tech, we had, in the very first year, we had a course called Social Innovation. Students were exposed to rural issues, problems, starting from hygiene, health issues, farming issues, and they were asked to come up with solutions for that. So your mind can be trained to be a problem solver. So that's the first thing we can do as an academic institute, that start training our young people. And the result of this is that you have seen KLE Tech has a CTI, which has 50+ startups, because the innovation journey starts right from the first year. And a lot of them are student entrepreneurs within the startup ecosystem. Next is the prototype phase, or popularly called as minimum viable product. In colloquial language, we call it jugaad. You put things together, make it work, and the advantage of that is you fail early. If there are some engineering issues, if there are some issues in understanding the customer requirements very well, the MVP, the minimum viable product or the prototype, will help us in understanding that. So here we need rapid prototyping labs available for the entrepreneurs. Again, I'll give an example. KLE Tech has a very good rapid prototyping lab where people can play with their ideas, try to develop the prototypes, test them. We have to create customer focus groups to get the feedback from the customers. Is the value realization possible for the customer from your service or product? So this is missed by a lot of entrepreneurs, because I have spent a significant amount of time in mentoring startups in my KLE Tech innings. So a lot of entrepreneurs miss how their product, or they are not very clear how their product provides value to the end customer. Okay. So, and people think, and this is another mistake a lot of entrepreneurs do, people think that cost plus is the price. No. The price is determined by the market. It is either by the competition or by the customer. So you have to design your product to meet a target cost, which is target price minus your margin, right? So this is a very key aspect a lot of entrepreneurs miss, because the price is what the customer is ready to pay, be it a business or a retail customer. Okay? So this approach of rapid prototyping will help you to show it to the customer focus groups and derive a target price from that. Okay? So here we need formal training for the young entrepreneurs on how to derive the target price, how to derive the target cost, and how to optimize your product to meet the target cost. A lot of entrepreneurs, students, young entrepreneurs miss the financial analysis. As soon as you know the target price, you have to do a financial analysis, a discounted cash flow, and there is no formal training in engineering schools on financial analysis as of today. So this can be given by the institutes for the entrepreneurs, how to analyze the economic or financial viability of their service or the product. And this will help the entrepreneurs and the startups a big way. So this is a key. You have to derive the volumes, you have to derive the costing, you have to derive the investment in terms of capital as well as operational expenses needed to survive. So here, ACUS can help in many ways. Which is the most expensive investment in a factory is the infrastructure. ACUS provides infrastructure at a very viable cost. You convert your capex into OPEX. Your risks are reduced. You focus your investments on getting the best machines, best marketing channels, right, and design, rather than worrying about infrastructure. I have seen this mistake made by a lot of entrepreneurs. They go and buy land, they start building a factory, which is good, but that can be utilized much better to generate cash flow. A lot of companies fail not because they are not profitable, but because their cash flow is not good. So that we can offer. We also can provide through our ACUS Innovation Center, which is there in KLA Tech, idea to prototype journey. We work collaboratively with KLA Tech in providing prototype development, design, drawings, and so on. The next and the last phase is industrialization. Then this is our strength as ACUS. We have done it in our aerospace cluster. We have industrialized several products. We are doing it in toys, in Koppal and Belgaum. Now, recently we have started industrializing cookware, appliances, electronic casings in Hubli. Industrialization is a science by itself. People underestimate the challenges of industrialization. And being our core strength, I can elaborate a little bit more on this one. Not every design is manufacturable. And even if it is manufacturable, it may not be manufacturable economically, right? So design for manufacturing, design for assembly, the proper quality inspections, in-process quality inspections, all are key for a good industrialization of the product. Failure mode analysis, design failure mode analysis, process failure mode analysis, and are we going to design our line to meet the demand capacity calculations. All this can be provided as a service by ACUS to young entrepreneurs so that they don't have to worry about the productionization of their idea. Here I can give some examples. Recently, there was a robotic kitchen, an idea for developed in Bangalore. It came to us, we are providing them a complete end-to-end solution. So if you have ideas and you are passionate about it and you want to bring it to the market, our combination of ACUS Innovation Center and our expertise in manufacturing can definitely support. Lot of people think that Indian customer will accept poor quality or a low cost product, a low priced product. That's not true. Indian customer is most discerning. He will not accept a poor quality product. You might have seen what has happened with some of the automotive giants. I don't want to name them, but when the quality was bad, they had to wind up from India market. So quality, reliability, durability, these are the key aspects of a successful product in the Indian market. So coming to what we need to do as a region, Hubballi-Dharwad-Belagavi region, what we need to do and how can we accomplish that. Starting with the academic institutes, if we introduce courses in innovation right in the first year, and as I said, young minds are unconstrained, train them to think differently. It's possible. We have done it in KLE Tech. And think of innovative ideas. So, proactive collaboration with the industry. A lot of our academic institutes are very traditional. Most of the researchers and the professors focus on the classroom training and the examinations. They have to come out of their comfort zone, start collaborating with the industry, because there is wealth of knowledge in our academic institutes. Now we have world-class institutes within the region, like IIT, IIIT, KLE Tech, the Gokte Institute of Technology. So industry people are very busy, including myself. It would be better if the academics institute stretch and come to the industry and meet the industry halfway through. We can even set up a formal network of institutes and industries that I think the policymakers can develop. To give an example, in KLE Tech, we had social innovation and engineering exploration, both focused on innovation and entrepreneurship in the first year itself. In the second year, we taught them how to do the prototyping and testing of the product. And by the fourth year, they were ready to take up the entrepreneurship journey. So if this idea to product journey can be a part of the curriculum in the educational institute, it will be very good. So lastly, for the policymakers, and Sanjeevji can definitely help. Yeah. We need right now to get any certification, BIS or CE certification, the industries here have to go to either Delhi or Pune. Some certification agencies are there in Bangalore, but not full-fledged. So support for certification, BIS certification especially, in Hubballi-Dharwad region is needed. State-of-the-art testing facility. A lot of small companies cannot afford to have their own testing setup. So we need testing as a service to the companies around here. And lastly, the formal collaboration between academic and industry organization. So where can ACUS pitch in? We can pitch in idea to product journey in ACUS Innovation Center. We can develop ecosystems for manufacturing as we have developed for aerospace, toys, and durable goods cluster in Hubli. We can be your reliable and efficient manufacturing partner. I'm sounding more like a salesman, but we do that for a lot of MNCs. Why not for the startups and entrepreneurs in the region, right? So we have done it for Walmart. We have done it for one of the world's largest electronic companies. So we have done it for a lot of aerospace companies. So we can extend that support to the entrepreneurs in the region. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'm ready to. Is it okay?
Thank you so much, sir, for helping us understand the kind of potential that the Hubballi-Dharwad-Belagavi cluster possesses as being the engineering and design hub for the globe. I request Mr. Sanjeev Gupta to present Mr. Ravi Guttal with a token of our gratitude. Thank you so much, sir. Procuring capital is a major milestone for any startup, as it not just decides the scale of the startup, but also its direction. It is with the deep knowledge of this that the government of Karnataka enables the startups in the state with multiple incentives, both fiscal and non-fiscal. It is to highlight the same that we have with us Mr. Darshan HV, Director, Department of IT, BT, ST and MD, KITS, Government of Karnataka, to deliver a special address on the initiatives of government to drive capital availability for the startups across the state. Over to you, sir.
A very good afternoon to everyone. So my name is Darshan HV. I'm an IAS officer of 2016 batch. So presently I'm working as Director, Department of Electronics, IT and BTM, and also the Managing Director of Karnataka Innovation and Technology Society, that is KITS. And it's lovely to see all of you here in Belgaum as a part of Hubballi-Dharwad-Belagavi cluster, one of the initiatives of Beyond Bengaluru that the government of Karnataka and KDM, of course, is the driving engine in that. So all of you have to excuse my voice because I have a very bad throat, but I hope I can deliver justice to my speech here. So I would like to tell, I think I have 5 minutes or so I would like to tell what government of Karnataka, especially our department, is particularly helping with respect to, trying to uplift the startup ecosystem and particularly the new startups that are going to come here. So just going back, it was year 2015. So that's when the first startup policy of government of Karnataka came a lot of people put in a lot of energy and thoughts and other things into it. So we have our own, our BV Naidu ji here, who is the chairman of KDEM, who had also, all the industry partners and our erstwhile secretaries, principal secretaries, ACS, finance department, all of us. So we were the first state to come up with a startup policy, providing all the kinds of incentives that a particular startup needed during that time in the 2015. Government of India didn't even think of it. So we had already come up with a startup policy initially, and thanks to all our industry leaders and other things, we were the driving force for the Government of India's startup policy also later. And many states, whether it is undivided Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, even Delhi NCR, they all adopted the startup policy after we took a giant leap with that. And I am particularly proud of it. So before 2015, so what was it for the startups? So, I am passed out of 2011-12. So I also tried to be in this game of entrepreneurship, but successfully failed, could not take off. But I would like to say the kind of opportunity that we had 10, 12 years ago and the kind of opportunities that we have here, it makes a lot of difference. It is not just funding, it's also about the mentorship, it's also about the curation, it's also about the opportunities both government and industry leaders along with all our associations with respect to the industry provide to us. I can proudly say if we had this kind of opportunities 10 or 12 years back when we were just passed out of our college days, a lot of more than 40-50% of unicorns which we still have today from India, from Karnataka, that number would have definitely crossed 60 to 70%. So the first thing that I would like to say in this is, establishment of 9 colleges, that is the New Age Incubation Network. So the concept is quite simple. So we have, college students that is in the final year or the penultimate year. They have an idea. From that idea, that is the idea to proof of concept, we want to uplift them and help them to bring their concept, bring their product, bring their services to the market. So for that, we provide financial grants, we provide incubation centers, we provide mentorship programs, we also provide a lot of funds, we also make them have a conversation with the VCs. Government of Karnataka, along with the academia, provide a lot of support to these kind of students. So we roughly had around 42 9 colleges, and almost all of them had completed their task. We were supporting them for 3 or 4 years, and this time in the phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, we have continuously added these colleges, that all of these colleges are out of Bangalore. So we have 42 such colleges away from Bangalore who are in these tier 2 and tier 3 cities, or we would like to call it as emerging clusters that are providing as a platform for these new startups. Then the next one I would like to mention here is the technology business incubators. So once we deal with research and development, we need to look into commercialization also. So how do we do it? We have 4 such very beautiful TBIs, whether it is the Manipal, it is the Ramaya in Bangalore, or we have Incense or any other thing. So these are the technology business incubators that really help from R&D stage to the commercialization of any product or services. And the government of Karnataka support them for the 5 years. Every time we keep expanding. Now we are just in the phase 1. For the phase 2, we also keep expanding both the grant, the kind of help, both quantitative and qualitative that we can come up with. Then, who else doesn't know about Elevate scheme that the government of Karnataka has as of now? This Elevate scheme is one of the best schemes that any government, especially state government, has come up with. And this scheme has continuously, regularly been manipulated, regularly been improved, regularly been improvised, so that each and every startup beyond Bengaluru and also within the Bangalore can be reached out to. Just with the Elevate schemes, we have more than 700 startups that have been facilitated using this Elevate scheme. The kind of grant that we give starts from 50 lakhs, that is for the top scorers, and it also from 20 lakhs to 50 lakhs, there are so many others ones. So out of these 700 startups, 30% of them are women entrepreneurs. 30%, that's a very good number compared to this. We also have reached out to this, providing them around 166 crores of grants to these women entrepreneurs, and coupled with the, our assistance to the SC/ST community, we have a separate Elevate Innoti scheme, because Government of Karnataka has always been a socialistic government with socialistic approach, so that, you know, all the layers of the community, whether it is in the business field or in any other ones, would be reached out to. So which this Unnati scheme has supported around 91 startups, and 18 of them are from Kalyan Karnataka region. So that is the erstwhile or Hyderabad Karnataka ones, for there where the Article 371J had come up with, and we have 18 of them from that particular region. We also have this Grand Challenge Karnataka, where Government of Karnataka provides up to 10 lakhs for the idea or for any kind of solutions that the student community or the startup community provides for the problems associated with the government departments or the industry partners as a whole. So we also have the new Karnataka Acceleration Network that aims to strengthen accelerators beyond Bengaluru. With a budget of around rupees 20 crores, this initiative will benefit 300 plus startups over the next 3 years. So apart from this, Government of Karnataka has also invested its time and money in trying to fund this using KIT-1 program. So the Karnataka Information Technology Venture Capital Fund that has collaborated with Karnataka Asset Management Company, that is the CAMCO, we have made investment in close to 50 plus companies over a period of last 15 years. So this is the one of the kind that any state government undertakes. It doesn't matter whether they are going to succeed or not, but our aim is to make sure that the capital, that the working capital that they initially need is provided through it. And all of it are in emerging technology sectors like AVGC, biotech, and other related ones. So we also have our own Beyond Bengaluru Cluster Seed Fund. We have earmarked around 75 crores this time. So Mangaluru, Mysuru, and Hubballi-Dharwad has been selected this year. So I really hope all these 3 clusters will pick up a lot in terms of manufacturing and other things. And everyone was rightly suggesting Hubballi-Dharwad-Belagavi is one good such cluster that we are looking into that is away from Bangalore. Apart from this, a lot of startups have requested before, and even they are requesting now also, to get access to countries that they can actually pitch in their ideas to, that they can sell their ideas to, or their products or services. So the Government of Karnataka has recently come up with Global Innovation Alliance, that is the market access program, with the help of the other countries. We have partnered with 29 such countries out of the 89 countries that we are in talks with. So the main program is we just try to select few startups who are into a particular sector. Recently, we sent 10 such startups to UAE so that they have a particular knowledge with respect to how the startup ecosystem thrives there and what is it in there in that particular ecosystem to our startups. We are also in the future looking to expand this program to countries like Israel, to countries like Singapore, Australia, Belgium, and also North America, which is the one sector, one area that we are really looking forward to, so that more and more of our startups get in touch with them. So as always, you know, Rome was not built in a day, so does all these policies and the ecosystem that the Karnataka has today. But I strongly agree that Karnataka as a team can do a lot better compared to this. So the partnership between the government and the industry partners and the academia and others has been really strong. The collaboration has always been strong. I really hope with KDM acting as the platform or the bulwark of this collaboration, especially with respect to Beyond Bengaluru initiatives, more and more such initiatives can be done in the future. So as it was rightly mentioned, we should do it Hubballi-Dharwad-Belagavi way. I really hope this particular emerging cluster will come up in a very, with a very gigantic leap in the future, and any of these hindrances or such kind of thing that can be eliminated with the help of government intervention, I'm pretty sure we'll be able to, more than happy to help you. As you rightly mentioned, sir, as you rightly mentioned, so if you need any such kind of certification, one agency particularly here, we were just talking with Mr. Sanjeev Gupta ji, we are already on par with that. We have already taken the step. Last year itself we had do it, but because of so many other reasons that could not happen. With this, this opportunity, by taking this opportunity, I can tell you that coming year, that is the 24-25, will make sure that the certification agency would be right here, and our partners here would not have to go to Delhi or Chennai anywhere. So we'll be working on it, and again I would like to request BV Naidu ji and Mr. Sanjeev Gupta ji to make sure that this particular one happens. And also the collaboration with academia, as you all know, we have established skill council, particular skill council for these emerging technologies, headed by under the chairmanship of our Honorable Minister Shri Priyank Kharge ji. We have 8 to 10 working groups that we are looking into, and the working groups are again will be increased in the future. Any such hindrances or interventions that the government of Karnataka would is needed by the industry partners, will be more than happy to do it. So thank you very much for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be in front of you guys and to listen to you. I'll be over here for the whole day. Even the Honorable Minister will be coming here. Even Secretary Madam will be there. We are the eyes, and KDM, of course, is the eyes and ears of our department. Any such things that need our attention in the future, we'll be more than happy to listen to you all. Thank you very much, and all the very best.
Thank you, sir. It is extremely heartening to see the state's commitment to enabling our startup ecosystem, especially in the HDB region. I request Mr. Santosh Hurlikoppi, lead industry anchor of HDB, to come to the stage to present Mr. Darshan with a token of our gratitude. Requesting Mr. Santosh to stay back on stage. Following this, we now have a conversation on capital as a booster for the startup ecosystem in the cluster. Joining us in this conversation, we have with us industry leaders who've frankly seen everything this industry has to offer. Moderating this session for us is Mr. Santosh Hurlikoppi, lead industry anchor of the Hubballi-Dharwad-Belagavi cluster and chief mentor at Fuel. Joining us for this session are Mr. Venkatesh Patil, lead industry anchor, HDB cluster, and managing director of Belgaum Oxygen Private Limited, Mr. Jitendra Nayak, president of TI Hubli, and Mr. Madan Padki, president of TI Bangalore and CEO of OneBridge. Over to you, sir.
Very good afternoon to one and all. I was just telling Darshan sir that he stole my panel actually. He spoke everything about the startup and the policies. But having said that, there's a bigger role of angels and the whole, if you see the Silicon Valley, the success of even Bangalore, and how the capital has played a very important role. And that's the topic we are going to touch today. I have with me Madan, who doesn't need any introduction. If you just Google Madan, I think everything shows up. Madan Padki, TI Bangalore president and OneBridge founder. I have Jitendra Nayak with me, the president of TI Hubli, and also a leading architect, and also been part of the overall HDB ecosystem for the last many years. And Venkatesh ji, and I always, when I introduce Venkatesh ji from Belgaum and our cluster-led head, is that even before the word angel was coined, he was investing. So what a big panel I have with me today. And let me start with Venkatesh ji, because way back in 1999, I remember his story, and I don't want to go deep into it, but briefly introduce, and also I want you to specifically say about capital and how your own personal experience of investments in early stage high-tech industries.
Hi, good afternoon. Happy to be here sharing the panel with Santosh and Madan and Jitendra ji. Well, I also started my career as a first generation entrepreneur. I started my business journey when I was still studying in my final year of college. And that has always been my this thing that, I have traveled
a way. I started with trading, then went back into manufacturing, and then went back into so many other ventures. Then I thought, always it excited me that I should also try out something in tech world. Way back in 98, 99, tech was the big thing, the Y2K boom was there, and we thought, let us also start our journey in something in that line. And we started a company without any knowledge of computers myself, but still we thought we'll start something, created a team. And somehow, with little knowledge of the whole this thing, the venture didn't succeed. But the best part of that journey was I came across some of the best tech entrepreneurs who were, actually leading very successful corporate careers, but they always wanted to, branch out and start companies of their own. That is how my journey as an angel investor started. We started a company in 99. I joined in as an angel investor and a co-founder. Then 9/11 happened. Suddenly, everything went for a bust. But we survived all that because we were then working on a very, very high-end technology. And it so happened that, we survived all those ups and downs. And 2003, we were working for a Nasdaq-listed company, and Nasdaq-listed company offered to buy us out. And we sold the company in 2003. Of course, it's all the valuation game, as you are all aware. We didn't know how to valuate our own company. Later, when the whole thing merger happened, after a year, when that company told us that you didn't know how to value yourself. We had valued you 8 times of what we have bought. And that was again a learning for us. That story apart, normally an angel investor and a promoter relation normally ends when the company is sold. But in our case, it was a different story altogether. The kind of relation we built, kind of respect we built for each other, the trust between us was so much that even though we sold the company in 2003, the relation still persisted. There was also a lock-in period for these tech entrepreneurs, that 3 years they couldn't start their own company, and a payment was scheduled that way. Then 2006, that contract period ended. And again, my co-founders, they said, we'll start the company again. And this time we started with 2 companies simultaneously in 2006. Again, it has been a long journey. We have seen a lot of ups and downs, but over this thing, we created a world-class company called Sankhya Labs, which had 72 patents to its credit. We are working on, chip designing basically, and that is our core strength. We had an American partner, and very recently, last year, we got acquired by Tata's through Tejas Networks at a fairly good valuation. But still my relation with the founders continues, it's a different story altogether. We have another company called BV Labs, based out of Belgaum, with 200 plus employees, with 20 plus patents. And along the way, I have also come across various other companies into manufacturing and some into other sectors, where I have found the founders to be very, very passionate about their companies, and I have always invested. Coming to your question, Santoshji, any startup obviously needs a lot of funding. That's a different story. But for the startup to generate that kind of funding, they also need to give that, confidence to the investor. And how do you do that? Like I was investing in technology companies without, even today I cannot operate a computer. I still trust my employees or my son to do the this thing. But still I have invested in very high-end technology companies, because I trusted the promoters. And my piece of advice to all the startups here is, try to be very passionate about what you are doing. Try to be very transparent with your dealings. create that confidence and the funds will flow. Success is going to take its own time, but you need to be committed and stay put. And end result is always going to be good.
Thank you, Venkatesh ji. Madan, you and I started almost the journey the same time. And what was capital then and what is capital today? And you are right in the heart of Bangalore and the ecosystem.
Thank you, Santosh. Good afternoon, everybody. And what a story, Venkatesh ji. Not only you're with Belagavi Oxygen, you've been oxygen for a lot of entrepreneurs as well, which is fantastic. Now, just to reflect back on capital then, and I'm speaking from an entrepreneur, I raised my first money as an angel, from an angel as an entrepreneur in 2000, from an agriculturist from Shimoga. He was an areca nut planter, grower. He wanted to invest, somehow we got connected through a chartered accountant. He wanted to invest in an IT company. Our only advantage was my office was right next to Mindtree's office in Baswangudi. Fortunately, my company name also started with an M, Meritrack. And the first investor in Mindtree was also from Shimoga, our famous coffee day, Mr. Siddharth. So he was in a competing mode to say, if Siddharth can invest in a Bangalore company, IT, why can't I invest in you? So we said, great. The only question he asked was, are you an IT company? We were not. We were an assessments company. So how much ever times we tried to tell him we are not an IT company, he said, you use computers? I said, of course we use computers. Then you're an IT company. I said, if that makes you happy to give us money, so be it. So that's how we got our first check of 30 lakhs, which was a lot of money then, right? As my previous job when I got started in Wipro was some 2,500 rupees a month. So the trust aspect, the thing that I want to say, which is very true, is we did all the paperwork. He didn't even read half of it. But when we signed up all of this, he said, so when will you return my 30 lakhs? I said, sir, this is not a debt, this is an equity, right? If we do well, you'll get your money back. If we don't do well, sorry, that's it. He looked at me and said, if you ever don't return my money, I'll hound you for the rest of your life, right? And one part of me wanted to say, are you crazy? You just signed this document, it's equity, right? That's how it works. But the other part of me said, you trusted me when we were nobody. So I looked at him in the eye and said, if this fails, I will work for the rest of my life to pay your money back. The only concession I got from him is, don't charge me interest. At least I'll return your principal, right? Of course, it's another story that he went on to make some 10x of his money subsequently, and that made him happy, us happy. But the core of it is, you have to trust, and that has not changed from then to now. And especially in times like this when money is available, we are seeing trust issues crop up at the governance level, at the company level, which I think is not right for the ecosystem, right? The second thing I would urge you to do is that each of you think of yourself as an investor. Think of yourself, what did Venkatesh ji said, it's just not money. He worked with them as a co-founder, right? And he helped them to grow the business. And I would dare say that there is an investor here in each and every one of you, right? Start that process where investing is not about making a 12%, 15%, 18% IRR, but the joy of seeing somebody else succeed where you are partnered with that individual. And I'll just end with a small story. I'm a big fan of Bel Puri, right? I must have eaten in some 200 Bel Puri joints in Bangalore. And so when I was staying in JP Nagar, this is before even Meritrack, when I was working at BFL, there was a Bel Puri guy who had come from Uttar Pradesh right opposite my house. And I used to go there almost every other day. One day I was asking him, saying, so how much money you make? We did the math. He was making barely 5,000 rupees those days. So I was saying, I got to work with him to say, how can you make 10,000 rupees, right? And we did the math to say, hey, if you increase your Bel Puri price from 10 rupees to 12 rupees and you'll make some additional money. But of course, why will people pay 12? He had some dirty utensils. His dress was not right. There was no signboard. So in those days, I didn't think of it, but I invested 20,000 rupees into him I said, I will help you buy utensils. I will help you buy an apron. We printed some nice boards and we increased the price. Lo and behold, in about 4 months' time, that guy was making 10,000 rupees a month. Right? And the joy, and of course the thing I negotiated with him was weekly once one bel puri free for me. Right? Which I got. So the point I'm trying to make is, it is not the quantum of money, even now, it is the intent. So if any one of you have 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, go bet it on an entrepreneur. It could be a vegetable vendor, it could be a bel puri guy, it could be, but get into that process where you're using your capital to help somebody. And to me, that is what angel investing is all about. And that's where the name angel comes. You come in as an angel, help somebody, and you do good, the good will come back to you. Principally, that philosophy has remained the same, right? That's what angel investing is all about. And capital is available. It's not that there's no money. I'm sure in Belgaum itself, with several high net worth individuals, there'll be crores and crores of capital, but it is up to you as an entrepreneur to address that capital with passion, with integrity, with honesty, and to say, listen, we are on a journey together and money is there. When we struggle, and you know, as an entrepreneur now with OneBridge, I'm raising money. I have some 36 angels who really been angels. But when you try to raise the next round of capital, and when people tell me money is not available, and I'm struggling, it is reflection to say, am I telling the story right? Am I doing the right things? Take it as a feedback, and money will always be available. And there will be enough and kindred souls who can help do that happen here, right?
Yeah, yeah. Then thank you. We had oxygen, we had bel puri, and now let's come to the main course. Yes, Jitendra ji, you have been TIE president. You also been part of the startup ecosystem. So, coming specific to this capital, when entrepreneurs are approaching, you have been seeing, what would be your advice? Because we have a lot of startups here, even a lot of angels here.
Absolutely. Thanks so much. It's called as the big F word, you know, not to be said. So even as now as a president of TIE Hubli, or last about 3 years back, I was involved with about 3 to 4 years with VTU in the startup ecosystem, where we created a huge network and a major center. So I have been working with a lot of startups in the last several years. Incubation, yes, we have it. Mentorship, yes, we have it. You know, we are very happy. Everything is quite happy in the first few meetings. And then finally it comes to the word F. It says, sir, funding hai kya? Achha, funding, you know, it's like that. And it's true with everybody, right? All the ecosystems that we talk about. When it comes to funding, the ecosystems do not have a specific answer, which I think still is true, and we have to accept it. I think that acceptance is first and foremost required. True with all the government initiatives, everything, because it's very difficult to go up to the level where you actually receive the check. And most of the startups one is young, and by the time they have reached us, they are already at the very end of their, all their doors are closed. So I feel first and foremost, yes, of course, having faith in oneself, you know, faith, all that is fine. But I think there has to be some way in which this process is smoothened, right? So this is a huge requirement, especially since we are talking, the context is about Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. There is a huge requirement in change in mindset. Like both the previous panelists have spoken about their stories. I too have a story. But then since it is not a story session, I would rather say that, you know, we need to somewhere make it like a single window, we call it, right? Kind of a single window where you walk in and you get something. That is number one. Number two, there is a lot of jargon that goes around. Because, you know, what you see, it's like, you know, there is a lot of fun, but it is in the mirror. Now, kannadi olagiruva duddu anteve. Gante aiti, but kannadi olagaiti. You can't touch it. It's a mirage. And everybody is behind that mirage. So I think this is a realistic situation. And somewhere we need to address it in a very, you know, because if you analyze, I have just done an analysis, you know, last 5 years in Hubballi-Dharwad-Belagavi, because I had the opportunity, because I was with VTU, there is a huge decline in the kind of interest that is shown in many of the areas. Few areas are rising. and most of the decline is because of lack of funding available to the level that is needed. So I think when I say funding, it is not lack of money. It is, as Madan and all the panelists said, it is not lack of money that is there. We are flush with money. HDB is like huge, rich, but there is no mindset. As I said, no, अगर 1 rupee दिया तो 1 rupee वापस चाहिए, along with 30% interest. So that is still prevalent with people who have money. So there is a huge need to educate the HNIs in a very systematic manner. There is a very huge need to, the process has to be smoothened. It's very important. And it should be so easy that people know. Like, it's like, you know, how you have every child knows. So everybody who's entering, say, undergrad course, maybe it is BA, BCom, BE, BM, should know that in the next 4 years, if I do these things, I will get this amount of money. If it is made that simple, then the education institutes will also jump in, and everybody jumps in. Because my experience has been, from the universities, sitting in VTU, the amount of work we did, right, along with government and university and everything that Raviji was talking about ACUS, the need to, you know, that industry partnership, all that is done. But at the end of it, even now we have these WhatsApp groups, people keep saying, sir, sab ho gaya, paisa kahan pe? So I think this is the major challenge, and it has to be addressed in the right way. And we should not shirk away, you know, from, taking that responsibility and giving the right answer. I think that is something that, because I face it on a day in and day out basis, I'm very curt about it.
Yeah, in the interest of time, I would just like to summarize, because the organizers are giving a tough time for me. I think what we are trying to say is capital is so important, but it's coming out that the intent and the entrepreneur, how the approach is so important. And I'll also touch upon the cluster seed fund, because that's very important for all of us to know that Karnataka is, I think, the first state of such kind where, you know, they are coming out with a fund of 25 crores in each cluster, where 1/3 is brought in by the local community. And I'll announce also the community here, and 1/3 government, right here, Darshanji did explain, and 1/3 from the financial institutions. And 25 crores for Hubballi-Dharwad-Belagavi, 25 crores for Mysore, 25 crores for Mangalore. I think that's the way government is initiating. If all the angels participate in this fund and then come forward, I think we have a, huge capital, because that's what the panel is about. Capital available for the startups to stay here, grow here, and then probably become unicorns across the world. And I also wish to mention, I have a special guest, Subhash Tyagiji, who has agreed to help us in this cluster seed fund. And I just want to quote, because I spent a lot of time with him very closely. His initial capital, someone who gave him in how he started, was 5,000 rupees. And today, sir, with your permission, the company's value is about 10,000 crores probably in the day. So 5,000 rupees was a capital then, and where it has transformed. Of course, now they have Azim Premji as their investors, Uday Kotak as their investors. So many things have happened, but I'm very sure, sir, you'll still remember that 5,000 rupees, what you got in the first case, that what brought you today to what you are. So with those few words, I would like to request BV Naidu ji to recognize Tyagi sir and Sanjeev ji. Minister will come? Okay, we'll have a session with the minister in a few minutes, or maybe we'll take a break and we'll take that. Thank you so much, panelists. And Madan, I want to have a final word before we leave.
I hate to end panels without any call to action. So can I request that Santosh and Jitendra, with your leadership, with everybody here, maybe in about 30 to 45 days, can we, that mindset, Jitendra, that you talked about, can we do a master class for angel investment and angels in Belagavi by end of Jan? And we will bring all the seasoned angel investors from Bangalore, Mysore, wherever, to talk about their experiences. And can we use that to generate more commitments for the 25 crore seed fund? So we can work together with KDM and the Thai ecosystem to organize this between the 15th and 30th of January. Definitely. Game? Okay, great.
Thank you so much, panelists, for helping us understand how capital can be leveraged at every instance to create change, no matter big or small. And we truly hope to see the masterclass for angel investors come to life in the next month. I request our moderator, Mr. Santosh Hullikoppi, to present the panelists with a token of our gratitude. I also request Mr. Nagraj Bhavani, General Manager of Events, KITS, Government of Karnataka, to present our moderator with a memento. Thank you so much, panelists. With this session, we'll now break for a networking lunch till 2 p.m. Before we break, I request everyone to take a moment whenever you can throughout the day to scan the QR codes you see in the hallway to share your feedback with our chatbot, Mohini. At the end of the day, Mohini will be doing a lucky draw wherein 3 participants who have provided us with their feedback will be getting exciting gifts. A gentle reminder to the participants to check out our startup showcases. We have around 20 plus startups, so please engage, network, and help identify the talent of Hubballi-Dharwad and Belagavi. Once again, requesting all the delegates to be back at the hall by 2 p.m. Thank you.
may I please request everyone to settle down? Honorable Minister is here. Please welcome with a round of applause, please. Thank you, sir, for joining us for this session, special session with you. May I please request the following gentlemen to come up the stage. Shri Venkatesh Patil, lead anchor, Hubli cluster. Shri Sanjeev Gupta, managing director and CEO, KDM. Chairman KDM, Shri BV Naidu ji. And Shri Darshan HV, Director ITBT, Santosh Hulikopi, and sir, please sir, may I request you to please come on this stage, sir. Thank you, sir. To begin the proceeding, may I please request Shri Sanjeev Gupta, MD and CEO, KDM, to give the welcome remarks and update on the work done on Beyond Bangalore STP cluster. Thank you.
Very good afternoon, all of you. First of all, a big round of applause for Honorable Minister to be here with us. Extremely busy, so much happening around it in the council. Last minute, finally we got him here, sir. Thank you so much for taking this time out for us. From behalf of HDB cluster, we warmly welcome you, all the industry people here together. So, Techceleration is an event. This is the third event. The meaning of this event is accelerating technology in the emerging tech clusters, which is Hubballi-Dharwad-Belagavi. So what we have done is, in this today's event, we have got into understanding of some very critical elements for growth of the cluster, such as, like how do we create startups which can work with the government for the larger citizen goods. So we had a discussion on this topic as well today. We had discussions about how do we create an ESDM growth story coming out from Hubballi-Belagavi-Dharwad. What is more needs to be done onto this? And for which we have the Sankhya Lab, Viva Labs, and all the people who were here together. They were having a debate and discussion on the panel. So we had a winds of change. Some very encouraging animation industry coming up in Hubli. How does it changing the game altogether in the cluster? So winds of change. We had two CEOs here together who were having a conversation on the dais today morning. So we have Mr. Ravi Guttal, who is the CTO of the ACUS. And he was here today to share about how we, ACUS and the entire engineering and research and design, becoming a global attraction power for a cluster like us. And examples were already shared with them. So we also have a session on what is the importance of a capital while growing a startup ecosystem in the clusters? And what are the initiatives of the government of Karnataka in the field of providing the startup ecosystem growth story? And Darshanji gave a fantastic address onto this part, initiating all the initiatives of government of Karnataka onto that. We have the angel investors coming together and having a discussion. We also have the navigation, the potential of GCCs, while a spoke source strategy we have designed for the Beyond Bangalore mission. How do we create a spoke source strategy while GCCs also come here? And a couple of CEOs of the GCCs were here and we were talking about in the coming session. We will have the 5S Digital, we have the Draw Holdings and etc. talking about of the GCCs. The next session after this, sir, will happen on the how do we get a rapid talent transformation? And under your leadership, sir, chairmanship, the council has been set up, Skill Advisory Council, what progress we are doing it, what emerging technology we are working on. And Madam Kaur will be actually addressing on that topic in a very detailed manner as soon as he arrives here. We also have lined up some 7 products to be launched through this platform of the Belgaum-Hubli cluster, sir. We have a couple of students. We have people like Marvel. Naveen is here with us. We have TCS. Mr. Sunil is here with us. We have Philips. Mr. Harish is here with us. And many of those companies and the TIE participation from across the chapter, sir. This is just to let you know, this is the day today that we are celebrating technology in the cluster on the lines of what we do, Bangalore Tech Summit. Warm welcome to you here. And these are the industry anchors which has been there. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Sir, as briefed by the leadership team of KDM in previous occasions also, sir, most important initiatives in all three clusters are driven by our industry anchors, sir. So we have two of our industry anchors on the dais, sir. May we please request Venkatesh Patil, sir. He's the lead industry anchor for the cluster, sir, and also the managing director for Belgaum Oxygen Private Limited, to give the milestones to growth, short presentation on where do we see this entire cluster growing, sir. So.
Honorable Minister and friends, so thank you very, very much for taking off your time and attending this event. We are looking forward to that. I'm told Startup Karnataka was your brainchild, and today you are seeing the fruits coming out of, and we wanted to celebrate that in your presence. So this KDM beyond Bangalore, this thing started 3 years back, where we, myself, Santosh, we all got together, and we were invited to be on the board to promote beyond Bangalore for STB cluster. Over this period, Belgaum Hubballi-Dharwad cluster as such, if you see, sir, we have lot of homegrown companies who have really made it big, and some of them are world-class companies today, having presence across the globe, manufacturing units, marketing units, and the list is there to see, sir. Over the last 3 years, through efforts of KDM, lot of new companies have come into this cluster. Especially I can mention about iMerit, IMOS, and various other companies. We have come, tested the waters, and now they are expanding bigger way. This STB cluster also has seen lot of companies, who have expanded, who are already operating, and now they are expanded to health of KDM. And recently, I'm happy to announce that, NIDEC has just done the groundbreaking for their ESDM manufacturing unit, which I'm told 400 crore would be the investment, and 800 employment generation would be there. Over the last 2 years, I'm happy to announce that, Mr. Subhash Tagiji is here. He has set up India's biggest float glass manufacturing company in Belgaum in flat 1 year with an investment of 2,500 crores, with direct employment of 2,000 people and indirect employment of around 12,000 people. Am I right, sir? Over this period, 16 new companies have come in here, 4 companies are expanded, 40 companies are in the pipeline. Manufacturing setup, 1 company has come up. We have created direct jobs of more than 3,000. More than 150 startups have been onboarded into this program. And now, this, again, the greatest initiative of Karnataka, this cluster seed fund, where 25 crores for each cluster is being created with the government participation, individuals participation from the local clusters. And I'm happy to announce STB today, out of 7 crores what we have to generate, already 4 crores has been committed from, and another 3 crores are in the pipeline. So we look forward to a rapid growth of the startup ecosystem in this area. Sir, for this journey to be successful, we need lot of course, support has always there from government, but we need few more support, which we would like to make a humble presentation. I always believe that if a company has to come into either Belgaum, Hubli, or Dharwad, they need to have a clear place, where they can have, plug and play facility. They can come, set up their unit of 50, 100-seater, test the waters, and then later they can get the confidence they can expand. So humble request is, if government can set up a startup hub, plug and play facility for not only startups, for any companies to come up, of 25,000 crores in Hubli and as well as in Belgaum. Especially, sir, Belgaum, one new building is coming up in a place called Kala Mandir, which is a corporation building. A huge mall is coming. I think third or fourth floor would be, Darshan sir would be aware of that. If that can be converted into a startup hub, that will be a great support for the companies to move into Belgaum. Our request also is to have GTC plug-and facility for drone and EV companies. Recently, we had a drone and EV seminar in Belgaum with a huge participation. We were ourselves surprised that so many companies are in this cluster who are into manufacture of drones. But they need a lot of test facilities and other facilities for which, if there is a facility called Vishweshwara Trade Promotion Council, if that can be converted into a plug-and-play facility, that will be on the line of GTC Mysore, that will be of great help, sir. There's a 5-acre land which is previously identified by Kionics. If that can be, converted into a IT park, it is very near to, any IT park, it has to be near the city. And that will be a great booster to all the startups in Belgaum. We have representatives of Belgaum Tech Entrepreneur Association. They want to make a representation. We humbly request you to consider that. That will be a real booster for this sector, sir. Please. We also request that we should have one center of excellence on AI in this Hubballi-Dharwad-Belagavi cluster. And we wish to, especially I request Sanjeevji and Naiduji to have more events like this to create awareness and to boost the morale of the startups here. And more than anything, sir, we require your support and visits to Belgaum and Hubballi-Dharwad cluster more frequently, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Patil sir. So the next item is something which is a focus action item for KDM as well, sir, which is Cluster Seed Fund. I think, sir, out of 25 CR, KITS as a primary sponsor has already committed 7 CR for the fund, sir. 4 CR, as Venkatesh had mentioned, that has already been raised, sir. And KDM team is working with several financial institutions. In fact, 2 have come forward and committed. I think we have intent letter also. We are working with other financial institutions also, sir, to close this as earlier, sir. But this time to felicitate few of the contributors to this fund from the cluster, sir. May I please request Shri Suhash Tyagi, founder, chairman, Gold Plus class, to come on the stage. And sir, request you to please felicitate Mr. Tyagi for contributing 2 CR to the cluster seed fund. You can come from behind. Sir, we also request you to please felicitate our anchor, cluster anchor, Venkatesh Patil, sir. He has also contributed 1 CR to the cluster seed fund. And this is just for your everyone's info. I think Santoshi has already given the commitment of 1 CR, and sir had felicitated him in the BTS itself. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. May I now please request Honorable Minister for ITBT, Rural Development, Panchayati Raj, Shri Priyank Kharge, sir. So, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir. Absolutely, sir. Absolutely, sir. So maybe, so there will be few mics at all the corners. Request KDM team to be at different locations with mics. If you have any questions to the Honorable Minister, please.
I was just thinking that they've just finished lunch. If I start my speech, they might go to sleep.
Absolutely.
So, malkadakkinta better avrige prashne kelbittu echarike idodu better anta.
Sure, sir. Sure. Raise of hand, please.
Please go ahead and ask any question that you think the government should do or the department should do. Doesn't matter which department, but if there's anything that you have a suggestion for the government with respect to policies or any of the schemes, and what are the things that we can do to ensure that we can accelerate your growth here for startups, SMEs, MSMEs, anything that you, ease of doing business, anything you think we should be doing. So please go ahead.
Namaskara, sir. I am Dr. Kiran Kanti, CEO of Lifetron Senior Equipments Private Limited. We are into medical device manufacturing. We have designed, developed a phototherapy unit to treat newborn baby jaundice. And I have tried, I am a Elevate winner also. I have tried it to put into government health sector where the product can be used. But every time I face a problem of, they are asking me how many units I have sold to government. This is the first thing. Second thing, because my product is innovative, it has replaced it has replaced a product which is 6x4 size, 35 to 40 kgs, and baby had to be separated from mother. My product is only 2 kgs. It can be clamped near the mother and given treatment. Probably in another 15 days I'll be getting patent also for that. When they ask for the specifications of what is existing now, I cannot put it in on the papers because it's totally new innovation worldwide. It is not there. This design is not there, sir. So it becomes difficult for me to sell it into government sector.
It's not only you find it difficult, for also it's difficult to find to get anything new into the government because we don't understand it as well as you do. So anyway, I get your point, doctor.
Yes.
So that's the reason I think recently, if you have read the papers or if you have gone through, we have come up with a public procurement policy, a new public procurement policy for the government, where you have any new innovations such as yours that needs attention of the government or that can be piloted within the government, we will take it up. So that has happened last week, I guess, Darshan, if I'm 2 weeks back, and how much more longer? You have 1 more week to apply for it. May I suggest that you please extend it till this thing, so that if an Elevate winner is not aware of what is happening, then I'm sure the rest of the ecosystem also does not know. So today is what date is it? 15. So give it January 5th. Okay, we'll extend it by January 5th. Please tell everybody in the ecosystem who is registered within the startup cell of Karnataka to apply for it. If they have something unique, we will definitely pick it up. And any thing that is IP'd, which has a patent or an IP, we will be coming out with another portal shortly, probably post so mid-January or end of January, wherein even if you are not a Elevate winner, but you are registered with our startup cell, you will be getting an opportunity to at least pilot it if it is the requirement of that particular department. So we'll anchor that. This is again something that no state does it, but Karnataka will be starting this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, please go ahead. Okay, this one. I could be Nandu just in case.
Namaskar, sir.
Heli.
Yeah, so my name is Muthu Sarshetty. I am from Vijayapur. I keep, seeing these kind of events in Hubballi-Dharwad, and some events happen in Gulbarga as well. But I don't see the focus on my district. So what is the plan to boost this kind of entrepreneurship in those kind of districts?
Well, the Gulbarga people scold me that I don't do enough there. Let me be honest with you. It's very difficult to go on a district basis. But definitely, we are going to the tier 2 towns and tier 3 towns where we see there is a ecosystem that is thriving, that needs acceleration, or which can be accelerated. So we need one city as an anchor. So it could be Hubli, Belagavi, or even Vijaypur. I'm not saying Vijaypur cannot be the anchor. But right now we are going through the cluster approach. So Kalburgi becomes a center, here Belagavi becomes a center, Bengaluru, Mysore becomes a center, so that the cascading effect is there on the other districts. So here we have great institutions, we have a good incubation systems over here. We have those, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. All we need to do is ensure that all of you get enough opportunity. See, it's better that somebody from Gadag, Dharwad comes to Hubli or Belagavi than Bengaluru, right? So the government's constant effort is to ensure that every district has its own mechanism for all these things, but it will take time because one is the government needs to take this up on a mission mode and try to ensure that the ecosystem thrives. And you just can't go and put in thousands of crores in Chitapur or Kalburgi and say like, okay, we have built a startup ecosystem. No, it doesn't work. We have to go ground up. That is, you have to have you need to have the right education institutions. From the education institutions, we need to build the right skill sets. From the right skill sets, we need to ensure that you get the right incubation. From the right incubation, you need to ensure that you get the right innovations. So it's a constant struggle. Why do so many startups fail? It's because they don't get, funding is not the only problem. Mentorship can be a problem. Incubation can be a problem. Like our friend, the doctor said, you have everything, but you don't get a pilot. You don't get market access. You don't get that first customer. So we're trying different things. There is no, right now I don't have a ready-made answer to how we can get every district to have this robust ecosystem. But one thing I can assure you that we will have regional clusters which will have a domino effect on your districts as well. That includes my own district, as a matter of fact. So you'll have to be patient with us. But we, like Mr. Venkatesh Patel said, the government should visit these clusters more often. I should come here and listen to you more often for me to understand what you want. So in this government, we are listening to you. That's why we are here. So we'll just give us some time. We'll ensure that we'll be able to do something in every district. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Madhusudanan. I am the Group Chief Technology Officer for Dwara. We have recently started a Center for Artificial Intelligence for Financial Inclusion in IIT Dharwad. So while we have been working on the latest language models and speech recognition models, what we have found is the cost of GPUs or compute power, which is required for us to fine-tune or work on these models, is a big barrier. So that is going to be a barrier not just for us, for any entrepreneur who wants to actually leverage on AI and build their own POCs. So if compute power is available at a reasonable price for the startup ecosystem, that can be a big enabler for AI startups.
So, one of the things suggested by the cluster anchors also was a startup hub, a plug and play model, which the startup ecosystems over here can leverage. Definitely, probably, I would urge KDM leadership to have a look at that request and see if we can actually be very sector specific with that, depending on the demand. But be rest assured that there will definitely be a startup hub here in this cluster with incubation and innovation at the helm of affairs for that hub. We will be ensuring that you will be having, or we will analyze all the things. So, I mean, I just got a request from one of the associations. So, if people here can spend some time and help us recognize these are the sectors that we as an ecosystem want, we will develop that. We will align ourselves so that we give what you want rather than you get what we want, what the government wants. So like I said, we are government that is listening. So please, if you can help us, I'm not the specialist, or none of my officers are the specialists here. You tell us that which way, if you are going to say drones, let's align ourselves to drones. If you're saying semicons, let's align towards that. If you're saying health sciences and medical products, let's align ourselves to that. So you need to tell us, you need to guide us onto what are the sectors, the top 5 sectors you think which can be accelerated for the next couple of years here, and we'll ensure that plug and play model is delivered. So we'll have a look at that and definitely get back to you.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, my name is Rahil Sholapurkar.
Yeah.
Sir, I have 2 questions. Firstly, I want to know about ONDC. Like the central government is telling about the ONDC. Like my startup falls under e-commerce technology company. So I want to know more about it. Like there's no much visibility right now that has been shown to us. But we have known that it's kind of a UPI of e-commerce. So I want to know that. And secondly, as you're mentioning about the...
Do you want to know government's thoughts on ONDC?
Yes, sir. And one more thing is, like, as you are talking about the incubation centers and all, don't you think that it's not just about helping the startup, but creating an ecosystem in the city? Like right now in in Bangalore, if a startup is there, it is like people are ready to accept it. As a vendor, he is ready to accept it, कि startup try करते हैं. But in Belgaum, the resistance is there. People have resistance in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. They have resistance to accept that new changes or take that new product, try it. So don't you think that ecosystem needs to be created even in the market, even in the public side? These are the 2 questions. Thank you, sir.
You asked 2 questions. Now, one is ONDC, which is again, I think in my opinion, it's too early. It's been tested only in one city with one sector. And as it spreads, somebody needs to pay up for the entire digital infrastructure that goes up. Like I said, it's my opinion.
Yes, sir.
So it's too early for us to jump into it. But having said that, we need to be agile as well. So if the direction of the industry is going with ONDC, there's no harm in trying. I remember when in my previous tenure, we had a hackathon for blockchain. We were the first state to have a hackathon for blockchain. And from where we started that hackathon till today, that is 7 years after that, blockchain use cases are still there only.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean that the government should not experiment. That doesn't mean the government should not try where its hand is. But ONDC is right now, it's too early, I think. But definitely if there is something that requires things, because a lot of fintech companies are approaching the government and asking on a policy for the same. But we need to brainstorm more about it from industry experts and figure that out, number 1. Number 2, you were asking about adaptability of products in tier 2 towns. In my opinion, the adaptability is higher here than in bigger cities and metros and things. Hear me out. Startups itself, by default, are difficult, especially a product-based startup, is always difficult to find acceptance because everybody wants that first customer, they want that first testimonial, they want to see a startup which is revenue plus, a surplus kind of startup. So of course, that's why your challenges are much more huge, right? You don't fly with the wind, you take off against the wind.
Yes.
That's how startups journey, entrepreneurship is all about. But that is why we are coming up with this procurement policy, wherein if you have registered with a startup, with the startup cell, if you have a unique product that solves a actual problem and adds value, we will be able to pilot it. So there are a lot of startups that I have worked in my previous tenure who have worked with the tourism department over here. Here they hardly got any money, or some of them didn't even get paid for it because it was a pilot. But what that other person did was he went to the Kerala Tourism Board and said, look, government of Karnataka has adopted this. The jungle lodges have adopted it. Why don't you take it? Then that becomes a customer. So now suddenly he had two government agencies with him. That is the government of Karnataka and Kerala. Then he moved to Maharashtra. Now he's probably one of the more successful AR/VR app that was funded by Karnataka, piloted in the Department of Tourism, and adopted by other states. So it's always a constant battle. So we'll try and see how we can ensure that the products or the services that are unique and those which actually solve a problem and add value will be adopted. So we'll try and create a platform for that as well.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, hi. First of all, thank you for turning this into, rather than you speaking, we asking questions. We greatly appreciate it. I'm just going to take 30 seconds and sort of emphasize that I am speaking on behalf of the Belgaum Technology Companies Association. We are a newly formed Section 8 company. So as of today, we represent about 70 plus companies that have started in Belgaum, operating in Belgaum, and have been doing so for on an average of about 15 years or so. So an average company which is part of our association has been doing business here and is thriving for about 15 years. What we are sort of running into is that we are also missing the same kind of ecosystem, right? And we are sort of requesting your kind office to think about what can happen so that there are more tech people in Belgaum, whether it is an existing company having an incentive to come to Belgaum.
No, you need to tell me, you're the association. You tell me, Priyank, this is what you need, I'll get it done.
So, on the opportunity of being blunt, I would say that if you could incentivize anyone who would want to set up anywhere else to set up in one of these clusters, that would be a very great thing.
There. We don't subsidize or incentivize any investment within Bangalore, especially the CBD.
Sure.
We have subsidies and incentives only for investments beyond Bengaluru.
Sure, sir. We're aware about that. I would just say that we are tech company people. We understand policy as little as probably someone else understands.
Like we understand tech.
I would not go as far as saying that, but sure. What we would say is that, sir, this is what our understanding is. If you could just think about it a little more.
So what I would suggest is, what probably I'm thinking out loud.
Sure.
Is if we can have our cluster heads and yourself put your heads together and talk to the education institutions around. You have the KLE and you have other things in Hubli, you have IIT, Hubballi-Dharwad. And why don't we come up with a center of excellence for innovations here?
Sure, sir.
One is, of course, the plug and play model that can be on a hiring basis or whatever that you would require, a part of it. The other can be, instead of people going and setting up companies or setting up tech companies by their own, we can have something like a small WeWork with incubation here. Like I said, I'm just thinking out loud.
That will be great.
So if you can come together and give me a blueprint on it, consider it done.
We will surely do that, sir.
Sure.
And a formal invitation whenever you're in Belgaum, please come and visit some of our companies.
Definitely, I will, I should.
We are doing, some of us are doing great work. We would love to have you with us.
Definitely, count me in.
Hello.
Now there are 3
Sir.
mics. 1 second.
Wanna go? Yeah, please.
I think somebody doesn't want you to speak. This
Hello.
third time.
Hello sir, my name is Jay. So I'm comfortable in Hindi. Yeah.
You
Sir,
don't know
मेरा-
Kannada?
हैं?
You don't know Kannada?
No sir.
वो भी सीख लेना भाई जल्दी.
हाँ सर, अभी 3 साल हुआ है और सीख जाऊंगा.
अरे 3 साल में तो बहुत हाँ.
सर मेरा ये एक था कि जैसे हम स्मार्ट इंडिया बोल रहे हैं, क्यों स्मार्ट एजुकेशन को नहीं कर सकते हम लोग? आज जब भी कॉलेजेस में हम जाते हैं, क्यों हम कंस्ट्रेंट नहीं डालते कि पर्टिकुलर क्लास में इतने ही बच्चे को लो? और क्यों टीचर लोग का भी एग्जाम लिया जाए एज अ सेंट्रल, ना कि पर्टिकुलर कॉलेजेस के हिसाब से, बट एज अ सेंट्रल टीचर लोग का भी एक एग्जाम होना चाहिए सर. क्योंकि कैसा हो रहा है आज के जनरेशन में कि सर जैसे जैसे सर ये एडवांसमेंट हो रहा है, जो ओल्ड थिंकिंग और स्टडी थे वो चेंज हो रहे हैं, तो उस हिसाब से टीचर लोग को भी अपडेट होना होगा. तो इस हिसाब से एक रेगुलेशन क्यों नहीं आया जा रहा कि टीचर्स लोग को भी ट्रेन किया जाए? अच्छा, सेकंड क्वेश्चन है कि AR VR जब इतना एडवांस हो रहा है, क्यों एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में AR की तरफ से या VR के थ्रू हम बच्चे लोग को क्यों नहीं पढ़ा रहे? अभी जैसे 2025 तक एक सेंट्रल का पॉलिसी आ रहा है एजुकेशन का, क्यों उसमें हम लोग लागू नहीं कर सकते कि बच्चे लोगों का सपोज ह्यूमन बॉडी पढ़ा रहे हैं, क्यों उसको VR के थ्रू नहीं पढ़ाया जाए? तो बच्चे लोग को जो सर सीइंग पावर से जो हम लोग सीखते हैं और जो रीडिंग पावर से सीखते हैं वो डिफरेंट है सर. वो सीइंग पावर जितना बच्चे लोग को इमेजिनेशन पावर इंक्रीज करेगा वो ज़्यादा बेटर करेगा. थैंक यू सर.
थैंक यू. पहले बात तो ये है कि ना मैं हायर एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर हूँ ना प्राइमरी एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर हूँ, बट इफ़ यू थिंक आई हैव दैट मच क्लाउड टू इन्फ्लुएंस आई विल डेफिनेटली डू दैट. बट हैविंग सेड दैट, आपने बोला था कि ये नया एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, हैव यू आपने केंद्र सरकार की नया एजुकेशन पॉलिसी पढ़ा है आपने?
सर थोड़ा सा पढ़ा हुआ है.
पूरा पढ़ लीजिए, देन यू विल अंडरस्टैंड कि इट इज़ रिडंडेंट. अभी योर सी माई submission to all of you over here is, we of course the education policies need to be tweaked, and we understand this extremely well in Karnataka. If you go back a little bit, in a couple of decades back, today we are all sitting here, we are saying we are a great tech hub. We are in Karnataka, we are one of the most, we are the 4th largest technology cluster. We are good in AI, we are good in GCC, we are good in research and development, all that. But the reason that happened is because Karnataka is far, far ahead in the education landscape than any other state in the country. We have 234 engineering colleges, we have 60 medical colleges, we have 44 universities, we have 1,777 public and private industrial training centers. We have the IIT, we have the IIIT, we have the R&D things like IISc, CV Raman Institute, ISRO, NAL, HAL. All this has happened because over a period of time. And your concept of course, seeing, ensuring that all the senses are activated while learning, whether it's feel, touch, visualizing and all those things, it works well, this thing. But when you go on scale, it becomes very expensive, very expensive. So what we are doing is we are getting our own state education policy, wherein we will be ensuring that STEM is being taught at the very basic level. So in the Karnataka Residential Institute, which we run, more than 1,000 residential, lakhs of children are studying there. We are ensuring STEM is delivered there through companies like Intel. Amazon is tied up with our social welfare and the backward class department to ensure that in our CRISE institutions these are being taught. We are reworking on the education policies to ensure that scientific temperament is grown. Okay, so all these things, it looks good on you when you see on YouTube and all that, but when you actually go down to the grassroots level, we need to improve our physical infrastructure heavily. Post that comes your digital infrastructure. But having said that, it's always a work in progress, because our academic institutions don't teach us the right sets of skills. We are producing the highest number of unemployed graduates in the world. Currently, Karnataka is producing the highest number of unemployed graduates now. That is why we are having these interventions like our skill advisory committee, which I am heading. So I go and ask Mr. Patil, I go and ask Mr. Santosh, okay, you have a cluster, you are running an industry, tell us what are the skill sets you want. We will ensure that you as a graduate are delivered with that skill set so that you become more employable. It's difficult for any government to promise employment, but can I make you more employable? Yes, I can make you more employable. How can I do that? By partnering with the right people for the right skill sets and ensuring that you deliver. So we have already set up that committee along with the Ministry of Skill Development. So education policy is one side, but getting into the academic council, getting these things changed, I will lose 3 academic years. That means 3 academic years of more graduates are into the workforce who are unemployable. So that is why we have come up with this skill advisory committee, wherein we plug in that gap that the industry wants to fill along with the government. So education policy as well as ensuring the right skill sets for better employment opportunities for the youngsters is the top priority for Government of Karnataka.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, hello, sir. Hi. My name is Robinson.
May I finish?
Yeah,
please.
sure.
Yeah, thanks. Namaskara, sir. Sir, myself Vijay Gudi from Samiksha Semiconductor, Hubli. My question is, as we are moving towards the digital, we are more engaged with a lot of electronics, and we are more becoming more dependent on the Western countries on the chips and the semiconductor products. So we are supposed to be more focusing on the semiconductor to race with the current development in terms of technologies, be it AI, be it e-commerce or whatever it is.
Agreed.
So my request to you is considering the future plan, having a very high level technology node like 130 nanometer or 360 nanometer or 180 nanometer test facility in this region might definitely add a lot of value for the startup companies who are upcoming in the semiconductor industry. That is one thing. And another request is if you could categorize the semiconductor as one of the important aspects, because semiconductor is the heart of every electronic device. So, and from the government, if you increase the investment band for the semiconductor, because semiconductor is then capital intensive.
Incentive band.
The investment bands are like the semiconductor requires the EDA tools which are really expensive, which cannot be afforded by any even big companies for that matter. So if you could, there are already some organizations like SAFL who are contributing and getting this one, but I think those accesses for the people from this region might be difficult. So if you could come up with a testing facility and eventually convert that as the cluster or a hub for the semiconductor development, that might definitely help in
so
future.
So you have partners who are going to help us with this? Because SAFL is again a partnership which we,
so
I started SAFL when,
yes, I completely agree, sir.
My previous tenure. So, I mean, complete point taken. There is no doubt we need to do something that you have said, but a testing facility in Belagavi without the partners might not work is what I strongly feel.
I completely agree, sir.
Yeah, so if you might can help us with partners, we are committed to it, because semicon is a huge what do you say, is a something that it is of course capital intensive. It's a water guzzling.
Sir, I think.
But it's a top priority for the government of Karnataka as well. And if you have seen how aggressively we have been pursuing, whether it is Foxconn or any other AMD or any other companies here, Marvel is here, and to ensure that not only their R&D is here, but also their manufacturing comes. So if you're able to rope in partners, even I'll start putting some thought into it. But if you're able to help us out with that, definitely we can.
I'll definitely bring in.
Because I am of the strong opinion that in this particular arena of technologies and emerging technologies, government should not lead the way. They should just be by the industry side. So the industry should lead you, because you understand it better than us. If you left up to me, I will bring in a policy that will ensure that your businesses only close down. So you don't put me in the front. I'm right next to you. You lead from the front. So if you can let us know how to do things, we will be more than happy to.
Definitely. I'll study about having a test facility, what would be the cost and all that stuff.
But I'll tell you one thing. I was in US recently. We went to a lot of the semicon manufacturers, and I think everybody over there, for whatever reasons, are looking at India for chip designing. And in India, they're looking at Karnataka.
Yes, sir.
I had, in 6 days, I had close to around 51 meetings, 48 or 51 meetings. And every boardroom, 80% of the boardrooms, I heard one thing. Priyank, I need chip designers. US needs close to around 1 million chip designers in the next 3 to 4 years, and Karnataka is the only state they think they can deliver it. And I have assured them that we will do that. And Karnataka is also the only state. Nobody else. Show me one other state besides Karnataka where I can go to another city and talk about semicon. Can you talk about this in Lucknow? Can you talk about it in Ayodhya? Can you talk about this in Patna? No, only in Bangalore, only in Karnataka this happens. A lot of people, the semicon industry thinks Bangalore is the capital of India. So that's how good we are. So we need to, besides the testing facilities and providing this thing, we also need to ensure that we have a great ecosystem for skills in this arena, whether it's chip designers or fabricators or mechanics or anybody that you require.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes, thank you.
Hello, sir. My name is Robinson. I represent the company called Insense. We are in the business of AI cameras and the AI at the edge software. Currently, we are manufacturing these products in Bangalore. We are exploring to manufacture these in the Hubli area. One of the major challenges that we see for us to be competitive in this sector is the cost. And logistics is one of very important factor there. And we were looking into the cost involved, logistics cost involved in transporting goods from Hubli to Bangalore, Hubli to Bombay, Hubli to Delhi, Hubli to different places. So that cost is a bit prohibitive. What is the government's plan to enable entrepreneurs to reduce their logistics cost, especially when there is a focus in this sector for ESDM?
So, see, I get your point. Creating logistical points for goods of any kind of products of any kind is always a challenge. You can't build state highways, national highways overnight for that kind of scale that you deem it to run. But if I am not mistaken, Belagavi, Hubli are extremely well connected with rail. We have a railway division also here, if I am not mistaken, which ensures quicker and faster connectivity to ports from Mumbai or Mangaluru or the private ports in and around Karwar. And I think it's around 5 hours from Hubli to Bangalore by road, if it is this thing. 6 hours? Yeah, 6 hours by road or something. But definitely, if logistics is a deterrent, I will definitely look into, if I would request the KDM to have a look at it, say, and check what is the, whether the problem is with the last mile connectivity or connectivity to the SHNH or any other form of connectivity, whether it's to the port or whether it's to the railways or to the airport is there. If you want the cargo facility, we can ensure that it is done. It's probably it's a month's job that we need to. I think cargo is there in Hubli, right? In Belagavi, no? Is somebody aware? If you are CEO, Allah? Cargo is there, right? For air freight is also there, I guess. But if it isn't there, then definitely we can. We can just ask for it from the central government. That should not be a problem. But we'll definitely look into what you said.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Virendra. I'm from Zibo Animation. One of the things that when we were talking earlier, the goal at this point when I was on the CI at AVGC policies Make in India for the world, as we are transitioning from service to content creators, one of the challenges that we encounter, the most obvious challenge is education, training, right? So I understand what was obviously discussed. My idea is that if we can get some support, we will bring in the industry will become the last mile between the students and the.
What do you want? Because
we need
digital
infrastructural
arts,
support.
what kind?
Like the chips, the NVIDIA chips are expensive, right? Any form of subsidy, any form of support for for training the trainers, and then they can train this.
Okay, I think that can be definitely looked into, because we have the AVGC is a very important policy for us, and we are having an animation and the GFX festival in January 29th, I'm assuming. Definitely we can talk to NVIDIA and talk to AMD and come up with a program that will ensure that anybody who is with the government, registered with the government of Karnataka, we can have some kind of a tie-up. Let me put my thought on that, but it's a good point. We can, if you can, Darshan, if you can just call them once, NVIDIA and who are AMD, the area, because a lot of gaming and animation companies use these chips. We'll work something around. I think it should be possible. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Shivyogi from KLE Sitai.
Can the lady finish first?
Yeah, sure. Ladies always first.
Hello, sir. Thank you for your time today. I have a little bit of a different question. I actually built teams for startups globally.
Sorry, what did you do?
I built teams for startups
Okay.
globally. And one of the challenges that we are facing is not enough women in tech. It's been incredible to hear that 30% of the startups in our own state are
28%.
women owned. Thank you for correcting me. Are women owned. I think along with that, we are going to need talent pools to sort of complement the growth of startups. And I wanted to understand from you, what is the government's plan in terms of creating more women's participation in tech, and is there anything in place? If not, I as a woman founder do find myself in a challenging situation a lot of times, where our founders are asking for women engineers, and we do not have enough talent pools to tap into. So one of the ideas I had was to set up a women's only center of excellence that's run by women for women.
By women, for women?
Yes.
From the women.
And that can be collaborated with the industry, backed
Definitely.
by the government heavily,
Yes.
and could serve as talent pools, especially given Karnataka is a great hub for education and engineering. That was just one of my suggestions, but I'd love to hear from you what the government is. Thank you,
Getting women back in the workforce is of immense priority for us, and to me personally also. And my ITBT secretary is a lady. All my GMs, general managers, are ladies. The finance department also, who used to work, So all most of the officers, if not, except Darshan and me, we are the only two gentlemen over there. And if I don't do that, they will not leave me. So getting women in the workforce is a top priority for us. Like I said, we have formed a skill advisory committee in which we have a separate working group, which is going to, probably in the next a week or 10 days, they're going to come up with a framework on how to get women back in workforce, because a lot of women would have taken maternity leaves. They would have waited for a couple of years till the child goes to school, or maybe till primary. So they would have lost 2 years, 5 years, maybe in some cases more than a decade, and they want to come back to the job scene, whereas the entire tech landscape would have changed. It would not be the same. So that upskilling, reskilling, learning, unlearning framework is something that is being devised exclusively for women. And I have also requested the skill development to keep 5 crores only for women upskilling, number one. That is upskilling, and also new set of skill sets. That's like I'm talking about students, graduates who are now coming out of this thing. So that will be a blanket thing, whether it's a woman or whether it's a lady or a young guy coming out of college. That is a unisex thing. Having said that, there's a separate Elevate Women where only women startups are encouraged. So that will probably is going to come up very soon. And besides that, we will also be, if you're suggesting nurturing of leadership and nurturing of talent for startups, that is something that's a gray area for us. So if you have a framework, if you're here for the day, probably you're sitting right next to the man who can deliver, not me actually. So if you, Mr. Madan Padki is the TIE head for the Karnataka chapter. Sir, if I may request your kind self to see how we can ensure that women startups, the leadership in them can be nurtured separately, and also a center of excellence or an incubation center for women exclusively, because we can get Emerge, we can get Ubuntu, we can get a lot of other, NASCOM also has a chapter for that is separately. We can do that, it's not impossible, but you should talk to Madan, not me.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
He leads the entire entrepreneurship program for the industry, and also he's also a part of our vision group. So he'll be able to get all of you together, ensure it becomes a scheme or a policy if necessary.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Shivyogi from KLCitai, Hubli. Thanks for your comments on the VLSI, which told 1 million jobs would be taken from Karnataka. That will be a kind of music to our ears. We at Citai Hubli have about 57 tech startups, sir. And over last 50 years, last 10 plus years, there has been graduation of total 100 startups. So we had totally around 150 startups we have done. And it's mostly everything is based on technology only, because ours is a tech hub and technological university. Now, with many people who are completing their 3 years and 5 years, they would probably look at a next center or a place where they want to go in, kind of a launching pad. Is it possible to request you, sir, to provide a 5 acres or 10 acres land where these people could go and set up their own offices? Because they have growth.
I think that's what the association has suggested.
Yeah.
But apparently even they had a small paragraph which was surprised me, saying that the land which was in our name has gone back. The department's name has gone back to revenue. So somebody has goofed up. So I have to figure that out. But definitely if the association is willing, the education institutions are willing, definitely we can do that.
So of late, sir, we are also seeing a lot of companies are being set up from either alumni of our BVB, erstwhile BVB, and many of these companies where AI, ML are playing a major domain requirements. In that, we have our own Star Lab in Hubli, which is like Science and Technology Advanced Research Labs, where there is a lot of vision compute, etc. AI, ML, AR, VR being taught and also being collaborated with industry. In that sense, we also would like to ask you whether we could be a center of excellence as a nodal center for North Karnataka. We could cover most of the people with help of
So you will do all the hard work and give the credit to me?
No.
I'm okay with that, definitely.
We want to be, we want to be partner with KDM, and how we can actually, we would take it up. Because Beyond Bangalore program is really helping a lot, and this would connect us to a lot of tier 2 cities in North Karnataka. And with KDM partnering, we might want to take it up to support many of these innovations and entrepreneurship journeys.
Sure. I would request both of you to sit down, put up a blueprint for us to evaluate. I think it should be done.
Thank you. And at the same time, we could also extend a Center of Excellence for AI and ML to our technical university in Hubli.
Okay, that is a challenge, but let me look at it.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. I'm Prakash. I'm from Gulbarga, sir. I'm running a fintech company in the name of Loan Doctor. So we as a fintech company, I'm conducting government scheme. So many government schemes are there, they are not reaching the common people. So I'm digitally connecting them within 24 hours and government and bank. Here I request government to give some guidelines for the bank managers where they are not giving the loans for the startup or in small startups. This is my request. Because bank manager, they resist to give the loans.
So I think that's something that we have discussed with the banks earlier. And they have, like I think Yes Bank, SBI, HDFC have special branches only for startups. So probably what we can do is that's something that we have not done earlier, but I think if... No, that's there, but irrespective of where they are, I mean, somebody from Bidar, Kalburgi coming all the way to Gulbarga to this thing to seek a loan might not be at least some digital way where they can ensure a bank account is opened, their interview is done or whatever that can be done. Definitely we'll speak to the banks and let you know.
Sir, I'm talking about small people, sir. Like 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 5 lakhs people. So those who have a shop, mobile shop, so they need a fund.
See, that's what will happen is, that's high risk for the banks. And the repayment over there is very bad. So you said if you're aware of the government schemes, so let's say something that we provide through our corporation, like your Maharishi Valmiki Corporation, Ambedkar or Women Development Corporation, where we give, the bank gives 3 lakh loans and the government gives 50%, that's like 1.5 lakhs of it. The repayment never happens. So the corporations, the government-run corporations, recovery is only 3%. So it's as good as a grant, but we are calling it a loan which never gets paid. So that might be a little bit tricky, but let me talk to them and get back.
I request government to give some guidelines to the branch managers.
Guideline is there, but the problem is it becomes a quick NPA. So if you're Adani, they will give, but for poor people, they'll not.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Kiran from Abhyantrik Solutions Private Limited. Sir, basically we are building hardware products. So building a hardware product is extremely hard, especially in tier 2 cities. So we have to procure a lot of small electronic components from neighboring countries. Some components are impossible to manufacture in India. Lots of small electronic component, we had to procure it from specific countries. So we end up paying huge custom clearance charges during import. So if we can get some subsidy, some discount from government, it will be really helpful for us, sir.
Well, above my pay grade. That gentleman over there wanted me to be the higher education, he wanted me to be the Prime Minister.
Sir, if it helps
import duties are completely central government controlled. I agree with you. If at all we want to become a production hub, if at all you want to compete with China, the central government needs to pull up its socks on these things. So we have like iPhone manufacturing is happening in India, happening in Karnataka. And when I speak to them, there are 1,000 things that go into the iPhone which are military grade production of very thin metals that need high precision and all that. And but it's not happening. It's something that the central government. I've written. I'll be more than, if there are certain things that the startups require, please give me a list. I'll be more than happy to liaison on your behalf with the central government. Be rest assured that whatever you suggest will go in as a suggestion by the government of Karnataka, by me to the central government. I'll go visit the concerned minister, tell him that this is what the Karnataka startup ecosystem wants. But the ultimate reduction that you are seeking will have to come from.
Sir, the cost is coming up to 30 to 40% on each component.
I agree.
That we had to again add it to our customer, and
So
as
your
you know,
PLIs will not work because of this only. Your
Yes.
production-linked incentives will not work because of this.
exactly, we will fail. Definitely, the product will fail because of only cost.
Okay, so well, you have another thing to do. We have 2024 elections coming around the corner. Just ensure Congress is voted. We'll ensure it is done.
Definitely, sir.
That is
we'll
the
look
easier
into
thing
it.
to do right now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for this much of commitment.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸರ್ ಸರ್ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಪ್ ಮತ್ತು ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತೀನಿ. ವೆನೆವರ್ ಐ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸಮ್ ಫಾರಿನ್ ಕಂಪನೀಸ್, ಐ ರಿಸೀವ್ ಕಮೆಂಟ್ every time foreign investment come to Bangalore, government provide only in Bangalore, they don't provide in North Karnataka, they only give place to cement companies like that. So people...
Cement companies, where natural resources are there, they will go.
I receive
limestone ಎಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ.
You need to clear this, sir. Every time I post Karnataka getting investment from foreign, they try to build in companies in Bangalore in around airport, people starting commenting, government don't provide places in North Karnataka, they give only in Bangalore.
No, so either I am not talking properly or I am not communicating with you properly as a government, or you are not reading enough about it. One of the two things is happening, that much I know. Because you only tell me.
It's not my opinion, sir.
No,
it's
I know, I get it.
Opinion.
So, but you, since you are posting, you should also defend your comment, no?
Yes, yes,
That's why for that you need to read or I need to communicate better. But have a look. See now, if I'm not mistaken, more than 8,000 crores of IT exports have happened in Mangaluru, right? Last financial year, and it's just going to grow at a 20% rate. And here, I was just seeing the slide which Mr. Patil was showing, and he was also saying 150 startups. We are getting semicon manufacturing. Electric vehicle two-wheeler has been built from scratch in Belagavi. We have a company like Acres that is going from Belagavi to the Paris Air Show. When I went to Paris Air Show, I went to their stall. I mean, it's the biggest air show for manufacturing. Air show where SMEs, MSMEs, and big companies like Airbus, Lockheed, Martin Lockheed, everybody comes there. And Acres is there. They're coming from Belagavi. So, if I am lying, then why is the central government saying that 42% of all the foreign direct investment is coming to Karnataka only? It's not coming only to Bangalore, right? Like I said earlier, we provide no subsidies and incentives for anybody to set up shop in Bangalore. Outside Bangalore is the only thing. But unfortunately, it's an aspirational thing. So people who read, who work in, who have studied in Belagavi will want to go to Bangalore. People who have studied in Bangalore want to go to London. So it's an aspirational issue. But policy-wise, we are extremely clear that beyond Bengaluru is what we are interested in. So day before yesterday, we cleared 37,500 crores of investments, not letter of intents. We have cleared investments. And whether it is cement companies, uranium enrichment, they say whatever it is, it has to go as per the natural resources. I cannot suddenly get limestone in Dharwad if I want to start a cement company. They have to go where they have to go. But having said that, they act as an anchor for education institutions to come. Once education institutions come, there will be better imparting of skills. Once the skill sets come, they will. It's a constant process. So that is why, from where I come, we have taken Article 371J so that we can be as smart as you people in Belagavi and Hubli. Because our education system is not as robust and as agile as the one here in Belagavi. And the one in Belagavi is not as agile as the one in Mysuru and Bengaluru. It's just been 50 years since we have all come together as a state, as Karnataka. We were ruled by the Nizams. He neglected us. You were here from Mumbai Karnataka division. You were also the border. You were also neglected. Wherever we had good rulers, there it thrived. So it's a constant, upskilling for all of us. So it will take time. But the government's commitment is beyond Bengaluru. That much I can tell them.
Hello, sir. Sir, my name is Pawan. I'm from a company called Inunity. My question is quite straight. So, sir, students require patent subsidy. So, I know there's a reimbursement for that, but if there's no investment from students' end, so reimbursement doesn't make any sense.
We don't consider it as, okay, so yes, it has to be a registered company or a startup for you to get that reimbursement, if I'm not mistaken. So you're suggesting if a student files patent,
Yes, sir.
an individual files
Yes.
patent, it should be reimbursed. I think
So not the
individuals filing is there,
reimbursement.
right? So yeah, NAIN college, the New Age Incubation Network allows you that.
So not the reimbursement. If there's no investment itself, because at some cases, the patenting files up to 2 lakh rupees. And for a college-going student, it's quite hard to invest initially 2 lakh rupees and get it reimbursed. So if there's a subsidy, or alternative is if the institute can sponsor, if there's a mandate.
See, I get your point. I'm sorry to cut you. See, I think it's a patentable product. Just because I think it's a patentable product, how can I expect the government to pay for it? If it is patented, I will reimburse. Because we don't know, right? And it takes a long time to do so. So that would be a little tricky to do, to assume that it is going to be patented. It is going to be patented or it is patentable. So that's why we reimburse the thing. But having said that, we'll try to, I cannot force colleges to reimburse or pay for your patent much ahead in advance, but I can definitely request them saying that this is what has come up during our discussion and maybe you should consider this. I can just be suggestive about it. I cannot bring in a law.
Sure, sir, thank you. And also maybe we could include validation committee who could validate the POC at the initial stage itself and guarantee that it could be patented and then get a grant, a subsidy.
Well, that would be tricky. Will you guarantee your success?
Sorry, sir?
Will you guarantee me your success saying you'll reach $100 million?
So I'm
Then
talking
I will
about
take the risk.
So patenting.
It is, like I said, it's a bit tricky.
Sure.
Let me put my thoughts on that.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I'm not as smart as I look. Yeah, sure. So, I think we'll take a last question. Is there anybody or we can? Yeah, please.
Yeah, hi, Minister. I've been someone who's worked, lived abroad, and wanted to come back to Karnataka because I feel today Karnataka is globally competitive. There's nothing which stops us from competing with the bigger nations, especially a country like UK. Companies get formed in 24 hours. So just wanted your thoughts in terms of, at least on the state level, any sort of ease of doing business vision you have for the next 5 years, especially in terms of local laws, some 24-hour windows to get clearances and things like that. So some quick thoughts from your end.
So day before yesterday, we did have a meeting on that. So the industry department and the finance department, and also the Department of Electronics, IT and BT are looking at ease of doing business very keenly. The reason is because right now we take close to around 100 days to set up a business here. Whereas in certain other parts of the state, everything is deemed. It becomes a little tricky to give everything a deemed approval when we require clearances from environmental boards, we require clearances from regulatory authorities. So that becomes a little tricky, but what we are planning to do is reach out to sector and let us know what they think that particular sector needs. So like fintech require some relaxation of RBI regulations. But if they go, they have to go individually, or they go as a consortium, they might not take them seriously, the government. But if the government of Karnataka is going to liaison on their behalf, they will take it up seriously. So your gaming companies, right now there's a 28% tax on what they say, and it's retrospectively, which is again government of Karnataka understands this, and we are championing the cause. So whether it is policy making or ease of doing business, it's always a work in progress. And just last week, we have decided to come up with a framework to ensure that it is participatory. So if your industry is new and we don't have a policy for it, we will ensure that that ease of doing business, the policy, the schemes are in place for you as soon as possible. Having said that, it's always going to be a challenge, but we are working on it, and probably in the next 3 months we'll be coming up with something that you can look forward to. So thank you everyone, and firstly, before I stop, because I have a hard stop here and I need to take a flight back with the Honorable CM, who's presently in the council, I'd like to thank Mr. Venkatesh and Mr. Santosh for anchoring this entire cluster. I'm sure if not for you, it would have been very difficult for the government of Karnataka to be here, because the trust value with government is always less. But when we have partners like you, it helps the industry rally around you people, and you add value to what government policies are existing or that needs to be done. So on behalf of KDM and on behalf of the department and government, I'd like to thank both of you for anchoring this, and whatever the suggestions that have come out today with respect to policy making, schemes, ease of doing business, plug and play models, infrastructure, digital infrastructure, I'd like to assure everybody that everything will be very seriously considered, and we'll ensure that most of it is also delivered here by the next Bengaluru Tech Summit, so that I don't have to come and hear that last time Priyank, you promised this but nothing has been delivered. But we'll ensure that the Beyond Bengaluru scheme or the policy that we have is the top priority for us, and we'll ensure that we deliver here with respect to skills, we'll deliver here with respect to centers of excellence, and we'll deliver here with respect to startups. The idea is to ensure that we create more jobs here, we create more innovations here, we create a great ecosystem so that you be the model for the rest of Karnataka as well. So I'd like to thank everybody who's participated here for the event, and thank you for also bearing with me. Thank you for your attention, and hope to see you soon. Thanks.
May I please request the industry anchors, Santoshji and Venkateshji, to please give a memento to Honorable Minister for IT, BT, Science and Panchayati Raj, please.
Requesting the audience to stay back, we have several interesting panel discussions lined up for you. So coming up next, we have a panel discussion on unlocking opportunities, navigating the potential of global capability centers with HDB cluster. Karnataka is known as the hub for GCCs in India, with the Hubballi-Dharwad-Belagavi region being home to several GCCs itself. At this moment, when GCCs are becoming an opportunity for multiple ecosystem players, it becomes pivotal to understand the true potential this possesses, especially for a region as thriving as the HDB cluster. The following panel discussion aims to open up the conversation on the strategic advantage that GCCs offer for the HDB cluster, and joining us for the same are some industry anchors who've seen the development of the HDB cluster across the years. The moderator for this session is Mr. Jose Jacob K., Founder, Director, and Curator of Future ICT Forum and the India Advantage Summit, to come on stage. Joining us for this session are Mr. Madhusudanan, CTO of Dwara Holdings, Mr. Kapil Sharma, Founder and CEO of 5S Digital, Ms. Mayurakshi Das, Founder of Elixir AI, for this panel.
Okay, good afternoon to all of you. It was really an amazing day when we saw multiple perspectives, excellent panel discussion about fundraising, and now we are going to a very, very interesting discussion on GCCs and how GCCs are unlocking new opportunities, especially in the concept of taking Karnataka to the next level. Because we are running a little bit off time, we had two panelists who could not join us. Nonetheless, I'm delighted that we are joined with Mr. Madhusudanan, who is the CTO at Dwara Holdings. Are you here? Yeah, please join us. Let's give a round of applause to Madhu as he will join. And we will have with us online also Ms. Mayurakshi Das, who is founder of Elixir.ai. Can we have her also join us digitally online? So yes, it has been a very, very interesting period of time from the GCC perspective. And just a recent Times of India article points out how almost 1 in every 5 GCCs have looked in 2023 to go beyond the large cities or tier 1 cities and go to tier 2 cities. This is really good news because this means the GCCs are looking for unique solutions, and why they are looking for this is what we will discuss, and we will find some very, very interesting insights from our fellow panelists. Sound team, just give me a signal if our virtual participant for the panel has joined and is not yet. Okay, all right, no problem. Anyway, we will start. It's good that we keep important point of time. The other interesting insight is during the first half of 2023, 1 out of every 5 GCC established in a tier 2 cities. This is CBRE data. The other interesting insight is India had 1,580 GCCs with 16 lakh jobs or 1.6 million jobs as of 22-23. And Bengaluru itself, 18 new GCCs were set up in the first half of 2023. Now, we said that 1/3 are going to tier 2 cities. Our idea is to see and explore today with this panel how many of those GCCs will go outside and beyond Bangalore, and how many of them will unlock value. I just want to connect our previous panel in the morning on funding and fundraising. You know, capital is a very interesting thing. It always chases more capital. And from the funding perspective is very clear. If GCCs are looking at tier 2 cities,
the money that they want to invest is looking for return. And the fact that 1 out of 5 is looking at a tier 2 city means tier 2 cities have hidden diamonds and hidden gems. And so without much ado, I'll go over there and we will start our panel discussion. In case our virtual participant joins us, she has joined us? No, not yet. All right. You let us know from the sound console. So, yeah, virtual participant also joined. All right, great. So therefore, we have with us two speakers in this panel, and I promised the organizers, because of time, we will finish in 15 minutes. So let me start with Madhusudanan from Dwara Holdings. What has been your experience working with tier 2 cities, and especially working here, and what unique opportunities and unique learnings you saw in your experience? Can you quickly take us through that? Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Jose. I work for a not-for-profit organization named Dwara Holdings. Our mission is to ensure every individual and enterprise has access to financial services. So it's 15 years since we have been established. We have gone about by creating for-profit organizations that work on financial inclusion in different areas. Because we are high on tech, so we started off thinking, why not create a common tech center for all the group companies put together? So that is when we reached out to KDM, and they've been extremely helpful in getting the right kind of connects here. So we've started a Center for Artificial Intelligence in Financial Inclusion. We aim to solve problems related to accessibility, productivity in financial inclusion using cutting-edge AI technologies. So we have partnered with IIT Dharwad. So they've been kind enough to actually give us an office within the premises.
Wow.
We've started our center only in August. And we can be proud to say that with the help of student interns and the professor and our team, we have been able to build a product using generative AI from scratch. From August, now we are ready for MVP, and we are starting trials in a couple of weeks.
Wow, that deserves a round of applause. You know, from August, September, October, November, December, just few months, and the MVP is ready. Excellent. This is amazing news. Let's quickly switch to our virtual participant. Could we ask Ms. Mayurakshi, because she has a great experience also doing something incredible. So over to you, ma'am. The same question. What opportunities did you find as you worked with, let's say, the Beyond Bangalore movement?
Till about 2013, when I started my startup journey, it was a fight to work with our then so-called tier 1 US-based multinational clients. But I think the biggest win in my career so far is that we convinced them that we should hire from tier 2 cities. I'm proud to say that at that point, we had an office in Belgaum. We hired 150 people there. Most of them who are, some of them are even settled in the US, if that is a benchmark to go with of success. Not for me, but many of them are in tier 1 cities. They are in Pune. They've done extremely well in their careers. They've moved on to larger multinational banks and corporations, and it has been a huge success story. I'm a fan of the Karnataka University, and I think you produce a great intellectual capacity there. We needn't be stuck with mere, as we call, just degrees or names. I think a BCom or an MCom from a Karnataka University knows way, way more than many other states. So that's how we connected with KDE
Let's give a big round of applause for that thought. You know, it's really amazing. If I distill the lines of thought from both our participants, you know, they could scale quickly, create something to MVP in just a few months. Just quickly to ask you, Mayuranshi, you could reach that number of around 100 people in how long? How many months or how many?
Not more than, I think the first 50 came in the first month.
Wow. And you were supported all through by KDM?
No, that wasn't, unfortunately, maybe, you know, we didn't, KDM and me didn't find each other. We did that independently. But I think going forward, it's definitely a partnership with KDM because the principles match and the visions match.
Excellent. Let's give a big round of applause for that. You see, so, you know, the fact is, there's a wonderful point. Even on their own, they could find that talent. And now KDM is giving that acceleration. And that's why the name of this wonderful event, Techceleration. How can we accelerate that journey together? So I go to the second round of question, also like a rapid fire round. You already kind of answered that in the first, is as you work here with the Tier 2, let's say in Karnataka as a state, how do you find ecosystem partners, you know, and who are these ecosystem partners? How easy was it to work with them or how difficult was it? So let's start with you, Madhusudanan, first, from Drava Holdings and also your other portfolio companies. Can you explain that? Yes.
See, they have been very, very welcoming. In fact, I never expected that IIT Dharwad will actually be so forthcoming. We met them sometime only in end June or July, and by August, we had started. And I mean, it's unbelievable, but...
Just hold on. Anybody is here from IIT Dharwad? Okay, we don't see. But anyway, let's give a big round of applause for them because in 1 month to do an industry institute participation, this is kind of like dreamland. It's not normally heard. Usually all these takes at least 6 months to decide, right? Okay, continue.
And so they've given a unique program wherein we get students as interns and they also get credits for that. And professor is also closely involved in what we do. So they get evaluated on a regular basis.
So it's a serious kind of relationship, right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
it is. So that is what brought in, I think, that kind of seriousness, and that is why we were able to actually do it in 4 months. So there were other institutes also that we have reached out to. Now we are slightly expanding to IIIT. We are trying to get students as interns even from IIIT. But it's going to be a collaborative effort wherein we bring in partners who want to try out what we want to build in the field. We are getting AI experts from outside for collaboration. We are getting IIT professors and students to work on real life problems that, because the kind of customer segment that we work with is tier 5, tier 6 kind of places. Okay, we are really building for Bharat here.
Excellent. That, you know, that's really interesting. Now let's quickly switch to Mayuranshi. Are you still there? So from Elixir's point of view, did you interact with some other ecosystem players here other than KDM? And what has been your experience or feedback?
So, like I said, we closely interacted with the Karnataka University, and of course, you know, but I think when we are dealing, you know, Elixir in all its, you know, kind of AI problem solving and, you know, that we do, right, and software application building, there is always tiers of talent that we need, and we've never focused on any one strata of talent, which would be only, say, young talent coming out of the universities or interns. We're looking at Belgaum, Hubli, Dharwad as a whole, you know, in terms of talent. There are scores of talent pool which have gone to Goa, who have gone to Bangalore, who cannot really put up with the high cost of living there and really, you know, want to be settled back home because culturally these are very rich cities, and we've also targeted, we've targeted them, brought them back to their natives, and I think we have avoided some part of the brain drain that we so call,
Okay.
you know, to other states. We've also targeted a lot of the women population. You know, maybe if I can say, you know, being from a tier 2, tier 3 cities, they're not confident enough to move to larger cities, live there on their own. So we've had a lot of these kind of talent pools in addition to the tying up with the institutes and
Great. You know, this reminds me of that wonderful line, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. This expansion of partnership will be really amazing because I think that will take Karnataka to that great leap forward. I remember Sanjeev at one of the conferences saying that if India has to reach the 5 trillion economy, you know, the contribution of Karnataka has to be 1 trillion in that. And I think all that will be driven by this new age IT, let's say, growth, and that will be led definitely and driven by Beyond Bangalore. We heard the minister some minutes ago talking about how much he is also focused on helping drive growth into these tier 2 cities. Now with our last and interesting question, which is to both of you, and it's quickly this. Could you give us 3 recommendations or gaps or opportunities? It could be 3 opportunities, 3 gaps, which can still be improved to take this to the next level or to really accelerate, as the theme of the event is Techceleration. So 3 ideas, 3 gaps, 3 opportunities. You can mix them up or just any 3. Over to you, Madhu, first.
See, GCCs are primarily moving for talent, tech talent, right? And if you want to really scale, for the cost part, you have excellent pool of freshers around, right? There is no problem. But scaling doesn't come just with freshers. You need the hierarchy. And that is where the last 1.5 years, we had challenges trying to get senior people available here with a kind of skill set that we were looking for. So there has to be some way of trying to attract senior talent back here. It's going to be complex. I mean, they have families, spouses working, children's education. You have, I mean, that is something that a company cannot do. So what we can offer is good work and salary. Somewhere, I think that is where somebody else has to fill it.
Great. So the mid-sector or the mid-tier of corporates so that startups can scale. Excellent. Yeah. Great, great.
Second is the skill set itself, right? The new, what has happened in AI over the last 1 year, I would say it is nearly made whatever has been done. So the way NLP was done or ASR was done has all been turned upside down in the last 1 year. So real reskilling of people is going to be needed.
Great.
And that also I see as an opportunity because the kind of tools that are going to come, anybody, it's like we are going to get Iron Man kind of armor, right? A product person can do tech, a pure tech guy can do marketing. So all of our capabilities are going to significantly improve, but that reskilling has to happen. But that can also bridge the gap
Absolutely.
that we are looking at. Okay.
Great. I just want to interject, just for the audience sake. I don't know if you've seen this comical ad that comes in between YouTube every now and then. It's a really irritating guy who says, stop making PPTs for half an hour. You can use AI to make it in 5 minutes. I mean, what he's saying is interesting. How many of you, just a quick show of hands, have you already started using ChatGPT? Do you have an account? Oh, wow, that's good. I think, already people are individually reskilling. That's great. Big round of applause to all of you that raised your hands. And for the rest, I think time to spend some time on self-skilling. This is really amazing. So you've given us wonderful 2 points, and any other last point that you think we should?
Yes. So one is skilling. We need to create an ecosystem where you have skilled workforce and entrepreneurs who are skilled in the latest of AI. The other enabler that you need to do is, that is the point I raised with the minister as well, because if you want to train your own model, the kind of money that you will have to invest is extremely huge. Not possible for a person who is studying or just out of college who wants to try. So that if basic amount of compute power, say GPUs, are made available, that is when you can actually help this ecosystem, which is trained, build their own POCs and MVPs and go to market.
Great, great. I think this is an excellent point, what you also shared with Minister. I want to share my quick experience. We were in Switzerland just 3 months back, and there's a beautiful campus called Quantum Basel. They're trying to use the quantum compute there in the canton of Basel. and create a digital twin of the city of Basel so that they can optimize for net zero goals and so on. The interesting thing is we went to that place and had a good visit. He is also waiting for the quantum computer to come. So they have the money, they've paid, but they have to wait. And the QRAMs that can compute qubits to reach those algorithmic speeds and scale, that still needs to come. So there is a wait list of people waiting for those wonderful processors, which are then needed to train to do POC. So there might be some delay on that. So I think we've really identified all the difficult problems to solve. Nonetheless, we don't need to lose hope because even the Swiss guys with money are waiting. So it's not such a bad scene. Therefore, the world is a little bit equal in that sense. Let's jump over quickly to you. From your experience, do you want to suggest some gaps or some opportunities? Mayuranshi? Perfect. Thank you, Mayuranshi. I think, I just summarized that as 2 points: stereotype to CEO thinking, and from a bias for words to a bias for action. With that, signing off at this session of Techceleration. Like we promised, we finish in 20 minutes just to catch up with time. Let's give a big round of applause to our wonderful speakers. And I want to hand over the proceedings back to the MC of the day from KDM. Over to you. Thank you so much to both panelists, and thank you to the audience for your resilience to stay through this panel. I think it's been a long day, but thank you very much. A big round of applause to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, speakers. I request Mr. Jose to present our panelists with a token of our gratitude. I also call to stage Mr. Naveen Bishnoi to present our moderator with a token of our gratitude. Thank you so much, speakers. We will now pause for a short break till 4:15. I request all the participants to be back in the hall by 4:15. We have another panel discussion lined up for you pertaining to skilling and how we can better skilling in Karnataka. Following that, we'll start our valedictory session. Thank you. Good evening, folks. Requesting all the delegates to come back to the hall. We'll be starting shortly. Good evening, one and all, and welcome back to Techceleration. The next panel discussion we have lined up for you is titled Rapid Talent Transformation, Building 1,000 Industry-Ready Professionals in Just 100 Days, including a focus on women. It's a deep dive into the concept of upskilling and rapidly enabling talent transformation to create a workforce that is extremely employable. Moderating this session for us is Ms. Chetna Sarang. Ms. Chetna Sarang is a dynamic entrepreneur, motivational speaker, podcaster, and a writer who's making waves in the educational and technology industries. She is the founder and CEO of Datamsh EdTech LLP, which is awarded as the top 100 innovative startups under the program Startup Karnataka Elevate 2021. Alongside these achievements, ma'am has served as a chief resource person and trainer representing NASSCOM and Microsoft on Azure AI 900 and data analytics using Power BI for an FDP organized by RCU Belgavi. We welcome you, ma'am. The panelists for this session include Mr. Sunil Deshpande, Delivery Center Head of TCS Bangalore, Ms. Prajakta Kulkarni, founder of Karata, Mr. Sandeep Senan, founder and director of Evobi Automations, and Mr. Pawan Sharma, Deputy Manager of HCL Tech, requesting the dignitaries to come on stage for the panel discussion. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, one and all. I'll take this opportunity and responsibility to keep it engaging and interesting. And I also ask your kind support and participation. I would like to start by asking you all a question. What does the word transformation mean to you? Is it overnight? Or is it a gradual shift, a breakthrough, or something in between? We are here to discuss today on a topic called rapid transformation, building 1,000 industry-ready professionals in 100 days. Sounds exciting, right? Let's begin. Before that, I would like to take the honor to introduce our panelists. Our first panelist, Sunil Deshpande, who is building Bangalore's talent brilliance in 100 days. He's the regional head of TCS Bangalore and maestro of talent transformation. With over 20 years of experience juggling every department from sales to HR, he is the architect behind Bangalore's thriving talent ecosystem. We welcome you, Mr. Sunil. I would like to introduce our next panelist, Mrs. Prajakta Kulkarni, hailing from Belgaum, with the entrepreneurial spirit of her grandfather, Rao Saheb Gokte, coursing through her veins. Prajakta Kulkarni is the force behind Curata, a talent powerhouse that's reshaping the startup landscape since 2015. She's built a team of 40, collaborated with 500 plus startups globally, and secured strategic partnerships with giants like Excel, Lightspeed, and Sequoia. But her impact extends far beyond numbers. We welcome you, ma'am. I would like to introduce our next panelist, Mr. Sandeep Senan from Evobi Automation, a tech wizard shaping India's future. From childhood tinkering to tech-driven innovation, Sandeep Senan's story is one of the passion and purpose. A tech enthusiast since the tender age of 8. I repeat, at the age of 8. He has built a remarkable career impacting thousands of lives through his ventures. He has a list going on which can inspire us for half an hour continuously. We are truly delighted to have you with us. Thank you. The grass is always greener on the other side. Many tech professionals want to enter teaching, and many teachers want to enter corporate. Here we have with us today a person who has had the best of both the worlds, Mr. Pawan Sharma, Deputy Manager of HCL Technologies, who have also had an intense academic background, a seasoned professional with unique blend of industry expertise and academic experience. We welcome you, sir. With this brief introduction of our panelists, I would like to give it a kickstart. The most million-dollar question, which every student have it in their mind. Even I had it in my mind. I'm sure even Mr. Sunil might have had it when he was a graduate. So the question is, many freshers feel overwhelmed by the seemingly endless skill list in job description. They ask, how can we possibly know all of these things? Do you think it's practical to expect deep expertise in every listed skill from a fresher? How young can talent navigate the skill vortex and still stand out to TCS, since you represent TCS?
Thank you, Chetna, for the very warm introduction. Good evening, one and all. I waited entire day for this session. How many students here in the audience? Okay. One at least? Okay. 5 of you on one. Is it okay? Okay. 2 people. Nevertheless, see, what we need to quickly understand before I say how a student will be industry ready. First, we should understand what is the academic ecosystem today in Karnataka. The Honorable Minister highlighted about 234 engineering colleges. So about 120,000 people join engineering every single year in Karnataka, out of which about 85 to 87,000 of them clear their engineering, as in they pass out. Out of 87,000, close to 22 to 23,000 of them do not get employment. That means only the balance people get employment. So there is something definitely lacking there. That's where the Honorable Minister and Sanjeev and his team, KDM team, have set up multiple skill committees to identify where are the gaps and how do we bridge that gap between what industry needs and what academic institutes provide. Most importantly, of course, the skill sets that all the panelists spoke since morning, even the cybersecurity panel that happened, all of you spoke about it. Those are the top skill sets, whether it is cybersecurity, whether it is blockchain, whether it is AI, ML. These are the trending technologies, and Chetna also can vouch for it as she's a coach herself. So there are 2 things that industry expects. One, a basic understanding of these things, and it has to be coupled with a mastery in another aspect. For example, blockchain and cloud architect as a combination, right? And within blockchain also the amount of nitty-gritties that you need to get yourself involved into. Say when you talk about blockchain, you have to learn Python. Along with Python, you also have to learn cryptography. Okay? Same is the case with data science. If you talk about, there are multiple SQL and all those things which comes under data science, data mining. A combination of that is very important, point number 1. Point number 2, the basics, I think few of them, the senior lady there sitting this morning, she spoke about the soft skill aspect. Very, very important. I'll tell you a very relevant example with respect to TCS. We do national qualifier test. It is one of the most democratic entrance test for engineering students, where last year, if I have to talk about, 66,000 people appeared for this particular entrance test. Okay? Out of which 66,000 for TCS Bangalore, they appeared for this test. Out of which only 9,500 people could clear the entrance exam. Okay? Am I asking somebody to clear an IAS assessment? No. It is a basic NQT. What does NQT consist of? National Qualifier Test. It basically consists of 3 areas. One is analytical ability. Second is aptitude. Third is basic programming language. When I talk about basic programming language, you talk about Python, C++. Right? That is where, and finally what happened, only about 2,700 of them could clear that round, the interview round. So the soft skill aspect comes into picture. So there are two models of looking at it. I'll conclude here. There are two models of looking at it. One, you talk to your academic institutes, you get yourself upgraded, upskilled, trained. Second, you train yourself on clearing the entrance exams. Which one is simpler? Which one is easier? You think about it, right? So these are the two models. Once you clear the entrance exam and once you come on board, we have a record, Chetna, that every course that I mentioned, TCS takes 90 days only to certify them. If I talk about AWS, if I talk about Azure, if I talk about Python, there is only 90 days. .NET, Advanced Java, that is full stack Java that I'm talking about. Exactly in 90 days, we certify them and make them job ready once they have joined us. So I'll stop here.
Thank you for your insights. I would like to add a point that it's impossible to make students build everything when they are students. But it's my suggestion that if a demo can be given of the project, because students can learn something when they know why they are learning something. But all of them start with what it is. What is AI? What is blockchain? They should know why blockchain, why AI. That's how the approach can be more meaningful. And if you show a demo, why you should be learning these parallel technologies, they can learn it a lot better than going for evaluation or marks or job. They stand as a very weak motivation. So that's just my...
Just a point on that. Sorry, I'm dragging a bit. See, the other quick input to students is that the amount of time that you spend on internships, right? So from our organization point of view also, we create a lot of sandboxes, and there is this new concept called Athena model. Athena model is where we will give our own live examples of where we have failed by masking the customer name and other details, and we will give that as a case study to you, for you to solve. So if you are amongst the academic institutes, so if your college professors are not taking you to the institutes, then you'll have to go and shake them. You'll have to tell them that they need to maintain stronger relation with corporates and ensure they take you for industry visits. See, people from, I was telling Santosh, people from NUS, people from Harvard and all, they come to Bangalore to understand how we work. And people here are not taking that extra effort and coming there, right? So that's where I'll stop. Probably I'll add a little later.
Thank you. This is interesting. We would like to know more about it. I will come to Ms. Prajakta Kulkarni. You have built a career and a company championing inclusivity in tech. So the tech world is a whirlwind of rapid change. Despite the tech's exciting potential, many women remain hesitant to enter. I mean it. I'm not just reading, I mean it. So what do you think are the primary factors contributing to this hesitation? But you have also mentioned at your company, Curata, there's 90% women workforce. So can you share your leadership approach to fostering this inclusive environment and empowering women to reach their full potential in tech industry?
Thank you, Chetna. So I want to share an interesting statistic here. According to World Bank, 40% of the world's workforce is women. But when we look at the tech industry, the men outnumber women largely at the top. The number is staggering. And why is this? Why are fewer women in tech? I work with a lot of funded startups where we see why women are hesitant to work in this industry, and some of the reasons that I could talk about. One of them is the tech industry is largely underrepresented. So there aren't enough women mentors, there aren't enough people, women to actually be part of the tech teams, and as a result, women feel isolated in a room full of men. They may not feel comfortable in sharing their opinions, and as a result, they lose out on leadership sort of positions. Another big reason is gender stereotypes. I think that growing up, typically in the Indian culture, and maybe it's changing now, women have always been nudged towards humanities careers, and men have been stirred to more STEM-like careers. And as a result, there is a preconceived notion that women can do something and women cannot do something. I think these gender stereotypes need to be broken at a very early age by parents, teachers, caregivers in the childhood. So everyone is open to all kinds of disciplines. The third thing we see a lot is the flexibility aspect. So startups particularly work round the clock. They do not have standard timings. And as a result, women have commitments. They have children, they have families. As a result, they are not able to give their 100%. Due to their breaks in career, they have to take gap years, as a result of which they lose out on the tech advancements. And as a reason, they drop out of this industry. So I would say that largely these reasons contribute towards why we see fewer women in tech. Having said that, I want to cite a recent success story that we all are very proud of. India is very proud of. Chandrayaan-3. Did you know that Chandrayaan-3 actually had 100 women engineers and scientists that worked together with men? And what happened then? We created history. So I'm saying that mindsets need to change. Women need to be given opportunities. Women need to be given flexibility, and engineers from diverse mindsets can create a lot of innovation. Coming back to my organization, I started Curata back in 2015 after being a stay-at-home mom for 11 years. I was struggling to find my ground. I was struggling to think of what I could do next. After talking to a few people, having moved countries, I started Curata. And over the last 7 years, I've built a team of about 50 people. Like she said, 90% are women. And I work closely with 30-ish global VCs and 500 funded startups. And one of the reasons I think that we've been successful is I work with women taking into consideration a very old Indian tradition. It's called the Guru Shishya Parampara. I'm not sure if you've heard of that, where I act as an inspirational figure, but I give them the autonomy to try things out, to make decisions on their own, and I guide them while they do it. And for one, I love giving opportunities to women from diverse backgrounds. So I have people who have worked in finance for 10 years, people who've been in teaching, people who've been taking breaks in their careers and have returned to work. And all of them today are my superstars. They are champion leaders, and they are creating the next set of leaders. So I think that that has been my secret sauce to creating a women, largely a diverse organization. And I'm going to conclude and stop here by narrating a story. Recently, I sat through a discussion with a senior woman data scientist. And it was an interview for a senior AI, for a top AI firm in the country. And while we were screening her for behaviors, culture, and different aspects, she narrated a story that really struck a chord with me. She said growing up, education was not a norm for her. She had to wake up at 3 a.m., travel 50 miles each way to complete her education, and today she said her dream has become a reality. The only thing that worked for her was perseverance. So to all the women that are here, I'd like to say that if you have a dream, you could be given 1,000 opportunities, but if you do not have the perseverance and the fire in your belly, you won't be able to achieve anything. So if you have a dream, go have the perseverance and make it a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Your journey is truly inspiring. Me being in tech and being women, I share this thought that the stereotype is not about competing with men, but we being raised with a condition that for women, family is the first job, family is the first house. So that stereotype has to be changed, I believe, saying parents, for both parents, family is first. It's not just women. Maybe it starts from there. It starts from there because women have come far in this field of tech. They are battling, but they get complacent with small battles they win. They don't try to challenge themselves in bigger battles. So that's where we think we should all focus on. You are truly an inspiration. So with this, I would like to talk about and ask an interesting question to Mr. Sandeep. You have been in both manufacturing and building talents. So my question on the topic of today's panel discussion is that building people isn't like churning out widgets. Can we really zip through 1,000 skilled professionals in 100 days as we do with robots? Or learning is too messy to human? How, is this really possible, in short?
There's no one size fits all, Chetana. That's what I believe, especially with respect to humans, right? When we look at humans, we have so many different levels and different kinds of skills we talk about. We have, if you look at in manufacturing, if you say, can you really skill 1,000 or 10,000 in under 3 months? Yes, it's possible. But if you say the more complex creative jobs like maybe embedded skilling or VLSI skilling, is that going to be easy? Like someone who just comes out of 12th grade, can you skill that fast? Not necessarily. So that takes a lot of great trigger, certain kind of perseverance, and also a lot of skills and capabilities of the, or raw talent. So I think the question is with respect to how do you sector define each one of them? How do you even classify each of these sectors under different levels and say that what is that you are targeting? So if you're looking at maybe creating semi-skilled labor for a certain sector, how do you look at that? Then if you want to really skill thousands of them, I think it's an easy job. But if you say VLSI design, if you want to skill 1,000 of them in 3 months, that's going to be a very hard challenge. So I think we need to probably dive down into the details and look at which sector, what kind of jobs are we talking about, what amount of creativity do we need there, or critical thinking we need there. I think that's probably the tougher things to answer and look at. But I think, can we skill? Yes, it's possible.
Thank you so much. I totally agree with you. It was very realistic. So with that, I would like to ask a question to Mr. Pawan Sharma. Industry shouts jump. Academia asks how high. This age-old gap between what companies need and what colleges teaches feels like never-ending dance. This problem has been there even when we were in the college as kids. So why is it not addressed or dealt with it yet? Why are we still discussing this problem even after decades? Can you throw some light on this?
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. HCL has come up with the program called as TechBee in 2016-17. In Karnataka, we partnered with KSDC. This program gives like what the question is all about. After 12th, the candidates will be hired directly an employee of HCL. This is the only program in India where the class 12 students being hired as a full-time employee of an MNC company which have its presence in 63 different countries. Second thing, coming about the education. So HCL, being a giant in software industry, have partnered with IIT, IIIT, BITS Pilani, IIM, and other universities for the higher education of these candidates. These candidates will be trained the question is all about 100 days training can be done for these candidates. Yes, we are doing this. Even Deshpande sir has told that 90 days they will give the certification. They give for the 90 days, we give for the 99th day. So it's been practiced since 2016-17. The candidates will be trained for the 100 days exactly. Then they will be pushed for the internship. That to be paid internship by the HCL. There will be the 3 opportunities for the students. One, financial independence at the very early age. Second thing, career opportunity along with the education. Third thing, on-site opportunity. So this is all about the TechB program where state government skill development department has with the chairmanship of the then ACS Selvakumar sir, we had done the MOU and we are reaching out to all the schools across Karnataka.
Thank you for this informational talk. So there are many opportunities which HCL and TCS companies like this are coming along with to empower students. Because when it's very difficult when colleges commit for 4 years and they struggle to employ their students, and companies like this come, we can train you in 90 days. And the question comes on the student's mind, then why all this? Right, so there is something for this. That's a student segment. With this, I would like to also touch upon, I would like to ask Sunil again, mid-career professionals, metamorphosis. I can see, I have been in this both teaching field and industry. I can see many of them want to shift to teaching and many teachers want to shift to corporates. So I'm speaking for teachers now currently. So if they want to come to tech, what kind of reskilling? They are not freshers, so there is some barrier there. And also, even in tech, when people are already feeling the stagnation, how can they reskill, upskill, and try to be in the game? And how can the professionals from other domain be a part of your game?
Thank you. That's a very interesting question. So let's break this up in 2 parts. One is technical, second is non-technical. See, non-technical, if I have to talk about, say, somebody who completes a BCom, I don't know, there's a Techceleration, I don't know whether we have BA, BCom students here, but if somebody just normally finishes their BCom in 3 years without doing any cross-skilling while they are studying, then you can't blame the ecosystem or government for not getting employed. While you are doing BCom, you should also try and understand what are market relevant skills, like you can do SAS training, statistical analytics, right? So whether it is, I was telling this to a couple of others over a cup of tea, that today Orissa and West Bengal do not boast about a great IT ecosystem, but they boast about fantastic statistics experts. Right? So this is an area that is something which all of us need to concentrate. Just by going to college and writing those exams and coming back and saying that unfortunately I'm not getting a job, you can't blame others. You'll have to blame yourself. That is on the non-technical part. On the technical part, for people who have taken breaks in their careers. See, I am a part of one of the skill committee where we are also reviewing this aspect. So almost every IT company, whether it is TCS, Infosys, HCL, Cognizant, all of them have this concept of re-begin, reignite, restart. Okay? Every organization has its own way of getting people back into the ecosystem who have taken various career breaks in between. That is one. Second is, I would want to ask students here, how many of you have actually gone to the website of various IT companies? You all will have dream of working for some organization. It could be HCL, it could be NVIDIA, it could be any of these companies, right? Qualcomm or Intel. I know you were talking this morning about a couple of product companies. How many of you have actually gone onto their websites and opened the career portal and try finding out what skill sets they are looking at. Mind you, everything is available there. Each one of them. So somebody who wants to reignite their career after taking a break in between, the only underlying statement here is you will have to continue being relevant. How do you be relevant? What are the skills? The skills are available in public. Okay? You need to understand what skills are needed by the organizations by getting into their websites, right? And then checking for yourself, and various training modules are being curated. See, every training module, every skill set that I spoke about, every competency that I spoke about, there are various online partners who deliver these skill trainings in about 90 days to 100 days. You talk about O'Reilly, you talk about Coursera, you talk about LinkedIn Learning, right? All these options are available. Plus there are institutes like the one Chetna runs who do classroom sessions to ensure that people are upskilled with the relevant skills that are needed. So two things I addressed here. One, you will be, you all can be rest assured that every organization is looking at rehiring, though they run this policy under different nomenclatures, but that doesn't matter. So every top company wants to hire people back, give an opportunity for ladies or any other men who have taken a break. The second thing, staying relevant is in your hands. You will have to stay relevant. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So coming back to another question to Ms. Prajakta. Like the percentage of women in tech is less. I also feel that the percentage of men taking break in their career are also less. Men don't have choice, they have to continue. While women have choice to take break. And in that break, we see tech is fast moving. It changes in lightning speed. So do you think changing scenario, landscape of technology is a barrier for women being in tech? And how are you and your company trying to address this, trying to catch the pace of changing technologies?
So I think there's no question in my mind that technology is changing rapidly. India has become a global leader when it comes to digital skills, especially with a focus in cloud, platform, security as an expertise. With emerging technologies like generative AI and other larger platform models, we see a lot of new roles emerging as well. What we are also seeing is that science and technology is creating disruptions in areas such as space, climate, materials, agri-tech, and so on. So technology is changing rapidly, and like Sunil mentioned, it really is in the hands of each individual to keep themselves updated. But at the same time, I do think that organizations should also take it upon themselves to sort of keep an ongoing learning, upskilling, giving their employees an opportunity to keep doing that on a regular basis. I think that can sort of ensure that women can keep up with the changing technologies. And yeah, that's how the problem can be addressed.
Thank you so much. So I would like to now ask Sandeep. So the question is, I was fascinated the moment I saw that you started as young as in your age of 8. I'm sure it's your mindset that has a lot to do with all the accomplishments that you have done being in the tech world, because it's under constant flux. Can you share that secret recipe for the mindset that you have? It can help many young people and also mid-age professionals to reskill and reinvent themselves.
Chetna, many of it was accident. I think a couple of good things, and I think when we are recently working on something called as skilling, and I would want to look at what are the 4 steps which we have to keep in mind if we were to skill someone to do extremely well. One of the first thing we have noticed is that many of them on an average lack the confidence to take up something. Now it could be because when you look at a problem, you really don't have the confidence. You think, this is not something which I'll be able to handle all that part of it, or itna log hai, what will people think about me, all that part of it. So confidence is number one. So instilling confidence among students is something very, very important. The second part about, once you get the confidence, what do? The second thing is your ability to self-learn. Like, how can we keep self-learning without an external teacher or a mentor hand-holding you all the time? So it's okay in schooling to take some help, all that part of it, but over a period of time, you need to start looking at problems and saying that, hey, look, there is this problem. How do I solve it? I might not really have an immediate answer to it, but how do I navigate that solutions? So I think one is confidence, second one is self-learning, third one is with respect to looking at how, once I self-learn, how do I keep the growth mindset intact? Like, most of us get stuck. After a certain point of time, we talk about why we reach our pinnacle and get stuck there is basically because somewhere the pot is full attitude starts coming in. And it comes sometimes very early. Sometimes students who do very well in schooling, academically, gold medalists, struggle to do creative jobs is basically because they get stuck. Now, if we fulfill on skilling students on these three things, and then hard skills. Hard skills comes later, which you talk about Python, embedded, VLSI, all that I classify under hard skills. And finally, the ability to keep going, which is grit. I think these are some fundamental things which I think not just me, anyone keeps doing. And of course, if there is a passion area which I think you can work, whatever I like doing all this is basically because I can work on the field I am working free. So, and of course, that's why I became an entrepreneur. So no one used to give you money. So, and I think this is something which people can formulate in their curriculum and put it in a very defined structure. Even like, for example, I've seen a lot of technical curriculum being done. None of them focuses on self-learning. Why can't a technical curriculum have self-learning component? So if that is there, I think it will help.
Even I vouch for that. Self-learning is the key for success. I cannot deny that. So, and the mindset. So with this, in the interest of time, I would quickly try to wind up with asking you to give your concluding remarks, but with a question. You have seen the best of both the worlds. Now you have to tell me where were you most comfortable? It's a tricky question.
Obviously, corporate is most comfortable because working with bureaucrats will drag you to many problems as well as positions also. So, being worked for state government for more than 6.5 years, resigned there and joined it for the corporate world. So, the corporate world is the best. So, we could easily connect with the people, easily attend these kind of events. If I was into the state government employee, I couldn't have been attended this. So, there are many opportunities as just Sandeep was telling and Deshpande was telling. N number of opportunities are into the students' hands. He has asked the question like, how many of you visited the career page of any of the company? None have answered this. So this is the main where our North Karnataka students or other totally coming to the students fraternity where we are lagging. So there are opportunities, we have to grab them.
That is true. It goes undeniable. Yeah. Thank you so much for that candid answer and being honest, not being diplomatic. So I would like to ask concluding remarks from Mr. Sunil about this topic of talent transformation.
Thank you. See, the buzzword is prompt engineering, right? All of you are speaking about generative AI. Currently, generative AI is what, about $200 billion market, and by 2030 they are saying about $700 billion. So generally the thumb rule is that 15% of the technology disruption is where the people end up spending their capex on. So there is a huge opportunity that comes up with every technology disruption. When you say prompt engineering in a generative AI, what is prompting? Prompting is how you communicate with someone and then come back. For you to communicate, what is critical is language, right? We might be experts in these various trending languages like Python, C++, and so on and so forth. In my opinion, the most important language is English. Okay? Try prompting, try asking the right questions, try talking to yourself in the right language, you will get the response. So, like he said, hard skills, technology skills can be learned. Soft skill is a way of living, right? You will have to start investing in that quite more and better early than late. Thank you.
Thank you. In the interest of time, again, I would want to really ask the punching concluding remarks which the audience can carry away from this room.
I think India has set itself as a leader in technical skills. I'm going to pick up from what Sunil said and say that we really need to work on our soft skills. I think that is what is important from the perspective of being industry ready. The ability to communicate, the ability to problem solve with innovation, the ability to think outside the box, and the ability to bring out the leader in your own self is the only way in which every one of us can succeed. And that's how I'd like to end here.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So I would like to ask you, Mr. Sandeep.
So my takeaway is this. I think whatever you want to get into, take a leap of faith, fail at it. And I think failure is the best teacher you can have. If you fail often, I think you will succeed. So keep at it, fail often, and I think you'll learn how to learn.
Thank you so much. Just to summarize in one line about each one of them, Ms. Prajakta has shown an inspiration. Women coming from Belagavi and thriving in tech, she is a superb example. The way she is leading with 90% women workforce in Curata. Truly inspiring, ma'am. We are privileged to have you. And then, so Sunil's words, don't just be in fantasy, try to be in the reality, check what the companies are asking for on their career portal, check and be relevant, self-learning. And from Sandeep, I would like to take that, invite more accidents so that you can accomplish more in life. Don't be in the safe zone, be self-learners. And Mr. Pawan, I would like to say he has tried every profession and reinvented himself so many times. I think we all need to do that until we find a place we are absolutely comfortable. With this, we would like to end this amazing conversation. Hope I was cooperative and good with you. Thank you all. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much, panelists, for that insightful conversation. I request Ms. Chetana to present the panelists with the token of our gratitude. I also call to the stage Mr. Venkatesh Patil to give us, our moderator, a token of our gratitude.
I think with this, we move to the last section of today's event, which is the valedictory session. So we have amazing set of speakers in this session. Plus, we have few of the product launches. We have set of startups which are part of our Blue program, winners of our Blue program. And also, we wanted to felicitate few of these startups which have started their operations. Either they have expanded their operations in the cluster, or they have started their operations. They have either increased their capacity or increased their workforce. But over to the one-on-one address, I would like to invite Mr. Naveen Bishnoi. He's country head of Marvel. At Marvel, he leads an enthusiastic group of talented individuals in design and development in chip design space. Marvel is a leader in semiconductor field. So please, Mr. Bishnoi, over to you, please.
Thank you. Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. I know it's late in the evening, but I thought I'll share some of my thoughts of what I've observed today, but also what I've been observing around. And then hopefully it connects with what we have been talking on Techceleration, as well as what each one of you have been doing, right? So first of all, I was very glad that I could hear a lot of words which connects to what I do in day-to-day life, especially around chips, semiconductors, VLSI, and many of that. That's what I do to make chips, which enables all the technologies that we talked about, right? If you look back just in the last 5 years, what has changed is that, my family, my car service person, my friends have started understanding semiconductor, thanks to the COVID. And this is not just the last 5 years, but if I look at as a technology person over the last 4 decades, what started as a PC era moved into an internet era, followed by mobile, came cloud, and then the next era that all of us are talking about is the whole AI era, right? Now, if you look at these technology, imagine the kind of impact this technology has on all of us. With a click of a button, we have been able to connect to anyone whom we want to, friends, family, anyone, anywhere in the world. There are car companies which are coming and saying is that I'll have technology in my car that there'll be 0 death because of my car from 2025 onwards. We have been able to do human medical research to ensure that we have the medicines and other things developed for our medical science improvement. So technology development has been immense over the last 4 decades, and an underlying many of these technologies, you will hear this word called electronics and semiconductor. What do you think these technology are enabled with? A lot of us connected with the smartphone, the gadgets that we have, maybe at home, on our body, in our hand, the car we drive, some of the computers that we use in day-to-day. Yes, they are one part of the technology, but they are the what I call as the sense or the elements which is telling you what to do or finding out what to do for you. But behind these is a huge infrastructure that sits which enables this technology advancement that we talk about. When a car company comes and says that I will have a hardware and on top of that a software built in to ensure there are no accidents happening, that's happening because of a amount of learning that they have been doing every day, uploading it on their servers, upgrading their software, and ensuring that a car is smarter when on the road and then helps you achieve that target. When we go and do a lot of search on the Google, yes, you get a lot of answers because there's a lot of infrastructure running in the background to do that. And then imagine an example of generative AI that we have been talking these days. If I take an example of just ChatGPT-3, and I'm talking about GPT-3, not even the GPT-4, it took almost 3 to 4 weeks to train that, with almost 6 billion Wikipedia pages of data, and it consumed power which could have given power to maybe 30 homes in US for a year. I'll repeat, 30 homes for a year in US. And this is just one application. We have GPT-4 after that, and there are so many applications that's coming in based on the use case that you and I see. More than the prompt engineering to just find out, create slides, create resume, or find out answers, to a segment of applications which can go into education, entertainment, e-commerce, real estate, and many others, right? Imagine all of those applications, and they have to be trained, and the kind of infrastructure that we have to build in, we might burn this planet down with that amount of power that will be required. And that's where the semiconductor technology is playing a role to ensure that while these technologies are coming up, or while these needs and use cases are coming up, it has the right infrastructure in the background to ensure it is scalable and it is useful for the bigger general good that we all have been talking about. And these infrastructure is not just the computing that we talked about. Some people asked about the CPUs and GPUs need. For sure, they are the critical part of that infrastructure, and it still remains costly, and there has to be ways to find out that how do we enable this, the data center cloud, the CPUs and GPUs to be more affordable and more approachable for all the community who wants to experiment their ideas, their prototypes, and then have a product out. But also about many other things, which is about networking. How do we connect these data centers? How do we connect these multiple equipments to ensure that the data flows from anywhere to anywhere? And then storage and many other. So that's the semiconductor world that at least I have been part of, very proud of, and I was happy to hear there has been quite a few set of people, startups, and experts who have been working on that as well. To connect that thought, at least is what I think. So AI is giving us that opportunity, and I saw that aspiration when the afternoon the cluster team showed the aspiration and asked for help from the Honorable Minister to create a Center of Excellence for AI. I was glad to see that, and I think that's an opportunity because there are so many use cases that could be around here, and that can be built using those Center of Excellence for AI. The second one, which I wanted to just introduce you to one program which we started working with KDM. The idea came from Sanjeev and many others, and I've been partner of that, and we call it as a KVLSI program. And it is part of the bigger skilling initiatives that you have been hearing from, and then you'll hear maybe probably from many others that we have been doing. What we saw that the VLSI skills is considered to be a tough skills. Most of the engineers or the employees in those skills are mostly with a master's degree and then the PhD degree, and then happens to be from the tier 1 college, tier 1 cities, and that's where the whole talent is limited to. But looking at the semiconductor growth that's coming in, India itself is talking about 80,000 VLSI engineers in the next 5 years. And if I scale that every year, 15 to 20,000 engineers, and in Karnataka being such a big engineering population with the number of programs and schools, I think a lot of that contribution will come from Karnataka. So our thought is that how do we enable some of these these VLSI programs to not just to the tier 1 institute and tier 1 school, tier 1 cities, but also to take it to other parts and then create a program where we have participation from academia, from government, and from industry to get the candidates ready and then be available for the bigger semiconductor opportunities that's coming up for us. And the semiconductor opportunities are actually in multiple ranges. It does involve a lot of computer science graduates to build the EDA tools and many computer architectures. It does need electronic graduates to do a lot of electronic chip design, fabless design. And it does need a lot of manufacturing footprint when we take these designs into a physical manufacturing in a fab, to convert them into a chips, make them packet tested, and have the system available for us. So that's a great program that we have been able to do it, and our intent, which we are trying to work with the government and the wider community, is that how do we replicate into different clusters, including the HBD cluster. So we've just started talking about it. There are so many good institutes that we talked about. If any one of you have that aspirations to include VLSI as part of your center of excellence and be part of this program, happy to connect with me or KDM team, and we'll build forward from there. But very excited to see what you all have. I came here thinking I'll be telling something to you about what's happening. Believe me, I learned a lot about the thriving ecosystem, the number of success you have, and the aspirations each one of you are showing. And I'm sure, I think together we'll work to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bishnoi, for your insights. Very excited to work with you for the VLSI Skill Center. We'll continue sort of extending the support and make sure that this is, the entire ecosystem is developed at a much faster rate. May I please request Mr. Rajendra Belgaonkar to please hand over the memento to Mr. Bishnoi.
That's the learning I'm taking back from here.
So that's it. Rajiv. Next we have Mr. Harish Prabhu. He's the Strategy and Transformation Leader from Philips Innovation Campus, Bangalore. Mr. Prabhu, over to you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The odds are stacked against me, right? So this is probably one of the last speakers. And the time is hardly 5 minutes. And more than anything else, whatever I wanted to speak through the day, it has been covered. So I have a real tough job to make justice for the next 5 minutes. Nevertheless, I'll try my best. As I was introduced, I work with the Philips Innovation Campus, which is predominantly working in the healthcare sector. And I was extremely delighted to see that the picture in the middle talks a couple of places, medtech as an area of focus. And I think in the morning, one gentleman from KLE also asked a question that they are also working in the space of medtech. So this has been a day of learning for me, as Mr. Bishnoi already said, that there are quite a few opportunities that probably I can work with KDM in the coming days to realize. Now, I'll really keep it very crisp, right? I just have 5 points to make, and I will still make it within the next 5 minutes. So the first one is about competition. So we all are trained to be competitive from our kindergarten days. But it is not always a game of competing or catching up with somebody. It is all about I having a value proposition, I believing in itself, and I really making it big for myself. There will be competitors, we will do the catch up, but at the first place, that is not the starting point. That's what I strongly believe in. If my foundation is very strong, if I believe in my idea, I can really make it big, right? That's point number one. Point number two is somebody spoke about learn from your mistakes. Yes, we have to, but at the same time, it is also important to learn from others' mistakes also, right? Some of the staggering statistics say that, thousands of startups come up, fly by night many a times. 10% or even less really make it big. So the key question that needs to be asked is, yes, 10% have become big, but why the other 90% have not been able to make it big? I think we need to focus significantly in that area to really understand, right? It is not just about the startups, it is also about, bigger cities, for example. So there was, I read an article somewhere which said between 2000 and 2022, there were about 440 GCCs that were set up in Bangalore. I mean, if you just work backwards, it is like one GCC for every 15 days. No city in the world can keep up with that kind of progress, right? The third point, I think this point has been beaten to death today, the industry and academia collaboration, right? But I will still cover a couple of elements that I want to say. So I did my engineering from BVB College of Engineering, Hubli. And at that point in time, there was this famous place called LSWA, Lingayat Society Welfare Association Library. That was the melting point for all the students because there were all the reference books that were available. There was no concept of textbooks. But now my sister's son is doing his engineering, and I see he is walking around with 5 books for his semester, which is 1 textbook per subject. In my opinion, that is the starting point to curtail the hunger for learning. Somebody also spoke about a lot of emphasis on self-learning. I think that is extremely important, right? Nobody can ever catch up with the pace in which the industry is changing. That is a given fact, right? I mean, we started, just look at the last decade. There was mobile application, then, that was a big boom. There was data science, AI, ML, now generative AI, now prompt engineering. Academics cannot keep changing syllabus every 6 months. That is not a possibility. So the onus is on us equally to see what are the emerging technologies. I mean, for the cost of a pizza, I can learn a course. That is a fact today, right? How many of us really leverage that? Because I, in my role, work very, very closely with many colleges, right? I mean, just to name a few, MSRIT, MIT in Manipal, NI in Mysore, SRM in Chennai. I'm very actively involved with them. And the way we are trying to change this is that we are working with them to define curriculum for them. Some of our staff is actually involved in teaching them. The internship projects that they are doing is not just the academic project, but some portion of the real project that we are actually giving it to them. I think these are some of the areas where we can continue to build upon and then make it as a success. And the last point I really want to make is, marketing is extremely important, right? Many of us are media shy. Many of us don't want to add bells and whistles to what we are doing. But trust me, it makes a difference. I'll just give you, one example. In the recent past, this has been a trending topic on social media. In Bangalore, there is an eatery which literally gives you idli and dosa deep fried, right? I don't want to name the eatery, but the article says that they are making something like 4.5 crores, I don't know, turnover or profit per month in one unit, right? And in my opinion, that is a big success because of internet. He can very, very soon open a cardiology institute next to his restaurant, right? But then it is a big, big hit, right? So marketing makes an equally important, element in what you do. Don't just, shy away from saying, I don't know who else may be doing this. Is it really worth talking about? Yes, it is worth talking about if you believe in it, that it can be talked about, right? And the last one, I really want to talk about one personal story, and with that, I will definitely conclude. So recently, there was this conference called RSNA, right? Radiology Society of North America. And I don't know how many of you followed it. It is one of the largest conferences in the world for radiologists across the globe. So one of the things that Philips launched there is a mobile MRI, right? I'm sure all of you know what an MRI is. It is one of the biggest power guzzlers, right? In terms of resources, in terms of the natural resources that it takes and all of that. Now, it is, helium is one of the very important components, and we know that helium is the only natural resource that cannot be mass manufactured, and it is also depleting very fast. And an MR consumes hundreds of liters for its maintenance to manage the magnets on a yearly basis. Now, Philips had a product called Blue Seal, which was almost helium-free. It just consumes about 7 liters of helium for its lifetime. But now we have introduced something called as a mobile MRI, which means there is an MRI on the back of a truck which can take healthcare to the doorstep of a person. Now, why I'm telling this story is that it is not, I was just going through the startups that are listed here. Many a times, there is an incremental thought. Many a times, there are path-breaking thoughts. right? Increment thoughts, I mean, they have a place with due respect, they need to be there. But what I'm urging you is to really think big that can really make a lasting impact on the society, right? With that, thanks for this opportunity. I hope I tried to make justice to my 5 minutes. And it has been a fantastic day of learning, although I woke up at 3 to catch a flight at 6:30, but I'm still awake and able to stand and talk. Thanks a lot for this opportunity and all the best.
Thank you for your words, sir. Two things that I'm definitely taking home is the importance of self-learning and learning from others' mistakes. I think many of us do not like Rameshwaram. Did you mention that? The only thing that compete with that example is there is another hospital, let's name it Medanta, in Gurgaon. So they have the intensive care unit and there is a KFC right next to it. So you can figure out where the entire thing is going. May I request Jacob, please come on stage and give them a memento. Thank you. May I now please invite a person with whom we work very closely, Mr. Sunil Deshpande. He's Delivery Center Head, Tata Consultancy Services. The company employs more than 80,000, Sunilji? More than 80,000 people in this state, in Karnataka, and I think more than 4 lakh across India and worldwide. Over to you, please.
Thank you. I'll keep it very short. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for this opportunity. My sincere compliments to the government authorities here and also the KDM for doing this unbelievable stuff. See, we have TCS office in possibly every state in India. And I haven't seen this kind of government and academic government and corporate interactions ever, anywhere. So huge round of applause to them. See, I was just telling Sanjeev that unfortunately I'm too blunt and too straight, but let me be what I am. See, there are a couple of things which all of you have to remember. You know, I wanted to speak on few things, but I think that was covered a bit earlier. See, there is something called imposter syndrome. Any of you have heard of this? Anybody? Yeah? So basically, something in us which is stopping us to go all out. And we see this predominantly in tier 2, tier 3 cities. Okay? We also see this amongst ladies who have taken breaks in their lives due to various reasons. So we'll have to work on this particular syndrome to come out of it. Very, very important. All of us need to work really hard on it. And I did mention about various portals and self-learning aspect. I definitely want to bring this up. See, all of us dream of working for some or the other organization or starting a startup. But if in case I have to talk about employment, I will have to browse and understand everything about the company with whom I want to work, right? It's very important that I keep learning about what are the opportunities in those organizations. Secondly, every technology disruption brings with it huge amount of opportunities, not only for the employee or the students, but for the employer as well. Like I mentioned a while ago, when 5G technology disruption happened, okay, we did a market evaluation and all of you know what $1 billion it was. Generative AI we spoke about, in about 4 to 5 years from now, it will be about $650 to $700 billion market. Imagine a 15% expense, capex expenditure on that, and we will be there. Like you mentioned, TCS, amongst such uncertain economic situation, has still mentioned that we are going to hire 40,000 employees this year. okay? And we will still stand by it. But again, a point, it is a collective responsibility of tier 2, tier 3 city employees to ensure that an organization which comes and establishes or tries to establish itself in your city, you should ensure it stays there. Okay? Now, I don't want to name a huge competitor of mine. Our huge competitor of TCS has started its office in Hubli, not doing that well. Okay? And why it doesn't do that well? Because people don't come and work out of these offices. Now there are about 11,000, 12,000 engineers who pass out from the district of Belgaum and Hubli together. I did speak about 87,000 total engineers who pass out from the state of Karnataka. About 11 to 12,000 are from this region. This region produces few of the best talents, let me tell you. And most of them are there. I have seen them grow with our organization. But when you are asking corporates to come and set itself in your branch, then it has to be really, really reciprocal relation in nature. You have to ensure it succeeds when it decides to come and establish itself. So, prompt engineering, I wanted to talk, you did cover it up beautifully. See, what we have observed, I'll close here because I have spoken enough in last 30 minutes. The communication aspect, I kept telling this to Mrs. Ekdeep Kaur also, Ekroop Kaur also, last time when I spoke to her, that you train students on clearing entrance exam, leave all the headache to us. What is so difficult about clearing an entrance exam? So why can't I start learning about aptitude? Why can't I start learning about problem solving? Why can't I start learning about basic programming from second, third semester onwards? That's something which we all have to concentrate really hard on. I have been fortunate that the government has chosen few of us to represent their committee. So we have designed a very beautiful concept where what are the relevant skills? Under each of the relevant skills, what are the sub-skills that each one of you need to know? Under each of the sub-skill, how many hours, how many man-hours of training is needed? Once you are competent in those skills, what type of job opportunities are waiting for you in corporates? And against each of those job opportunities, what is the salary bracket? Very, very clearly defined and designed. I think after the government does its due diligence, it's going to roll it out. And I would definitely want all of you to concentrate on these areas. Last time also when I came here, I thoroughly enjoyed every minute that I spent here about 2 years back in the CEO conclave. Today also has been a truly enriching day for me. And probably I'm here for another 20-30 minutes if we can partner on some aspect. Triple IT team spoke to me and few other academic institutes. If in case we can partner together, I'll be very happy to take it up from here onwards. Thanks again. Thanks for this opportunity. Thank you.
May I request Santoshi to please hand over the memento to me. May I now please invite Dr. S. Selva Kumar, IS, Principal Secretary, Department of Industries and Commerce, Government of Karnataka. Sir, please, sir. Sir has been guiding us in his various capacities earlier as Principal Secretary, Skill Development now. Sir, please, over to you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today to learn about a lot of things in deep tech technology. It's a real exciting journey for all of us in this deep tech, especially with a lot of startups coming up in the field of AI and other related fields. This region represents a dynamic confluence of cultural heritage and technology potential, and it's home for people with a literacy rate of 87% plus, indicating a well-educated population. As discussed by different members in today's event, institutions like IIT Dharwad and Hubli Economic, SEZ and others provide a fertile ground for technological innovation and talent development in this region. As we all know that Karnataka's contribution to India's IT exports stands at an impressive 38%, with Bangalore being the epicenter. Now we have to focus on other regions, so we are shifting our focus towards expanding this technological prowess to other regions like Hubli-Dharwad, Belgaum, Mangalore and Mysore. The emphasis is on sectors like AI, IoT and sustainable technologies supported by a vibrant ecosystem of over 200 startups which is already existing here in these regions. To catalyze this growth, the government of Karnataka has launched initiatives like Karnataka Startup Policy, which is aiming to establish over 20,000 startups by 2025, many of which will be in deep tech sectors. Specific to this HDB region, we are investing in creating tech parks, providing seed funding, and facilitating mentorship programs to nurture local talent and startups. While the potential is immense, challenges in infrastructure and connectivity remains. Addressing these will not only spur local economic growth, but also encourage more entrepreneurs to choose this place as their launch pad. Our commitment is to turn these challenges into opportunities for growth and innovation. I urge all the entrepreneurs, investors, and innovators present here today to explore these opportunities. Let's collaborate to make this region a cornerstone of India's deep tech aspirations, blending our rich heritage with cutting-edge technology. Thank you for being a part of this journey towards a technologically advanced and innovative Karnataka. Together, we can shape a future where HDB region becomes synonymous with deep tech excellence. Thank you.
Can I please request Sri Darshan HV, Director ITBT, to hand over the memento, please? Thank you. So this is all part of our Beyond Bangalore initiative. This moment begins that we hear something from the person who coined the entire word, right? May I please request the chairman of Karnataka Digital Commission, Sri BV Naidu, to give his remarks, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Ekrup Kaur, Dr. Shalakumar, and my team, Sanjeev, and other friends from the Marvel and Sunil, and the friends. Actually, I think today morning, probably at least 1/3 of the flight was all the people coming from Bangalore. And all the guys must have woke up at 3 o'clock, and I could see all the faces and not so much tired. That means they are all enjoyed the sessions, whatever has happened. So I enjoyed all the sessions, and I could able to see enthusiasm, I could able to see that energy, and I also learned a lot. Now, I think we're all here. Why do you think we're all doing here? Last couple of years I've been coming almost every quarter or every 6 months. The only reason is we need to increase the contribution that is coming from beyond Bangalore to the national exports and the Karnataka exports. We all believe that Karnataka could reach $1 trillion economy. If that is so, a digital economy would be around $400 billion, but all that is coming from Bangalore. We wanted to make sure that at least 10 to 15% of that digital economy should come from the beyond Bangalore clusters, and we believe that Hubli can play a major role in that. HDB cluster can play. The second thing is employment. We spoke about, many panels did talk about that employment. We wanted to make sure that, that the local employment generation is done here. That means people should have the companies, the talent is available here, but talent does not get that opportunity to get employed here. We wanted to bring that industry closer to where the talent is available. That is another effort. That is the reason what you see here. Last 2 years, 16 companies, I think Venkatesh Patil has presented, there are 16 companies have come to this cluster, and 150 startups which are not identified in the past. And more than that, there is 3,000 plus employment. That's very catchy. We wanted that to accelerate. The main purpose of the tech acceleration is to make sure that the technology industry grow much, much faster here. Having done all that, now obviously we wanted the entrepreneurship to go. Number two, the cost of any operations. If a guy raises a $300,000 in Bangalore and he cannot sustain for more than a year or maybe 6 months as a startup, whereas you guys can stretch, your cost of operations here is at least 20-25% lower than what you find in Bangalore. Number three, if you are a startup here, people would like to come and bet on you. KDM guys will come and support you, the government of Karnataka will support you, and everybody wanted you guys to succeed. That is the third advantage. These are the three advantages, much more than what an entrepreneur from Bangalore could get it. Right? So please do focus on that. I believe that today's session has a lot of takeaways from all of us, each one who participated here. I think the entrepreneurs could go back and search for the new opportunities to become an entrepreneurs or grow their enterprises. Number two, the students. The employment mentality should, probably students will go away from the employment mentality to become an entrepreneurial mentality. That is second key takeaways. And the third, we have a lot of multinational leaders here. The key takeaway from them, for them, is I request each one of them to think their next expansion, they should consider the beyond Bangalore. Whether it is Sunil or Naveen or our friend from Philips. You've grown enough in Bangalore, now please think about it. We can share a lot of success stories. IBM has gone to Mysore, they have been very happy. Cognizant has gone there, they are very happy. And these are all the places that you need to come and experience. The reason why we invite you here is that you will come and experience these places and interact with the talent here, interact with the other entrepreneurs here, then probably you can go back and talk to your senior management. And the HDB cluster, as I could see, that a fantastic, the balanced ecosystem, you could find this morning we saw semiconductor companies. And these are the companies who not only grown here, but they also got an exit. We talked about Sankhya Labs, right? Viavia Labs. They are the people who made it possible that their entrepreneurship has given some value back to them. Right? These are all the success stories you need to learn. And then KLE and all the academic institutions have a beautiful incubators, and he was talking about 57 startups, right? Only in the ESDM sector. You don't find that in other places. That way, I think HDB has a fantastic ecosystem. And also, the third most important is the Belgaum, the economy, as you all notice that it is changing, right? We used to be more than 65% services economy. Now it is slowly changing. The manufacturing is taking over, and also the consumption economy is also growing. So you have manufacturing economy in Belgaum being a second largest, the exporter, right? And you have the technology, right? You also have the consumption. Consumption is also increasing. So these are the things that are a great opportunity for you to, perform here. The one message I would like to give here is what did not happen. We have been noticing this for the last 32 years, and the industry did not grow as we expected from the government. We wanted you to grow. That I believe that the government has done whatever is possible that it could do. It's a beautiful policies, beautiful implementation, and enablers like the KDM will all support you and bridge the gap between the government and industry and make sure that you people will be succeeding in that. So now it is up to you to make use of that opportunity and grow in these clusters. We'll be very, very happy. Next time when minister comes here, if there is a report card says that another 10 companies have come, so much of employment, so many more startups, so many HDB blues, we'll all feel very, very happy about that. That is only the thing we are looking forward. And what we are going to do, I was telling, there are two things which I would like to do. Morning, I think Venkatesh Patil and all we spoke on this. We'll create a roadmap or a vision document for next 5 years in terms of what activities, aspirational goals, 5 year, 10 years. What are our aspirational goals and what are the activities? That will become a guiding document both for the government and the industry here. Let us try and create that in next 2 to 3 months. And from our side, KDM side and the government, we all will be there to sit together to create such a document so that you'll have a roadmap, something we can look back and feel proud of that, and also we can achieve, we can set some aspirational goals. Second thing is, somebody mentioned there are a lot of talent that are from this region are employed in Bangalore, employed in US, employed everywhere. Can you create a momentum? You talked about a hashtag, right? Create a hashtag HDB, -- Identify those professionals from this region who would have some soft connect to this region, wanted to come back, maybe from US or maybe from, that is one of the reasons why the Hubballi did not take off. You are mentioning about one of your competing company. The Hubballi operations didn't take off. Primarily reason is you should do campaign. People should know that the life in Belgaum is much better than the life in Bangalore. People should know that quality of education is probably better than the quality of the education elsewhere. So that message, as an industry, the anchor leaders, you create some kind of a messaging. So we're all here to, as I said, Beyond Bangalore is a great mission for the government. Beyond Bangalore is a great mission for the people in KDM, to the industry anchors here. We're all here to work together and make sure that we achieve the goals what we set forward. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Now we come to the last section of today's event, which is to recognize a few of the success stories that the ecosystem has seen. So we have few startups which either started their operations or they've expanded. So but before that, I would request Dr. Ekrup, Kaur Madam, and Sir, please come on the stage to felicitate these startups. So BV Naidu Sir, Dr. Silva Sir, Sridharji, please. Santoshi, Venkatesha. So please come forward when your name is announced. Third Eye, they've expanded their operation from the cluster. Smart Sock, after this, Smart Sock, They've established their new operations here in Hubli. And after SmartSoc, Adaptive Technologies. Anyone from Adaptive Technologies? Nidec Corporation? Incense? Clean Fanatics? Clean Fanatics. Okay. Dwara Holdings. ये नहीं है क्या? IOVIS Technologies. IOVIS Technologies. Dori Software System Private Limited. Ether Novia India Private Limited. Minfi Technologies. Minfi. Now we move on to the other section, which is startups which have launched their projects in last few months. First, we have Abhiyantrik Solution, a PropTech IoT building automation company. The rep from Abhiyantrik, please come forward. Followed by Balaloka Technologies Private Limited, which is a travel app. Please, Balaloka after Abhiyantrik, Balaloka. Docket Run, the safety eye software Docket Run. Innovact Private Limited. After Innovact, we have Lifetron Inno Equipment Private Limited. We have someone from Inno Equipment Private Limited? Yep. You're Rishma. Talk to go. Oh, very nice. You would like to speak also? Yeah. Getting a mic. Or you can speak to them only, because we have already told about this. Now, Reachmark Solutions Private Limited, Peppertree.ai, and Arntronics. And the rep from Signa X as well. Yes, please go.
कर रहे हैं? बिजली देशपांडे से है. All these startups which are here for this product launch, please come forward. All the names which were called on, please come forward. No, those who haven't been on stage till now. And then after that, we can have one group photo. Please go forward. Please go forward. May I also call the winners of our blue event.
May I now call our fellow ecosystem enablers, VTU. They got it. Ma'am, we also wanted to recognize our fellow ecosystem enablers with whom we work very closely. Request the representatives from VTU, VIR of Deshpande Startups, Gokte Institute of Technology, KLE, CTI and TI Hubli to please come up. Thank you. Pandey Foundation. Rep from TI Hubli, ma'am. From KLE CTI, Shiv. And we have Mr. Belgaonkar from Gokte Institute of Technology. Belgaonkar, request you to be there also. There is a MOU that we're also signing an MOU between the institution and KDM. Request the rep from KLS INER to come and exchange the... Sir, please. And from VTU, may I now request all our blue winners, all three blue winners to come up on stage, all three blue winners. These are all fund-ready startups. They showcased in Bangalore Tech Summit also and other places also. All the Bangalore blue winners from Hubballi-Dharwad-Belagavi cluster. It's all in the family. Blue winners, ma'am, these are our blue winners. Yeah, Docket Run, ADIS Technologies, and Samiksha Semiconductors. SDB Blue is, ma'am, our program to ensure access to capital. We ensured that just because of tiring the distance, they also get equitable chance to grow and scale up. So we have VCs, angel investors, and family offices representatives coming from all over India and to hear the pitch of these people. Thank you. Thank you everyone. Madam, now I would request you to give your. You have something? Just come. Come on. Go. Go. You can go and see. What do you want to know? Ma'am, just one thing, we have a representatives from Bangalore Technology, Belagavi Technology Company Association. They are submitting one ask.
Yeah, so a very good evening to everyone. Of course, we are at the end of the day, and for people who have come from Bangalore, it's a really long day. We all started very early in the morning, and very little energy is left. But after a very long day in the Legislative Council today, coming here, though I missed the entire day's function, but coming here for the last few minutes also has been a very rewarding experience. I mean, it's really nice to see and go through the number of companies which have come here, just by attending the last 15-20 minutes of the function, I can feel how much change has happened in Belgaum. That we had a long lineup of people who have set up their base in Belgaum or in Hubli and are operating from this region. In fact, when we talk of ITBT and the sector that I represent from government, the first thing that comes to your mind is Bangalore, because ITBT has become synonymous with Bangalore, not just for people from Karnataka, but from people from all over the world. Bangalore is the fourth largest technology hub. It is the startup capital of India. It has got the largest pool of AI/ML human resources. 50% of AI/ML human resources are in Bangalore. So it is almost synonymous. But let me tell you, from government's perspective and from the department's perspective, we are now really prioritizing and looking at beyond Bangalore. And that is one of the most important programs that we are now focusing on, because one, of course, we need to have a very balanced regional development. The other thing is that post-COVID, most of the companies are also looking at diversifying. They don't want to be in one place. So rather than any company moving out and going to some other state or to some other city, we would prefer that they work out of Karnataka only. And therefore, there is a lot of traction also now for our program of Beyond Bangalore. We have identified 6 clusters, but among those 6 clusters, 3 clusters are actually shaping up very well. They are the front runners. I can call them the phase 1 of this program, and Hubballi-Dharwad-Belagavi is one of them. Mysore and Mangalore are the other 2 clusters. You would have all heard through the day, there has been a lot of improvement, lot of companies coming in, lot of industry moving in to these 3 clusters. Also from government side, we are trying to give a push by setting up a lot of, like in Mysore, we are doing a EMC park. We are doing, in Belgaum also, from industries, they have done some industrial parks, especially in aerospace industry, which also, has a lot of spin-off for people who are working in IT and ITAS industry. So certainly from government's perspective, there is no two thoughts about it. And we all feel that it is high time that we focus more on growth beyond Bangalore. In fact, all the policies of government today, the incentives are only if you set up companies outside of Bangalore. Within Bangalore, the incentives are minimal and only given to companies which, we feel that would bring growth, in the sense they will become the engine for growth, or they would be the anchor industry, something like that. Otherwise, only beyond Bangalore is what we are focusing. Belgaum, Hubballi-Dharwad are very strategically located. You are between Bombay and Bangalore, bang on the highway. The national highway crosses through both the cities. And there is a lot of industrial as well as economic activity which happens throughout the corridor. It is not just in these 2 clusters, but if you trace right from Mumbai to Bengaluru, along the corridor, there are many nodes now, and this is only going to, it complements. Their growth will complement your growth, and I think it will overall lead to a lot of improvement in the industry over here. From government, there are some more things that we are focusing on, which would basically support this ecosystem of growth which has started. I am sure through the day, a lot of people would have spoken, and I'm sure our minister would have also spoken on skill development. That is certainly one of the biggest focus, because it is the talent which is the differentiator. When you look at other states, other cities, right now there is a kind of a rat race. Everybody is giving incentives. Everyone wants to, give land at cheaper cost, just to ensure that somehow or the other, the industry or the company sets up base in their state. But what you cannot do in, over the counter or in a short span of time is a talent pool. And Karnataka from very beginning has invested very heavily in its talent. We have probably the largest number of educational institutions. We have 52 universities. We have like hundreds of engineering colleges. We have some 1,772 ITIs. And we have some very premier institutes. We have 3 triple ITs in Bangalore, Raichur, and in Dharwad. We have a IIT now, we have IIM, and we have best of engineering colleges, both in government as well as in private sector. In fact, sometimes, I always feel that private sector education, especially professional education, in some ways started from Karnataka, and Karnataka has always been at the forefront of it. So we already have a significantly large talent pool, and we would like to further develop on it, because that is what is going to set us apart or keep us ahead of the curve and keep us ahead of the competition. And in this region also, we have tie-up with a lot of colleges. And with our new initiative, which we have taken through the Skill Advisory Council, we are going to heavily invest in training people, especially people who are skilled or semi-skilled, in the sense they are either engineers or they already have some technical background from ITIs or polytechnics, in just polishing their skills and giving them what is the current industry requirement. Because technology is a sphere where things change on a daily basis, so you have to keep brushing up your skills. So I'm sure with our initiative of Skill Advisory Council, this entire bit would be tied up very well, and in fact we would become, not only be able to service our own industry, but maybe beyond the state as well. The other things that we are doing, especially for startups, some things which are really good, I am sure you are aware of them. Some of you are also, Elevate winners, and you have benefited from the schemes. Taking that initiative forward, we are trying to, see that we follow the growth trajectory also of the startups. We are looking at giving them market access, helping them in market access outside the country also, because any startup which actually gets into exports, the growth trajectory is very different. In the sense, sudden spurt can be there if you get into exports. So we have a structured program where we are trying to tie up market access for startups, and we have already sponsored a group to UAE. And we not only sponsor, we also tie up and ensure that they meet the relevant stakeholders in that country. So that is one important initiative that we have taken, and we have just started from this year. The other very important thing that we are doing is that within government procurement, we are looking for preferential procurement from startups. Because what normally happens, startups, even if they have a very good product or a service, they are not able to compete with people who are already established in the market because of the standard bidding conditions which are there, which require you to have certain amount of experience, certain amount of turnover, and all of that. So we are coming up with a special policy for startups where all these conditions would be relaxed, and they will get an opportunity to supply to government. And government, believe me, is the largest buyer of most of the services and products. So that will actually really help. Besides that, we are also looking at having a kind of a cross-sell platform where startups can showcase their products to be picked up by other entities. It could be bigger industry, some industry where your product becomes like a raw material or a input. So that is another platform that we are working on. So from our end, we are trying to tie up whatever loose ends are there and whatever best can be done. And certainly the growth or the industry or the companies in the clusters beyond Bangalore will get a privileged treatment and will get preference over everyone else. So I urge all of you, and we have some very prominent industry leaders from Belgaum itself, Belgaum Hubli, to encourage others and set up your own companies, be an entrepreneur, and be rest assured that we are there with you in your journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Something that I'd like to share with everyone here is for Techceleration, we were collaborating with a startup called GritWorks. So if you saw QR codes around the campus of our chatbot Mohini, which was used to collect feedback from everyone who attended Techceleration. So we had a small lucky draw, and Mohini has picked up a few winners. I'm requesting the winners to come on stage to collect their prizes. Amar, our cluster head for Hubballi-Belagavi-Dharwad, and Ulas, the founder of Great Works, kindly join us on stage. Ganesh Chate, we have a first winner in the house. Prakash GR, Pramod. Is Mr. Pramod here? Mohini is both audio and textual chat box, and using Mohini we collected feedback as to how you think our event went, and we got a lot of productive feedback about how we could do Techceleration better next time around. So this is kind of a small gift from our side for helping us do better with every time. Ishan Patil. Thank you so much for participating in Mohini and helping us understand how we can do better. With that, I'd now like to call upon Amar for the vote of thanks.
Most inevitable part. Namaskara Belgavi. So, as we draw the curtains on an incredibly insightful day at Techceleration at HTB, accelerating the deep tech, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you who contributed in making this event a successful one. First and foremost, it brings me immense joy to extend our heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the Department of ITBT and KDEM. Our deepest appreciation to Mr. BV Naidu, Chairman of KDEM, for shedding light on promising landscape of Belgavi and its pivotal role in becoming the hub of engineering and design and manufacturing in Karnataka. A special note of thanks to our distinguished speakers for sharing their valuable insights and engaging in a thoughtful conversation on government startup synergy and the future of ESDM in emerging clusters. Heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Darshan HV IAS, Director, Department of ITBT, Government of Karnataka, and MD KITS, for enlightening us on the government initiatives to drive capital availability for the startups across the states. Our distinguished panelists and speakers throughout the day for a thought-provoking discussion on unlocking opportunities and navigating the potential of GCCs. Our deepest appreciation also goes to Dr. A. Krup Kaur, IAS, Secretary, Department of ITBT and SNT, Government of Karnataka, and panelists in the skilling panel. And a special thanks to all our esteemed guests who addressed in a valedictory, Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, Mr. Venkatesh Patil, Mr. Harish Prabhu, Mr. Naveen Bishnoi, Mr. Sunil Deshpande, and Sri Selvakumar IAS for their inspiring words and invaluable contributions. In closing, our deepest appreciation to Honorable Minister for Information ITBT and RDPR, Shri Priyank Khargeji, who gave his deepest of time in hearing the challenges of the industry and was very candid and very involved with the industry to see how together we can solve challenges and make this cluster a better one. We also extend our gratitude to our industry partners, ecosystem partners such as ASOCAM, ISA, NASCOM, our media partners, academic partners, skilling partners, incubators, accelerators. And thank you for unwavering support to our partners we work closely with: BCIC, KLE CTI, Deshpande Startups, FKCCI, Fuel, IECC, IIT Dharwad, IIIT Dharwad, KLE Tech University, STPI, US Dharwad, VTU, Micrographio, STPI. We also express our sincere thanks to Government of Karnataka for the ongoing support and collaboration with KDEM. Together, we are pioneering the transformation of HDB, Hubballi-Dharwad-Belagavi, Belagavi's technological landscape, a promising and bright future of our city and state. We must acknowledge the diligent efforts of the entire KDEM team along with Inside Out, MM Active, who have worked tirelessly to organize this spectacular event in planning to execution. Their dedication and hard work have guaranteed in its success. Last but not the least, to all the speakers, panelists, participants, to your active involvement has enriched our discussions and added immense value to this event. As we conclude this day, let's carry forward the enthusiasm and knowledge gained here to further elevate the HDB cluster on the global tech map. Together, we are creating a brighter, innovative future for the HDB. Dhanyavadagalu. We look forward to you in the Techceleration 2024 in a better and brighter way. Thank you so much.
I kindly request all the industry anchors and the dignitaries present here, including BV Sir, Darshanji, to come onto the stage for a quick photo. Requesting KDM team to join us for the photo. Requesting all partners to join us for the photo. Once again, I request KDM team of MM Active and IOT and other partners to join us on stage.